In the current world, if anyone acts up or cops an attitude, an entity known as an angel will instantly flick them into nothing but a pile of ash. And yet, this young man doesn't hesitate to punch it in the mouth, fly up to choke it, and snap its wings as if he were plucking a chicken. This is Ryuman, the man who had previously reached the 20th round of the final match all by himself. After taking down every single one of the guards, he began to cautiously step inside. It was a vast space that strongly resembled a temple. He walked into the center of a magic circle. The circle immediately lit up. The system suddenly displayed a notification stating that 5 people were required to enter, but currently, the count was only 1 out of 5. But how? How could Ryuman be the only one to survive and make it here? Since the conditions were not met, the system would be forced to eliminate him. Pissed off, Ryuman used all his strength to try and break free, but it was no use. His body began to disintegrate with each passing second. Ryuman has died. Therefore, the conditions have been met to activate the ancient language of time, and he will regress to the first round. And this would be the very last time he could regress after failing 99 times. Ryuman truly returned to the real world, right in his home country of Korea. This was a time before the rounds had even begun. Today was New Year's Eve, a day of preparation for an explosive new year, so a massive crowd had gathered in the square. A few minutes earlier, a few delinquents were hanging out here, getting ready to celebrate. They were about to become adults, having just turned 18. They were overjoyed that they no longer needed fake IDs to buy beer and liquor and party their asses off. The guy with the eyebrow slit is Dong Min. When his buddies asked him about his dream after graduation, he just gave a dumb smile and said he was going to be a gangster. Since you only live once, he'd rather choose a career that follows his heart than one that follows his head. Hearing him spout such nonsense, the whole group gave him a look of disgust and wanted to cut ties with this psycho. From a distance, this Dongmin spotted Ryuman. The poor and weak Ryuman had always been bullied by this bastard. The guy even joked with his crew, saying that even after graduation, he would never let Ryuman go. He glanced over at Ryuman and saw him take off his hat. He had a gut feeling that his old punching bag looked very different today. Being stared at by Ryuman was really getting on his nerves. Dongmin decided he wanted to go over and start an explosive new year with a fight, but he was stopped by his close friends, since it was the new year after all. As everyone was wishing each other a happy new year, a strange voice began to echo from the sky. The brilliant aura of a divine being illuminated the entire night sky. Everyone simultaneously turned their attention upwards. A lavish, magnificent, and graceful angel appeared, constantly taunting the crowd below. Some people even thought this was a new event, organized by a TV station for a New Year's surprise. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim that she was stunningly beautiful, more so than any movie star. Only Ryuman knew everything that was about to happen, as he had experienced this exact scene 99 times after regressing. The angel began to giggle coyly, acting all cutesy before calling the humans insects and declaring that they had all fallen for her beauty. That's why they say a woman is most dangerous when she knows she's beautiful. Seeing the confused reactions from the people below only made her feel more delighted and satisfied. When some guy from below thought this was all a joke and cursed at her, the angel's fake smile turned into a glare, her eyes glowing red with irritation. Immediately after, the guy's head exploded for insulting her. It was only then that everyone panicked, realizing this wasn't some TV show script. The angel's attitude changed in an instant. She declared that humans have no right to question an angel. If anyone else tried to act as her equal, their brain would explode just like the last guy's. The angel arrogantly hovered in the sky and began to explain the rules of the game to everyone below. Ryuman could only sigh, as he'd been through this ordeal far too many times. The game was simple. Clear 20 rounds on the first day of every month. The souls of humans would be transported to a new dimension to play a game. There, the players had only one job: complete the mission. If they succeeded, they could safely return to reality with a handsome reward. But where there are rewards, there are also penalties. Not everyone could survive completing the missions, as only half of the participants would be spared. Hearing this, the people below started to get seriously freaked out. This game would only involve people between the ages of 15 and 29. Everyone was stunned and bewildered, but Ryuman remained effortlessly cool as ice. The angel began to process the data. She announced that 18 million people would be participating in this game. After finishing her explanation and selection, the beautiful and proud angel began casting a spell to transport the contestants to another dimension. Everyone was transported to a space where they couldn't see each other. Here, players could customize their appearance, but they could only lock in their choice once. Ryuman would choose his appearance and stick with his old nickname, HCO. On a desolate green hill, HCO's avatar appeared, looking cool as hell. He had used this appearance 12 times during his 99 regressions, so now it felt like his own body. Other players also began to gradually appear. Some even chose appearances resembling the K-pop idols they admired. In this place, you can have it all. Everyone wants to create their ideal self, their most beautiful form. But to Ryuman, that was a brainless decision. This is a survival world, and if you stand out too much, you become the prey. Dying here means you die in the real world too. A thug named Dongmin chose a super muscular body, leaving Ryuman so speechless he didn't even want to comment. That damn angel appears and immediately starts trashing everyone's appearance. She just wants to see the look on humanity's faces when they're terrified. 18 million people are in this space. Someone remarks that the number sounds more inflated than Bitcoin. The angel immediately gets pissed, calling them idiots, and explaining that this place is split into many different servers. Everyone starts opening their personal status windows. Ryuman just looks at his and sighs in frustration, having to start all over again. The angel starts explaining the rules. Survive 20 rounds, and the reward is any wish you desire. Everyone is then instructed to open their inventory, where they find a runestone fragment that can only be used once. You just have to hold it and think use in your mind to activate it. Each stone has a unique function. It's one of a kind, so whether you get something, OP is all up to the RNG gods. The haughty angel snaps her fingers, and the quest board materializes. Round 1 is simple and chill. Kill 100 goblins, but only the fastest half to complete the quest will survive. The goblins then appear. A few guys see how weak they look and think fighting them will be a breeze. But as soon as they say that, the angel summons a whole swarm of goblins, making their expressions change instantly. 10,000 people on this server will fight against 50,000 goblins. The war between humans and goblins officially begins. The aggressive goblins charge forward at high speed the moment they appear. Ryuman arrogantly walks forward with his hands in his pockets, making everyone wonder what he's doing, as his eyes glow red. Then he unleashes a shadowless kick, neatly finishing off a goblin. First impressions are the most important, whether it's for a job or a date. And since this is a survival game, Ryuman has to show off even more. He performs a series of moves that leaves every contestant in the area slack-jawed, with his masterful skills against the goblins before him. And the reason he wants to show off like this is to attract the attention of the angel watching from above. With a blade in hand, he moves like the wind, delivering a fatal blow to a goblin. People start murmuring, thinking his nickname, Hakko, is really cool. Seeing Hakko killing these goblins so effortlessly gives everyone a morale boost, since they're sure these must be the weakest monsters in any game. A young man was just about to show off, rolling up his sleeves and everything, when he was instantly stabbed straight through by a goblin. The people next to him see this and get horrified looks on their faces, and everyone starts running for their lives. The goblins begin to slaughter all the players in the area. With this happening, they finally stop thinking of this as a game. Only a single thought remains in their minds: survival. The human survival instinct awakens powerfully when facing death, and of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. Ryuman had chosen that strategy the first 2 times, but he eventually realized that escape was impossible. In this desolate, empty place, someone who tried to run far away was blocked by a magical barrier. Besides that, there are also people from the modern era who have never harmed a living creature before, and they feel helpless when it comes to fighting the goblins. But showing mercy will only get you killed, and to survive, they have to overcome that fear. If trouble comes looking for you, you have to face it. The angel above watches with great satisfaction as the humans are unable to fight back, forced to run from the goblins, only to die anyway. But she also pays special attention to the young man over there, stealing all the spotlight. And she wonders what the hell is up with that human, seeing as his monster kill count is already at 70 out of 100. She's extremely curious about Hakko's identity, but the system's security is top-notch, which really pisses the angel off. Despite that, she still forces a smile and acts all high and mighty, thinking that these lowly humans could never hurt her pride. Down below, Hakko is just tearing through one goblin after another, his experience points racking up. When a monster attacks, he dodges. They bring 5 or 6 more over, but Hakko easily slaughters them all with his dagger. His body and hands are now stained with goblin blood. Now, the goblins have gone from being the hunters to the hunted. After casually farming some monsters for a bit, he reaches level 4. He puts all the stat points he gained from leveling up into agility, because it increases his evasion rate as well as his attack and movement speed. The goblins ready themselves to attack again. Hakko throws his dagger, instantly killing one of them and making the others hesitate. He sighs, then dashes forward to retrieve the dagger he just threw. Before the goblins even knew what happened, he had already sliced them all up, making them cosplay as Gojo. After finishing off this group, the quest to kill 100 of them was complete. The system then made an announcement. Hakko was the first person to complete the mission in this area, and ranked number 1 across all other regions as well. Since he ranked first in the opening round, the system rewarded him with a weapon of his choice and a treasure chest. For Hakko, these starter weapons. These are all crappy items anyway, so he just picks a compact and easy-to-use dagger. While he's thinking about Hong Tran, everyone outside is still struggling to fight off the goblins. This time, his regression is different from the previous 99 times, because he now has the Final Traveler title. Because this is his 99th regression, his Ancient Rune of Time is unusable, as this is his final attempt. In this game, there's something even more amazing than ancient runes, titles. And with greater power comes greater difficulty in obtaining them. Priests have a limited skill, Resurrection. But it only revives someone with 30% of their health. But with Hakko's title, he can resurrect with 100% of his health, which just goes to show how insane this title is. He immediately activates the title and sets it to private to avoid drawing attention and causing trouble. Setting it to private doesn't disable its effects. The people in here are gradually completing the mission to kill 100 goblins. And some have become mere shells, their souls gone. The so-called angel spreads her wings to liven up the party. And those who are logging out of this world for good have their bodies disappear, while 50,000 more goblins are added to help the players complete the mission faster. It sounds helpful, but something about it is very wrong. The war between humans and goblins is nearing its bloody conclusion. Some scumbags are even using other players' bodies as shields to protect themselves. Some are using every last bit of their strength to strangle goblins just to stay alive. Hakko, however, just sits there nonchalantly, unfazed by the chaos. The angel takes pleasure in watching the players slaughter each other to survive. After a sufficient number of players passed the first round, all the goblins vanished at once. Those who were still alive but hadn't killed enough goblins were also eliminated. Their bodies began to fade away. The angel congratulates those who passed the first round. The rankings for the local and entire region are then announced. And Hakko is number 1, with a time of 10 minutes and 21 seconds. The reward is sent to him, along with 1,000 gold. This can be used in the item shop once he reaches level 10. The angel is ecstatic that the top player in the entire region is in the area she's supervising. She grows curious about the power he possesses, but is also incredibly salty that she can't check it herself due to the system's privacy settings. Despite this, in front of Hakko, she still tries to act high and mighty, pretending she knows the secret to his strength. Hearing this, Hakko can only offer a blank smile, as he knows perfectly well that she's just bluffing. He arrogantly petitions the angel, saying he finds the first place reward a bit small and lackluster. The other players are all shocked by his confidence. The angel's expression immediately sours when she hears him ask for something better. She throws a fit, demanding he repeat what he just said. Hakko, not a bit scared, says it again. The other players are in awe, while the angel's fake-ass pleasant expression vanishes, replaced by pure rage that Hakko dared to give her an order. She raises her hand to strike him down, but since she's already used that special ability once, she can't use it again. Her eyes light up as a brilliant idea comes to mind. She then descends to the ground and accepts his petition. The condition is that they must go to a private, secluded place so other players won't gossip. Everyone is green with envy that Hakko can bargain with an angel. Before leaving, he shoots a meaningful glance at Dongmin. The two of them sneak off into the forest. The angel thinks that this human is not just disobedient, but far too greedy. After a moment of thought, she decides, why the hell should I give him a reward? Greed must be punished. She plans to kill him the moment he steps past that rock. She's worried the other players might riot if she kills him, but if she does it quietly and stuffs the body in a box, everything will be fine. If no one knows, no one can complain. She turns back with a sickeningly sweet expression on her face, asking him what reward he wants, only to be sent staggering back by a powerful punch. It happens so fast she doesn't even understand what's going on. As she angrily gets back up, she sees that he has vanished. Hakko had snuck up behind her, grabbing her by the wing and choking her. Then, he ruthlessly rips it off as if plucking a chicken feather. He then grabs her remaining wing, stomps her to the ground, and tears it off as well, sending blood splattering everywhere. Hakko had seen through her entire plan, even calling out the weapon she had hidden in her wings. She starts claiming it was all a misunderstanding, asking for a do-over. Hakko knows it's all lies, all of it, and calls her by her real name, Brielle. After that, without any more explanation, he pulls a dagger from his inventory. Cornered, she threatens to make his head explode. Hack Cow just smiles brightly and asks, "Who can you even kill now?" which shuts her up immediately. When intimidation fails, she tries to appeal to the power of friendship, warning that if he kills her, the other angels will hunt him down. Hack Cow knows better. That bunch of angels is so selfish, they wouldn't care less if a teammate lived or died. Cornered again, she threatens that if she dies, he'll never be able to return to the real world. But unfortunately for her, he knows that's a lie too. The system will automatically send him back. He doesn't need any damn angel. In this game environment, angels are nothing more than pawns used to monitor players. Done with her rambling, he lunges forward and sends her to the afterlife with a single stab, silencing one more insolent mouth for good. The system then recognized him as the first person to kill an angel, granting him a title and angel's blood. He used it immediately, and the ancient rune was imprinted onto his body. The title, First to Kill an Angel, also came with an effect that doubled his stats when facing divine creatures. He knew about this reward from when he took revenge on an angel during his 13th regression, and this reward was limited to a single player only. Along with it came the Massacre rune, which activates every time he kills a target. All of his stats would increase by 1%, up to a maximum of 100%, and the effect would last until the current round was over. But above all those overpowered things I just mentioned, the item that made him want to kill the angel the most was the angel's blood. With this item, he could change his class to Death God, the natural enemy of angels, and a unique class in the entire region. Every time a player reaches level 10, they can choose a class for themselves, and the system offers a total of 30 classes. To change classes, one needs to acquire a specific required item. Besides the basic classes, there are also special classes, and these special classes are on a completely different level compared to the normal ones. The bonus stats, ancient runes, leveling up, you name it, they were all insane. He used his reward and immediately chose the triple experience effect for round 2 so he could level up as fast as possible and change his class. Round 1 then came to an end. The surviving players were returned to the real world. Everyone thought they had just experienced a strange dream, but the strange thing was, everyone's dream was identical. Some people, however, were still sound asleep. It was only when people tried to wake them that they realized these individuals had logged out of the Earth server for good. Dongmin's friend was dead. It was then that the group realized the people who weren't waking up were the ones who had been eliminated and killed by the goblins in the game. Even the tough guy Dongmin, who always acted so arrogant, now felt his limbs go weak. As scared as he was, he also felt that, because of this, the world had become a little less unfair. Because it didn't matter if you were born with a silver spoon anymore. Now, all beings were equal. His friend, however, felt this was unfair to them, knowing that this Dongmin guy was bound to end up a street bum sooner or later. As for them, while they were just street thugs, they were thugs with dreams and ambitions. He frantically searched for Ryuman, thinking he had probably died for being too weak. A player over there was wearing a full set of armor. At that moment, Dongmin realized that they could now open their status windows and inventories in the real world, not just in the game. He picked up a stone from the ground and easily crushed it into dust. This only made him more arrogant and conceited. The national news began to report on the incident. Over 10,000 citizens had suddenly fallen unconscious at the square during the New Year's bell-ringing ceremony. They had also captured footage of an angel blowing people up and knocking 10,000 people unconscious in broad daylight. The news then spread like wildfire across other social media platforms. This phenomenon wasn't just happening in their country, but on a global scale. The online community was in an uproar. Keyboard warriors emerged, flooding the video's comments section. Everyone thought it was all just a scripted stunt to farm for views and likes. Ryuman was also catching up on the news. Some people were in a vegetative state, while others were clinically dead. Most celebrities, however, were found to have already passed away. 11% of the population had died after this completely surreal crisis. Ryuman felt the most concerning thing was the survivors. If they could keep participating and leveling up consistently, then they would gradually become powerful entities, because no modern weapon or high-level army could ever hope to suppress those players. And now, for the world to be at peace, there was only one solution, and that is for yours truly to control all the other players with a power that stands above all else. He wouldn't let the tragedy of the 99th regression happen again, so this time, he already had a few potential candidates in mind to conquer the 20th round with him. He trudged back to his small apartment and saw his little brother, Ryu World, snoring away. His family wasn't wealthy, but his parents had died in a car accident. Just like that, his whole life changed the moment he had to wear funeral attire. The most difficult thing for Ryuman was having to raise his little brother, Ryu, all on his own. He turned on the light and woke Ryu up, telling him they had to pack for $1 million mission. Ryu still had no idea what was going on, but he obediently listened to his brother, put on his nicest clothes, and they both stepped outside. He looked at how serious his older brother's face was. It made Ryu realize that this was probably something very important. Knowing his clueless little brother still didn't understand, he told Ryu to check the top trending topics online. When Ryu heard that his brother had cleared round 1, he was horrified. He worriedly asked if his brother had gotten hurt. Ryu knew that ever since their parents died, his brother Ryuman had tried so hard to fill the void they left behind. He probably always had to maintain an incredibly strong mentality to face the storms of life. Ryuman knew exactly what his little brother was thinking, so he reassured him and said that in the future, he would. He's on a whole other level of overpowered. What are a few pathetic punks to him? Now, all Wu has to do is follow his brother. Seeing the wound on Wu's hand, he immediately brings up the name Bang Taegyu, and today, the two of them will head to the hideout of that very same punk who's been bullying Wu. Hearing his brother mention this sends Wu into a panic. He'd always hidden it, afraid of becoming even more of a burden to him. As for Ryuman, he always wanted to apologize to his little brother, because in his past regressions, he'd only learned the truth a few hours after returning to the first round. Wu had gone out to meet someone while he was exhausted and just resting. It wasn't until the hospital called that afternoon that he rushed over in a panic. His brother had been blinded after being beaten by Bang Taegyu. Back then, he was foolish and weak, unable to protect his brother, but now, he's in a completely different position. A massive leap forward from the Ryuman of his past regressions. Now, anyone who touches Wu gets burned, and anyone looking for trouble will find him waiting. At a warehouse, the Fatso Taegyu is up to his old tricks of bullying the weak. He ruthlessly beats and stomps on one of his own lackeys. The other underlings watch this, terrified, as none of them want to be his next target. After getting his fill, he starts rambling about wanting to buy a new car, but having no money. He asks his crew to find a way to make money without actually working. Wanting to get paid without working? The only thing you'll be eating is dirt. A buzz-cut lackey thinks for a moment and remembers their good-looking errand boy, Wu. They start scheming like master strategists to get money out of Wuin. But Taegyu knows Wu doesn't even have a home. Even if they killed him, they wouldn't get a single dime because his family has nothing left. All he had was a cheap scooter, which he already pawned for gambling money. He also knows Wu has no parents and relies solely on his older brother. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Ryuman and Wuin have just arrived. Seeing the two of them, the whole gang laughs gleefully, saying they were just talking about a mutt, and here he comes. He yells out, calling Ryu a son of a bitch, but when he looks at Min, he gets a little hesitant. When asked for his name, Min flashes a handsome smile and says he's Wu's older brother. Taegyu cracks his knuckles, warming up to give the two brothers a beating they'll never forget. His three lackeys shuffle forward. One of them even tries to size Ryuman up, only to get a punch that knocks him silly. The one with the bowl cut throws a punch and rushes in, but Min easily dodges it and returns a blow that sends him flying headfirst into some steel barrels, knocking him cross-eyed. The remaining two attack simultaneously and are immediately put down with two punches, left to wallow in their defeat. Taegyu, still looking arrogant, assumes Ryuman just learned some boxing somewhere and is here to show off. He steps forward with his hands in his pockets, but damn, he doesn't look cool at all. He just looks tacky as hell. He gets in Ryumin's face and says that physical stats are important, but then asks, "Have you read the news?" Hearing how clueless he is, all Min can do is sigh. He lunges forward, throwing a punch, which Min easily dodges. The next punch, Min dodges that one too. That's when he starts to realize something is seriously wrong. He can't even touch a single hair on Min's head. Min channels his power, creating a blue aura around his fist, then lands a solid punch right in Taegyu's chubby face. He staggers, then springs back up to retaliate, but the Min in front of him has vanished. Min has already flashed behind him, landing a second clean punch. Surprise, you fat bastard. He clutches his face, holding his dear, dislodged tooth in his hand. No need for a dentist when your teeth just fall out on their own. Taegyu loses control and charges at Min, but it's completely useless. Min grabs his arm and delivers a devastating blow. His face was already ugly and punchable, but now Min's beaten it until it's as swollen as a pumpkin. He lunges forward to throw a punch, but is immediately met with a leaping raging dragon kick that sends him flying straight into the wall. He asks him if it hurts, because no matter how many times he regresses, Min can never forget the image of his brother, blind and covered in injuries. This fat bastard finally starts to feel fear, begging for mercy from the law, but the law of karma waits for no one. Min walks over, grabs his hand, and warns him, "Don't you ever touch my brother," before breaking his fingers. Seeing this, his lackeys decide that out of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best one. Taegyu promises not to harm Wu anymore, but just in case he thinks about revenge, Min breaks his wrist to make sure the message sticks. On the way home, when Wu asks questions, Min shows off a skill that players can use in the real world for his little brother to see. He materializes a knife out of thin air, looking cool as hell. He further explains that the reason the guy couldn't hit him is because his agility stat is now at 11. A normal person's is only 3, while an athlete might reach 10. Wu asks what will happen if his brother levels up, but he refuses to answer, keeping his identity as a regressor a secret, because in his 11th regression, Wu was kidnapped by another player. Even though he got his revenge, he doesn't want it to happen again, and intends to use all his power to protect his naive little brother. Afterward, the two brothers go to a convenience store to eat. Ryuman takes out all his savings and tells Wu to get whatever he wants. His big brother is treating today. Wu shyly worries about the cost but still picks up a spicy beef dish, his face filled with pure, blissful happiness. The two brothers enjoy the expensive beef dish together. Wu is ecstatic as he eats, since it's the first time he's ever had something so delicious. Ryuman then takes all his remaining money and gives it to Wuin, who is completely shocked. But before he could recover from one surprise, Min was already hitting him with another, was that they had all bought tickets with the exact same number. Min smirked arrogantly, declaring that every single one of those numbers would be the winning combination for today. Until 5 p.m. hits, you never know who's truly the richer one. Today, the 1049th lottery drawing was underway. W anxiously bit his nails, regretting the money he'd sunk into this gamble. But his regret turned to shock, as the numbers being drawn were the exact ones his older brother had picked. With tears welling up in his eyes, W prayed this wasn't just a dream. His brother cheerfully confirmed that it was all real. W, on the other hand, was jumping for joy after winning the grand prize. Ryuman had been ecstatic the first few times, but after winning so often, it was starting to feel normal. Now, what Ryuman wanted more than anything was to make a ton of money. This was because, in the future, over 900 million people would die, leading to a massive economic recession. Rare items from the game would also be sold at incredibly high prices. He felt that his current lottery winnings were enough to shake the entire world. Ryuman then got dressed and headed to Nongyup Bank. When an employee realized he was the person who'd won with 115 winning tickets from the Jeonhui branch, they immediately called the bank's president down to greet him. After all, he was nothing short of a VIP now. I mean, if you had a few billion in your bank account like him, life would suddenly get a whole lot more carefree, wouldn't it? The bank president came down, greeted him cheerfully, and led Ryuman to the VIP room. Once inside, he handed the winning tickets to a female employee for verification. The total prize money Min would receive was 22.5 billion, which, after taxes, came out to about 15 billion. He signed the papers to get the money quickly so he could go home and invest in Bitcoin, knowing it was about to surge by 500% next month. After that, he planned to find a new place to live. He then dropped some hot news on his younger brother. He'd just invested 1 billion into Bitcoin, leaving the poor guy utterly speechless at his brother's audacity. But money was starting to feel trivial, because Min was once again dreaming of numbers that could help him win the lottery. Hearing this, W begged his brother to remember them very carefully, but he just reassured him. He was completely confident, having done this countless times before, and told W to start packing his things. Because today, the two of them were moving into a penthouse, leaving this dump in the middle of nowhere behind. Elsewhere, Dong Min was testing his strength, and he felt incredibly lucky to possess an ancient language that doubled his power. He was still bitter about the way Ryuman had glared at him. So, he went to the boarding house to find him and make him pay. He banged on the door relentlessly, pressing his ear against it, ready to burst in at the slightest sound. The landlord heard the banging and came out to see what kind of bum was causing all the ruckus. After talking to the landlord, Dong Min learned that his errand boy had already moved somewhere else. When he asked for the new address, the landlord said he didn't know. This made him furious that Ryuman had left without telling him. Look at the way his veins bulge when he clenches his fist. So cute. Just adorable. Meanwhile, the Ryu brothers had arrived at a luxury apartment complex. Min had rented a 330 square meter unit with a view that completely embraced the countryside. The place was fully equipped with top-of-the-line appliances, so the price was also painfully steep, making W want to move somewhere else because it was burning through their money. But to Ryuman, you had to spend money to make money, and a higher price tag meant better security. This was because, on the first day of every month, the players would fall into a deep sleep, and this was when they were at their most vulnerable. Besides objective factors like natural disasters or earthquakes, there were also subjective ones, like being killed by assassins hired by other players. Even if you were a god in that other world, your soul would still be torn from your body if your physical form died in the real world. W was racked with anxiety, feeling useless for enjoying these luxuries while his brother had to be dragged into another world to fight next month. Ryuman patted his brother on the shoulder, telling him to stop overthinking, and invited him to go down to the second floor for some hot pot. Dongmin, meanwhile, was constantly harassing Ryumin, but he couldn't care less. He was determined to pay that debt back, with interest. A new day arrived. Early in the morning, W had already gotten everything ready and told his brother he was going to buy rice cakes to give to their new neighbors. Ryuman thought to himself, "That's my little brother, all right." And so the two of them went together to buy rice cakes and hand them out. The two brothers cheerfully spread joy and made friends with the aunts, uncles, and kids in the apartment complex. After a grueling morning, the brothers had finally greeted everyone. Now, there was just one home left, the owner of the penthouse, who had bought out both the 44th and 45th floors. Min guessed they might be a celebrity. He rang the doorbell, but when no one answered, they started to leave. Just then, the famous Korean actress of the moment, Erin, appeared behind them with her bodyguard. Seeing the huge celebrity right in front of him, W completely freaked out. Ryuman, however, remained cool and composed. To him, physical beauty was just superficial. The bodyguard immediately blocked them, assuming they were fans. When he learned they lived on the floor below, he spoke on Erin's behalf, stating that she doesn't eat sweets. He then opened the door for her to go inside. Ryuman found the guy not only arrogant, but also incredibly rude. He told his brother not to pay the guy any mind. And of course, he didn't. His mind was completely filled with the image of Erin and her captivating beauty. Ryuman was at a loss for words with Gen Z these days, always on TikTok, watching movies. Meanwhile, he was breaking his back to earn money and had no time to be crushing on some celebrity. Social media was now flooded with reports that many celebrities had already died. By now, only 50% of famous celebrities had survived. Erin's expression changed drastically as she read the news. Even actors more famous than her died after participating in that game. She only managed to get through the first round so easily, thanks to some good karma from her ancestors. Otherwise, she would have just been another headline. Everything she currently owned, including this penthouse, was provided by the company, so she felt incredibly lucky. Erin confided in her bodyguard, wondering how she would ever survive the next round. The bodyguard immediately comforted her, telling her not to worry because he was by her side. He told her to trust him and get some rest. At first, Erin thought the company sent the bodyguard to keep an eye on her, but after experiencing the game, she realized that, without him, she probably would have died in the first round. Irene remembered the rice cakes and really wanted to eat them. She was afraid the sellers would be sad, but her bodyguard thought they were just trying to profit off her. Because she's famous, they would constantly bother her. But looking at these two clueless guys, how could they possibly be trying to exploit her? She wondered how her neighbor, who was over 15, could go through the game and still be so cheerful and optimistic. The bodyguard sighed, thinking that killing 100 goblins was easy and only an idiot would lose. Erin thought to herself that it was because he had outstanding skills in the real world, but his level compared to Black Hook was still the difference between silver and challenger rank. Watching Black Hook in action, Erin actually felt more sorry for the goblins than for any human. To survive in this game, you need to know someone powerful, so Erin really wanted to get acquainted with Black Hook. Because when it comes to survival, you can't rely on luck forever. On Tuesday the 31st, Ryuman returned home and announced to his younger brother that he had just earned 15 billion gold. This was the fourth time Ryuman had won first prize by buying the answers. The chairman there always asked for his secret, and he would just give a simple answer. His ancestors came to him in a dream. The Bitcoin he invested in had also soared to 150 billion. World immediately got worried and wanted to cash out, afraid the price would drop. But for someone like Ryuman, who makes billions, a few hundred billion was nothing to him. The two brothers went out for pasta, went shopping, and bought snacks until late at night. As the day was about to end, World tightly gripped his brother's hand, begging him to survive and come back. Min flashed a bright smile. "Watch your big bro in action. You've seen me beat up street thugs, and you still don't trust me?" He ruffled his brother's hair and said, "Go to sleep, because when you open your eyes, I'll be awake too." Everyone returned to the game. By now, Black Hook was famous for ranking first in the region in the previous round. Seeing how everyone was whispering about him but didn't dare to approach, he knew his reputation had spread throughout the entire server. Another angel then appeared, causing the other players to panic, but she simply said that the previous angel had an accident, and now she would be taking over as the supervisor. She unfurled her golden wings, their brilliant aura shining down on everyone below. Then, she announced the mission for round 2. The main objective for round 2 is to choose a regional representative within 3 hours, and in this round, all players could pass without a single loss of life. The angel looked at the humans with their ecstatic faces. She raised a hand and explained that the regional representative could use their authority to command others. If they tell someone to crawl, that person must crawl. If they tell someone to die, that person will die. A privilege that sounds pretty damn sweet. 3 hours from now, all players in this region will receive their ballot. And on the ballot, they just need to write the name of the person they want to elect as the regional representative. It sounds incredibly easy, but that's really all there is to this mission. No need to overthink it, just treat it as a break. Everyone celebrated, overjoyed that they would live on thanks to this round's easy mission. The so-called angel also wished them luck before leaving. The people there immediately started having mixed reactions. Some were happy because the mission was a piece of cake, but a guy named Dong Min was pissed because he'd been farming monsters and hoarding items to get ready for a fight. But everything that was happening was exactly the same as in Black Hook's memories from his past regressions. So, while everyone else was busy gossiping, Black Hook quietly slipped into the forest because he knew full well that if there was a main quest, there was bound to be a sub-quest and a hidden quest for this second round, to level up and get a class. And to do that, he was going to grind to reach level 10 as fast as possible. A monster called a robin appeared in the forest. Without a word, he lunged forward and one-shotted it with his dagger. This was thanks to the effect of his Slayer title, which meant that for every target he killed, his stats would increase by 1%, stacking all the way up to 100%. The moment he killed one, the rest of them called in the entire Robin clan to welcome Black Hook. He smirked, then took them all down with his dagger. Only 30 minutes had passed, and Black Hook had already reached level 9. He dumped all his stat points straight into agility, because out of all the strategies in the world, running is the best one. No matter how strong you are, if you can't dodge a fatal blow, you're toast. Players have 4 stats: strength, intelligence, agility, and luck. Strength increases physical damage, stamina, and defense. Intelligence enhances magic damage, willpower, and perception. Agility increases attack speed, movement speed, and evasion rate. Luck boosts critical hit rate and high-tier item drop rates. Rewards. Every stat is important, especially for the Grim Reaper class. That's because this class uses both physical and magical damage. Balancing all the stats is the ideal way to go. While walking around looking for monsters, Hack Cow sensed that danger was always lurking. He immediately spun around, raising his knife in that direction, because he knew full well that someone was tracking his every move. Either show yourself, or don't make me get mad. You really don't want to see me when I'm mad. A girl stepped out from behind a tree. The moment he saw her, Hack Cow recognized her as the superstar, Celeb Aaron. Her bodyguard also appeared behind her and tried to de-escalate, saying they meant him no harm. Seeing this bodyguard, he immediately knew it was Ansang Chun, Mag's trusted right-hand man. Heavenly Demon was his nickname. Mag is the eldest son of the country's largest corporation, and he's also one of the targets Hack Cow is aiming for. His real goal was to recruit the priest associated with Mag within 20 days. Now he remembered that Ma Jian was rumored to be sponsoring a celebrity for business purposes, and this was how the future had changed in a way he hadn't wanted. Celeb Aaron began to explain that they had been watching Hack Cow's every move from the very beginning. She wanted to propose a partnership, knowing that he was the one who took first place on the server in the last round. Hack Cow just scoffed. 2 people of equal strength working together? Please. He coldly turned and walked away. He knew he was on a whole other level. If you want to go fast, you go alone. You only need a team if you want to drag your feet. As Hack Cow turned to leave, Celeb Aaron collapsed to the ground from the pressure of facing him. She desperately wanted to team up with the top player to ensure her own survival. Yeah, nice try. My hometown's full of people just as clever as you. Sang Chun knew from the start that since Hack Cow was so arrogant and self-centered, his ego would naturally be massive. But for the strong, a big ego is their privilege. Seeing that Hack Cow was busy farming XP, the 2 of them also went off to find monsters to level up. The goblins in the forest, once the hunters, had now become the hunted when they ran into Hack Cow. 5 normals also appeared, making Hack Cow look thrilled and feel incredibly lucky. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did I strike a chord? All of them were wiped out in a single slash. He had now reached level 10, and he had met the requirements to undergo a class advancement and change his form. The subquest for round 2 was to advance your class before the voting period, obtain the advancement item and receive a class if successful, and get a 50% discount coupon for daily items. Anyone seeing the subquest for the first time would be confused, bewildered, and astonished, with a foolish grin on their face. Everyone knew getting a class was a good thing, but the problem was, nobody knew how the hell to get the advancement item. Advancement items could usually only be obtained by fulfilling special conditions. Warriors needed to raise their strength stat to at least level 10 and kill 30 monsters during that time to receive the advancement item. Berserkers also had to go on a bloody hunt within the time limit. Assassins needed to successfully assassinate monsters multiple times. In other words, each person needed to complete activities related to their class to get the advancement item. Back in his newbie days, Hack Cow had struggled, sweating blood and tears to complete the Hunter class quest. But ever since he got the Grim Reaper class, he was on a whole new level, no longer held back by the insecurities of his past regressions. He started to use the item he got from killing that angel in the previous round, then used it to proceed with his class change to Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper's ancient language effect. When used during the day, weapon attack power is doubled. When used at night, attack speed increases by 50%. When resting at night, the chance of being detected by enemies is greatly reduced. A brilliant aura, like that of countless enlightened beings, began to envelop Hack Caw's entire body. The reward for completion was the Death Scythe weapon. His rank also increased from beginner to apprentice, and this rank was also an important factor that distinguished the VIP pro players in here. Players were divided into 6 ranks: Grandmaster, Master, Expert, Normal, Apprentice, and at the bottom of society, Beginner. Just like in PC games, when you level up, the rewards increase, and you get new skills. He then received the new skill, Mark of Death, effect. Creates a mark that only the target and the caster can see. The target will take 100% additional damage each time the caster attacks them. The effect only works on a single target. Plus, he could now equip the Death Scythe, a seriously wicked piece of gear. Since he was the first person on the server to advance, he was given a bag of gold, and also learned a new skill, Neutral Tracking. For the price of 20,000 gold, it had the ability to detect the location of a desired target. However, the profile and name had to match perfectly for it to work. Of course, he immediately tracked Huang Yongmin, the guy who looked for any excuse to cause trouble for him. The target was 190 meters away from Hack Cow, so he was curious what the hell that guy was trying to pull in here. Celeb Erin and her bodyguard were covered in wounds and scrambling to escape because they were being ganged up on by Yongmin's group. He immediately had negative thoughts, believing Erin was holding him back. Otherwise, he would have been long gone. Yongmin's whole crew was arrogant because they had overwhelming numbers. What they wanted was simple: hand over the young idol, Erin, to them. Hearing those words, the bastard bodyguard's face darkened as he thought, damn it, if you'd said this from the start, I would have just left her behind. Because he had no intention of dying just for this pretty girl. Everything he did was for the mission he was assigned. If he couldn't protect Erin, director Ma Jong-rock would be extremely disappointed in him. Yongmin put on a cringy, tough guy face, itching for a fight. The bodyguard could only resort to threatening them with the law, but who would be a witness to a murder in here? And even if there was a witness, their faces and names probably didn't even match their real-world identities. Just as he was wondering how to fight with his battered body, Hack Cow suddenly appeared, observing from the side. Hack Cow asked what the two of them were doing here. Yongmin tried to butt in, but Hack Cow told him to shut his trap. The bodyguard shouted that they were hunting Erin, and if he acted like a hero, this favor would definitely be repaid. Hack Cow asked for confirmation if what he said was true. Yongmin just kept up his arrogant act. They say when the tiger doesn't roar, the dogs think they rule the forest. A brilliant red aura enveloped Hack Cow, and the Reaper's scythe materialized in his hand, and he declared that if anyone touched them, they'd have to go through him. He'd take on all comers to make sure they wouldn't get hurt. And just when you thought you'd seen it all, today I'm going to show you punks what a real festival looks like. He knew full well that helping them would be beneficial for his future relationship, as Jong-rock would get a good impression of him. Coming from one of the country's largest corporations, the reward would surely be immense, and he would be handsomely repaid. Besides, he couldn't stand these upstart punks in front of him anyway. Ryumin and his cronies started getting scared, but still threatened that if he took another step, they'd run him through. But in this situation, did it really look like they could? Despite his words, he knew his own limits, having witnessed Hakkao single-handedly tear a horde of goblins to shreds in the blink of an eye. To make matters worse, he was also the server's #1 ranker last time. Hakkao lowered his scythe, crossed his arms, and said that if they knelt and begged for their lives, he might reconsider. Ryumin felt utterly humiliated in front of his crew, and especially in front of a pretty girl. The humiliation reminded him of that time in the real world when he smashed a wall with his bare hands. If he was lucky, he even thought he could take down Hakkao with a single punch. A nice little fantasy, but unfortunately for him, he's no Saitama. He sneered, then cracked his knuckles and rolled his shoulders, putting on a whole show as he hunched forward, playing out the scenario of landing a devastating punch right in Hakkao's face. Hakkao then put away his weapon, feeling it would be a bit unfair for one side to use fists while the other used a weapon. Winning like that would just be boring. These words only made Ryumin even more furious. As soon as he finished speaking, Hakkao lunged forward. Ryumin had been waiting for this moment and threw a straight punch. But who would have thought? Hakkao easily dodged the attack and delivered a thunderous kick straight to his gut, sending him flying 7,749 miles. Lying collapsed on the ground. His mouth was still running wild with curses, so Hakkao walked over and kicked him square in the face. Then he grabbed his shirt and unleashed a barrage of excruciating blows right to his face. It felt less like being punched and more like being hammered like a nail. Hakkao's final, thunderous punch finally knocked him out cold. One of his cronies from behind drew his bow for a sneak attack, but he dodged it. Using his lightning-fast steps, he closed the distance instantly, then used his scythe to chop off the arm that dared to shoot at him. Seeing this, the other two still didn't get the message. The bald one mindlessly charged straight ahead. Feeling this guy didn't know his place, Hakkao marked him with a deathly aura, then swung his scythe in a clean arc, slicing off the bald guy's leg. The last one's face turned pale as a ghost, but Hakkao, still, showed no mercy, because he dared to brandish a weapon in front of him. Just like that, one of his arms fell to the ground. All it would take now was a single killing blow. But Hakkao didn't want to do that. He wanted to make them so scared they would never dare come near him again. But this guy, covered in wounds, was still running his mouth. Hakkao brandished the scythe that had already made them tremble in fear. Ryumin was peeking out from behind a big tree, but trying to hide from him was completely useless. No exceptions were the two words he had for Ryumin before chopping off his arm. He hoped these wicked brats would stop crying like children, because what they were going through was nothing compared to how they used to abuse him in the real world. Now, the one who was hurting others. Just as that memory flashed by, he swung his scythe again, severing his remaining arm. The bodyguard felt a chill run down his spine, watching this scene. Hakkao could mercilessly cut off both arms of an enemy who had lost all will to fight. To some, it was truly cruel, but he actually admired people with such a cold-headed demeanor. He committed the name Hakkao to memory, the one who dared, even going against the guildmaster. After it was over, Black Hook also checked on his two dear friends and told them not to worry about those street thugs anymore, because as everyone saw, they were all crippled now, and what they needed to do was go back and vote. Erin S. and her bodyguard bowed their heads, thanking Black Hook for saving their lives. And yet, Erin S. was worried that those scumbags might actually die. But to him, it was nothing to worry about, because they were no better than animals. He looked at her and felt she was far too soft. He figured that because she had to maintain her celebrity image, she wanted to act like some kind of saint. The bodyguard then wondered why Black Hook didn't just kill off all this societal scum. He then explained that the reason was simple. Killing them all wouldn't benefit him in any way, and because if the number of participants decreased, the chance of successfully clearing this game would also go down. Hearing Black Hook's explanation, the bodyguard found it completely logical and reasonable. He felt that Black Hook was truly something else, definitely not an ordinary person. As Black Hook left, the bodyguard wanted to repay him by transferring money in the real world, but he just replied that it wasn't necessary and walked away coolly. This left a deep impression on the bodyguard, and he was certain he needed to report this to the guildmaster immediately. Before leaving, he didn't forget to spit on the head of that scumbag Dongmin, then left with Erin. In the voting area, an internal conflict had broken out among the players. Everyone wanted to become the representative of this area. Some were even willing to fight each other for that position. Each and every person gave their own valid reasons for why they should be the area representative. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, causing them to fall silent and listen to him. He was the boy, Mint Chocolate. He did his best to explain the situation to everyone, and then made a proposal. Everyone listened to him obediently, but there's a reason for everything. The reason they listened to him like that was because he possessed the persuasive ancient language. Seeing that everyone had been captivated by his enchanting voice, this guy flashed a sinister smile. His smugness was due to the persuasive ancient language he had obtained from the first round. Just as Mint Chocolate's perfect script unfolded, his persuasive ancient language began to take effect. Flashing back to the first round, he had been quite disappointed when he got the persuasive ancient language from a random ancient language fragment. At that time, he was surrounded by monsters, so using his words to fight was meaningless. On top of that, the persuasive ancient language clearly had no effect on people with a higher level than him. But necessity is the mother of invention. He quickly found a trick to use this ancient language effectively by using his words to persuade people to help a girl being attacked by monsters, then rushing in to KS the monsters when they were about to be defeated. It was this wicked, unorthodox strategy that helped him pass the first round and get to this second one. It's true what they say. The wicked and petty often live a carefree life. Right now, if he was lucky enough to persuade everyone, there was a high chance he would become the region's representative. He began to use his verbal skills and play his manipulation game. He requested that everyone choose candidates, 5 people or fewer, to make the voting process as easy as possible. Almost everyone felt this was reasonable and began to nominate their own candidates. He grew more and more pleased as he saw things going smoothly. The first person to speak up nominated the boy, Mint Chocolate, seeing that he had a talent for organizing and calming people down. This made him very satisfied, thinking he had gained another fool to follow him. But just as he was gloating, someone raised their hand and nominated Black Hook. He found this situation acceptable, since the person who ranked first in the previous round was bound to be nominated. The third person nominated the player who ranked second in the previous round. That player's handle was documentary film. Next was Right Hand Black Dragon, who ranked third. Mint Chocolate decided to close the nominations at 4 people and suggested that each person give a speech before the vote. And of course, he volunteered to go first. Just as he was about to open his mouth, the young man with the handle documentary film appeared and insulted him, saying, "Why don't you cut the crap already? Did you really think everyone would obey a worthless punk like you who just spouts nonsense?" Mint Chocolate was completely shocked, thinking he had been found out. He tried to use his manipulative language once more to check if his cover was blown, lecturing the young man as if he were some kind of guru. This caused the man to lose control and yell, "All of you, if you want to live, vote for me." Seeing the man's aggression, Mint Chocolate continued his preachy tone, advising him to stop embarrassing himself. The man was silent for a moment, saying nothing. But unexpectedly, he swung his hand, and in a flash, before Mint Chocolate could even react, he was sent to an early grave before he could sell any chocolate. As a wise man once said, a big mouth is always what gets you in trouble. Everyone who witnessed the scene panicked. When the young man who had been standing right in front of them was suddenly logged out, the community of players began to curse at the killer. But he paid them no mind and ruthlessly charged forward, skewering anyone who dared to run their mouth. To him, this feeling was amazing. No police, no reports, no cameras. He could do whatever he wanted. He killed people indiscriminately. He pointed his hand at the survivors, threatening that if they didn't vote for him, they'd end up just like the others. Witnessing this horrific scene, everyone trembled in fear. His next target was Hack Cow. By eliminating him, he could officially become number 1. Meanwhile, after annihilating over 200 monsters in more than 2 hours, Hack Cow had only stalled at level 16. The fact that his level hadn't increased much after fighting for so long proved that the higher he got, the slower his progress would be. On the bright side, monster hunting was now much easier since he possessed the ancient language of death and the ancient language of the butcher. One doubled his damage and the other doubled his stats. Now, it was time for him to leave, as the voting period had begun. All players were summoned to the starting point. The players who hadn't been present earlier were horrified by the scene before them when they were summoned. Aaron and Song Chun were both terrified. They fearfully wondered what on earth was happening. While everyone around was still making wild guesses, Hak Kao stood to one side, thinking to himself that it seemed Deng Shich was behind this again. He was the leader of a notorious gang in South Korea and the second strongest warrior in his district. And to make matters worse, the guy's personality was absolute trash. Hak Kao figured he had to defuse that bomb before it went off, but the time wasn't right just yet. While Hakha was lost in thought, Dungshich's voice cut in. He contemptuously asked where he'd been, claiming he'd been waiting for a long time. Hearing this, Hakha annoyedly asked what that little punk really wanted. As if he'd been waiting for the question, he got straight to the point, demanding that Hakha serve under him. Hearing this made Hakha frown. In contrast, the guy just maintained his hostile attitude, twirling the blade in his hand. He said that if Hakha complied, he would be spared, but Hakha was never one to back down from a fight. He asked if he wanted to start throwing hands right now, then ordered him to get on his knees and beg. If he did that, he'd be forgiven. Feeling his pride trampled and humiliated, Dungshich angrily threatened that if he became the regional representative, he would definitely not spare him. Before the bastard could finish his tirade, Hakha cut him off. He used his ability to summon a scythe from thin air, not forgetting to taunt him with a sarcastic tone. The moment Dungshich saw Hakhao's weapon, he felt a jolt of fear, realizing he had picked a fight with the wrong person. Faced with Hakhao's challenge, he tried to save face, retorting that a gang leader like him would never kneel before anyone. Not only that, but he stubbornly issued a challenge. Looking at the increasingly agitated Dungshich, Hakhao thought that if he revealed his power and got elected, things would get complicated. Instead, he would let that guy become the representative and use him in the third round. Besides, it was also about time for the angel to appear. Just as he had predicted, the angel appeared before everyone. Hakao coldly told him he got lucky and warned him to check a person's info next time he wanted to challenge someone. Otherwise, you might bite off more than you can chew. Although he was terrified deep down, he tried to put on a brave face. He swore to himself that he would make Hakao pay 100 times over if he became the representative. Back to the angel. At this point, she began to speak, asking everyone about choosing a representative and announcing that the vote was about to begin. She couldn't care less about whether they lived or died. At that very moment, the system screen appeared. The official vote began. Each person had only one vote. Players had to look toward the person they wanted to choose. The representative would be the one with the most votes. Players who failed to vote within 5 minutes would be eliminated from the round and disappear. At this point, everyone's eyes turned towards Dungshich. He was ecstatic, and the moment he noticed someone not looking at him, he immediately threatened them. Very quickly, the voting ended. He saw that he only had 2,412 votes. Meanwhile, Hakao was in second place, with a number of votes just shy of his own, making Dungshich indescribably furious. He'd acted like a complete madman, yet the vote margin was so small. The angel then spoke up, saying she would grant Dungshich the power of command to order everyone around. He had been waiting for this moment. He thought to himself that he would teach Hakka some manners for humiliating him. But after receiving this blessing, Dungshich discovered he could only use the power 10 times, and that these powers had no effect on A-rank players. While Dungshich was still reeling from this surprise, the angel announced another one. They also had a subquest, to advance to A rank and find a level-up item. She said that the quest window was set to appear that way on stage 10, but it seemed that none of them had noticed. At that moment, one of the players spoke up, asking how they were supposed to level up if there were no monsters. The angel's expression changed for a moment, but she then calmly opened the system. She said, in total, only 80,000 people managed to advance to A rank in this round. Not only that, an announcement declared that Hak Gui was the first to successfully rank up. On top of that, it hinted that Hak Gui was a Grim Reaper. Realizing Hak Gui was the Grim Reaper, the players present began to buzz with chatter. That pathetic gangster boss was seething with jealousy, wondering to himself how the hell he managed a class change at a time like this. Just moments ago, he was about to use his command authority to order our protagonist to attack him. Back to the angel. She announced that in round 2, rankings were rewarded based on the order of side quest completion, and that person was none other than Ryuman, with the username Hak Gui. Looking at the stats screen, she was shocked that Hak Gui wasn't just number 1 in the current region, but number 1 on the entire server. Impressed by Hak Gui's abilities, she couldn't stop marveling at his Grim Reaper class, thinking that the nickname Hak Gui was a perfect fit for his power. She motioned for him to explain the nickname, even suspecting that he knew in advance that he would receive this overpowered Grim Reaper class. Faced with the angel's questioning, Hak Gui remained ice-cold and calmly denied it. He claimed that becoming the Grim Reaper was his destiny. He smirked inwardly, because not even the angels knew how to obtain the Grim Reaper class. All they knew was that it was a special class. The angel found his clever answer amusing. To think someone in this region actually had a class change. Because of that, Hak Gui was the only one on this server unaffected by the command authority. After hearing the angel's explanation, the other players were completely baffled. So, she cheerfully explained that the command authority doesn't apply to those who have a class. Therefore, a representative cannot command someone with a class, and besides, they only get 10 chances to use the command authority. This means being a regional representative doesn't grant you unlimited power. Every single word from the angel felt like a dagger twisting inside Dong-sik, making him extremely uncomfortable. Humiliated, he wondered why she would reveal all that to everyone else. The angel then happily gave Hak-gui his reward. After hesitating for a moment between several sets of armor, he finally chose the professional hunter's leather armor. Then, he quickly chose the triple experience points reward to face the monsters in the third round. Right at that moment, the angel announced that round 3 had begun. The system screen appeared, announcing that the players' souls would soon be transferred to their bodies in the real world. Back in reality, a terrified Dongmin jolted up in bed, staring at his arm, which was still intact. He swore he would never mess with Hak-gui again. Meanwhile, Erin was facing Sang-chun, expressing her gratitude. But he quickly waved it off, saying there was no need since he was her manager and bodyguard, so it was his duty to protect her. Erin was delighted to hear that. She even asked him how she could meet and thank Hak-gui, but since he didn't want his identity revealed, there was no way. Hearing this, Sang-chun suggested that Erin give Hak-gui an item as a gift in the next round. She absolutely loved the idea. After they agreed, Sang-chun excused himself and left. Just then, he received a call from Chairman Ma. He congratulated him on successfully changing his class to Shadow Knight. He also reported that he and Erin only reached level 8 and were injured. On top of that, Sang-chun had something important to discuss and wanted to meet Chairman Ma at the hotel right away. But little did he know that their entire secret conversation was being monitored by Ryuman. 10 minutes earlier, Ryuman had returned to the real world and immediately started investigating the bodyguard, Sang-chun. He decided to tail him after guessing that he might be heading to Ma Gyeonlok's place. Meanwhile, high up in his building, Ma Gyeonlok couldn't stop thinking about Ryumin. He figured the kid must have picked a fight with his subordinate, and he definitely wasn't going to let it slide. I don't care if you're number 1 or whatever. You can mess with me, but don't you dare touch my people. Sang-chun's voice from the doorway interrupted Ma Gyeonlok's train of thought. The two happily exchanged a few greetings. Sang-chun then sincerely expressed his thanks to Gyeonlok. Hearing this, Gyeonlok told him there was no need to thank him, since he couldn't really do anything for the kid, especially since they weren't even in the same region. Sang-chun respectfully bowed his head and replied politely, "Just seeing you show up was enough to fire me up." After hearing that answer, Gyeonlok thought the guy was laying it on way too thick. Man, what a suck-up. Sang-chun quickly sat down in the opposite chair and congratulated Gyeonlok for surviving. Hearing this, Gyeonlok just scoffed, saying the second round they participated in was like a game of stealing candy. He also humbly claimed that his successful rank-up was purely due to luck. Responding to Gyeonlok, Sang-chun argued that luck is a skill in itself, and that ranking 2nd and 3rd across all regions was no easy feat. On top of that, Sang-chun continued to flatter him, claiming his greatest honor was serving him. Faced with Sang-chun's flattery, Gyeonlok quickly realized the kid wanted to ask him for something. He stared intently at Sang-chun, his expression practically saying, "Spit it out, kid, I know you too well." Realizing he'd been found out, Sang-chun shyly asked Gyeonlok where he had hidden the upgrade item. Hearing this, he instantly put on a cold expression and replied that the item dropped while he was monster hunting. But inwardly, he was laughing. The truth was, he got the item thanks to the Dark Knight ancient text fragment he possessed. Turns out, he got incredibly lucky in round 1, since his random ancient text was basically a cheat item. That's because it allows him to change his class upon reaching level 10. Still, as far as Gyeonlok was concerned, even a subordinate he trusted like family couldn't be told this unholy secret. After all, human nature is fickle. With that thought, Gyeonlok immediately changed the subject. He asked if the wounds on Sang-chun's body were caused by Hak-ko. Hearing this, Sang-chun immediately denied it, adding that Hak-ko was the very person who had saved him. Gyeonlok, now incredibly curious, asked his subordinate to recount the entire event. After a moment, he finally understood. Sang-chun explained that if Hak-ko hadn't shown up in time, he and Erin would have been killed. He figured Erin had a high chance of survival, but the incident would have left her with such deep psychological trauma that she'd be unable to continue her career in the entertainment industry. Gyeonlok didn't press for more details, vaguely asking Sang-chun about the condition of those thugs. Sang-chun knew they had been thoroughly beaten to a pulp by Hak-ko, but not actually killed. That was because if the total number of participants dropped, the number of survivors who could pass the round would also decrease. After a moment of silence, Gyeonlok considered rewarding Hak-ko, but ultimately decided against it, since the guy hadn't revealed his identity. Left with no other choice, he could only ask Sang-chun to thank Ryuman for him during the next round. Following that, Gyeonlok's eyes turned pensive and filled with killing intent as he asked Sang-chun for the nicknames of those bastards. On the other side of things, Ryuman was hiding behind a tree, watching Sang-chun's every move and constantly marveling at the man's loyalty. Having confirmed Sang-chun's destination, he quickly headed back. He thought to himself that he owed his little brother a thank you. It was thanks to his brother's clueless idea of bringing rice cakes to greet the neighbors that he'd run into Erin and discovered her connection to Sang-chun. Ryuman figured he just needed to use the neighbor excuse as leverage to easily win Gyeonlok's trust, but he still needed to carefully consider whether or not to bring him along for round 20. Because Gyeonlok's Dark Knight ancient text was so incredible it was practically a cheat. However, nothing is perfect. It also came with unpredictable disadvantages, like having no level-up reward text and being forced to become a Dark Knight. But the biggest drawback of all was that in order to use the Dark Aura, a special Dark Knight power, he had to accumulate a separate type of mana called Dark Mana. And this Dark Mana couldn't be obtained through normal means. In a way, this skill was a perfect fit for someone with twisted hobbies. Just like Gyeonlok, Ryuman thought with a sense of dread that teaming up with a creep like that would also be incredibly dangerous. For now, he'd just consider him a raw gem. How he'd use him later, well, he'd leave that up to fate. Ryuman figured that besides Gyeonlok, there were plenty of other talented people out there, and he would begin his quest to find companions to conquer this virtual world. As day broke, the scene shifted. Inside a shop, a man was stressing out over his sales when a young woman suddenly appeared at the door. It turned out that lottery ticket sales had come to a complete halt, while rent and labor costs were only going up. They were at a point where they simply couldn't manage. Seeing her father's distress, the girl smiled and told him she was about to graduate. She would definitely help out by finding a part-time job to bring in more money. But he quickly shut her down. He urged her to focus on her studies and pursue her dream of becoming a doctor, but she immediately argued back. Right now, passing the next round was the most important thing. She reassured her father that she had already survived round 2. She even got a class with a blessing skill that could boost the vitality and physical stats of ordinary people. While the two were happily chatting, Ryuman suddenly appeared. Ryuman stepped into the convenience store, and the owner was completely shocked to see him. He was the winner who had picked the same number for 100 lottery tickets. Ryuman walked up and greeted the owner. He asked the owner, "Do you remember me? I'm the one who bought 100,000 gold worth of lottery tickets here." The owner was completely baffled, wondering why on earth he was there. Ryuman bowed his head and offered a sincere apology. He explained that he'd seen the news. Because he had won the grand prize so many times in a row, the store was no longer allowed to sell lottery tickets. He was sorry for unintentionally causing them to lose business. The owner politely told him not to worry, saying it wasn't his fault and that he wouldn't starve just because he couldn't sell tickets anymore. Still, Ryuman felt guilty for the impact he'd caused to the store, so he wanted to compensate him. The amount wasn't huge, mainly a small token of his sincerity, a casual 10 million. The owner and his daughter were stunned and told him he didn't have to do that, urging him to take it back. But Ryuman insisted the owner take it, saying he was in a hurry. Seeing this, the daughter grabbed the money and said she would run after him to return it. When he saw her running towards him, Ryuman asked who she was. She told him her name was Min Julie, his classmate. She was completely surprised that he didn't know they were in the same class. He apologized, saying he wasn't very good at remembering faces, but that was a lie. He knew she had a special class, a buffer who provided support effects for her teammates. Last time, fate brought them together during that regression. She had helped him a lot, and now, he was creating his own destiny. He used the pretext of a chance encounter with Julie to bring her over to his side. Julie suggested they go somewhere to talk. Ryuman quickly nodded in agreement. Julie tried to return the money. She said they couldn't possibly accept such a large sum and told him to take it back. Ryuman seemed to know everything. Of course they wouldn't take it. She was the upright type who hated being in debt, no matter how difficult things got. Julie urged Ryuman to take the money back, saying her hand was starting to hurt from holding it, but Ryuman absolutely refused to accept it. He said he wanted to compensate them because he felt guilty, and doing this was the only way to clear his conscience. No matter how large the amount was, he wanted her to take it. Otherwise, he'd feel guilty, and it would weigh on his mind constantly. But Julie argued that accepting it would be a huge burden for her. To him, however, that amount was nothing, just some spare change. After saying that, he turned to leave, leaving her with lingering feelings. Unable to persuade him, Julie told him that 10 million won was really too much. She would only take 1 million. That would be enough. Ryuman told her she should ask the store owner first, but the store owner was her father. She was completely shocked to learn that the person who won first prize in the lottery was her classmate. She wondered if he really didn't know they were classmates. She had recognized him the moment he walked into the convenience store. Of course, Ryuman knew exactly who she was, but he just said he wasn't good with faces. Besides, this was the first time they had ever spoken to each other. He felt a little guilty for pretending not to know her, but he had to do it to make her interested in him. For a single guy, his flirting game was top tier. Julie stood up, introduced herself once more, and pointed at her face, asking if he remembered her now. Ryuman cheerfully replied that he would remember now. Julie, on the other hand, was heartbroken after being slapped by reality. She thought she was a beauty, yet she had to introduce herself to a classmate. Well, at least they'd had a fateful encounter and gotten to know each other. And since they were about to graduate, Ryuman figured they wouldn't keep in touch anyway, so while they were at it, he asked for her phone number. Julie took Ryuman's phone and entered her number. Before leaving, he said some rather suggestive words. Meeting like this must be fate, so they should keep in touch from now on. He didn't take the envelope and just left. Julie was incredibly flustered that he'd asked for her number, and her heart was pounding. Even though she knew he probably just saw her as a friend, she thought she might really like Ryuman. They had first met by chance when she saw a group of people beating him up. Seeing the injustice, she immediately called the police. She then followed him to make sure he got home safely. But when she saw him go to his part-time job as if nothing had happened, she realized he was much stronger than he looked. Despite being covered in injuries, he was still cheerful while working and interacting with others. From that point on, she became interested in Ryuman, but never had the courage to talk to him. After that, her feelings for Ryuman grew much stronger. She didn't even dare to approach him, so she never imagined they would meet in a situation like this. She felt this was a God-given opportunity, so she couldn't just pretend not to know Ryuman while holding 10 million won in her hand. She wondered if she should invite Ryuman out for a proper meal while the iron was hot. Ryuman was sitting on his bed, tapping on his phone, when he got a text. It was from Julie, wanting to treat him to a meal. Everything was going according to the beautiful script he had written. Just as he predicted, she felt indebted to him, and now she was suddenly asking him out to lunch. He couldn't help but smile. If he could befriend her naturally, it would be much easier to make her his ally. He got out of bed, deciding he would help Julie and get her to round 20 with him. Rio was sitting on the couch watching TV when he saw his brother, all dressed up and heading out. He asked if he was going out with his girlfriend. Ryuman calmly replied, "A handsome, rich guy like me isn't allowed to meet a few girls," and reminded his little brother not to skip his meals at home, because he would be eating out. As the door closed, Rio had an existential crisis, since his brother usually did nothing but bury his head in games. Could it be that he was really going on a date? At a steakhouse, Ryuman sat across from Julie, eating and chatting cheerfully. She blushed shyly. She never expected to be eating alone with him, and felt like it was such a lucky day. The two ate to the sound of soft music without saying anything else, and the atmosphere gradually became awkward. "I should probably say something." Julie asked him how he kept winning the lottery, a whopping 4 times in a row. And as always, Ryuman just said his ancestors were blessing him in his dreams, giving a forced laugh. The money he'd won from the lottery was enough to set him up for the rest of his life. At this point, there was probably nothing he couldn't afford to buy. His only real concern was staying alive. Their conversation shifted to the first ordeal, where they had to kill goblins. His zone ID ended in a 5, while hers ended in a 7. So, they wouldn't be able to meet. Hearing her express her disappointment about not seeing him in that world, Ryuman smiled to himself. She doesn't need to be disappointed, because they will meet eventually. Later on, the zones will start merging as the number of survivors dwindles. Julie had already reached level 10 in her buffer class, meaning she could apply enhancement effects to her allies. Ryuman was relieved. She was a buffer this time too. She then activated her power. An effect called Blessing enhanced all of a target's stats. She channeled that energy into him, and just like that, all his stats increased by 50% for a limited time of 3 hours. He was impressed, thinking that if she reached her max level, the stat increase would be a full 100%. It was a good thing she buffed him right away, as that was the main purpose of this meal. The reward he received from his last class advancement was a random gold pouch, and its contents could be influenced by the luck stat. So, the higher his luck stat, the more gold he would receive. Julie told him to just ask any time he needed a blessing. She said using the skill didn't cost her any energy at all. In fact, this meal was her way of thanking him. She thanked him for the 10 million and promised to pay it back soon. But seeing as Ryuman didn't seem to need money, she took out an item and gave it to him instead. It was some kind of purple-colored stone. After the meal, they said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. On his way back, He opened his inventory to check the gift Julie had given him. It was a low-grade purple magic crystal. It contained a refined mana that could be used to socket into items to increase their stats. He couldn't believe she'd given him this. Just looking at the description, it was hard to tell its true value. But once you reach level 20, you realize just how rare this item is. The Combine feature unlocks when a player hits level 20. Using it, Ryuman could combine a weapon with a magic crystal and could even choose upgrade options. These magic crystals came in a total of 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and indigo. Red was for damage, orange for strength, and yellow for luck. Green enhanced agility, blue enhanced intelligence, and indigo helped reduce incoming damage. And the purple magic crystal was the rarest of them all. It had an extremely low drop rate, and it enhanced all stats. Ryuman suddenly remembered he had to open the gold pouch before the time limit on his buff ran out. But before that, he needed to boost his stats with the Butcher's Ancient Language by becoming the Lord of Insect Destruction and wiping out 100 mealworms. For every target he killed, his stats would increase by 1%, and this even applied to insects, as long as they were living creatures. The fateful moment arrived. He summoned all the luck he was born with and opened the gold pouch. Up until now, with his normal luck, he'd usually get around 3,000 to 6,000 gold. He wondered how much he'd get this time. Ryuman was stunned by the amount he received: 9,999 gold. He had hit the absolute maximum. Getting that blessing was totally worth it. His total gold now stood at 16,249, which was enough to buy an epic grade item. But the item he wanted wouldn't be available for another 2 weeks, so he just had to hold on to his gold for now. As soon as he got home, his younger brother Ryuman ran up to him. He asked how his date went, and if he'd sealed the deal, thinking his brother had been out with a girlfriend. But Ryuman just ignored him, telling his chatterbox brother he was giving him a headache. When he told Ryuman to order something nice to eat, his brother replied that he had no idea how much he'd been craving black bean noodles. Just 10 months ago, the two of them were in a tough spot. But now, his investment portfolio had grown to $150 million. Just like last time, it was likely to plummet in 2 weeks. Before that happened, he needed to get a driver's license. In the theory test room for his driver's license, Ryuman let out a bored sigh. He had lost count of how many times he'd taken this test. Might as well get it over with and get out of here. He quickly finished the test and stood up to leave. The proctor was surprised. Only a short time had passed, yet this handsome young man had already scored 95 points. The result was a foregone conclusion. It only took him 4 days to get his license. After all, he had plenty of experience. Wait, how many years had it been? How old was he supposed to be? Anyway, after getting his license, he immediately bought a supercar, and it didn't take him long to choose one. He'd driven this same model the last few times. After all, just like that, 2 weeks passed. It was now time for him to part with his investment money. Seeing him sitting there with a savage grin on his face, Ryuman came over to ask what was up, only to find out he had just sold off all his virtual investments. The amount he sold it for was now $300 million. His entire lottery winnings were only $60 million, yet he'd turned that into $300 million. Ryuman felt. He was happy because his brother wasn't investing in crypto anymore, but his brother immediately threw cold water on him, saying he would invest in stocks instead. The younger brother was worried because his older brother knew nothing about the stock market. But Ryuman's only justification was, "Your big bro saw it in a dream. The ancestors must be watching over him." Ryuman looked at his adorable younger brother. His worry was understandable, but he already knew the future. The company he was going to invest in was ranked 85th, worth about $900 million. The Heavenly Demon Consulting Firm. This was John Logg's company. Although it wasn't very famous yet, after the 4th round, it would release a special system and grow at a shocking rate. If he could own a lot of shares and gain operational control, he could influence the company as a major shareholder and make a tidy profit. First, he would invest $280 million and secure 31% ownership. As soon as Ryuman confirmed the investment, he heard Rio World's prayer in his ear. Please, let his dream come true. Clearly, his little brother was still doubting his life choices. That night, Ryuman went to the shop to buy the equipment he needed. All the gold he had saved was for this very day. As long as you had gold, you could buy common items and skills. It couldn't be more convenient. And just because they were common grade didn't mean you couldn't buy rare and epic materials. What he needed to buy today was the Dry Bone Necklace, an item that increases intelligence and attack speed. And for what it did, it was quite cheap. He bought the item with a 50% discount coupon he'd gotten for completing a level up quest, so the cost was just a drop in the bucket. After buying it, he still had a lot of gold left. At first, he planned to buy a common set of equipment with the remaining gold, but if he just saved up another 6,000 gold, he could buy an additional common skill. A common skill was still better than common equipment. He needed to quickly earn another 6,000 gold. Luckily, the upcoming third round was full of monsters. And so, after a long wait, that day finally arrived. For the third round, the players were teleported to a village. The place was extremely remote. Everyone nervously looked around. The area was surrounded by a high, thick, and sturdy wall. In the middle of the village stood a massive, sparkling crystal. Looking at the scene, it seemed everyone was extremely worried. The only one unfazed was Dung Shish, who some said was a gang boss. He even used his sword to threaten everyone into voting for him. Hack Cow should have been the representative, not a murderer like him. Another guy standing nearby heard this and warned him not to say such things. Dung Shish might hear him. He might hold the power right now, but playing God doesn't last forever. He overheard the scattered whispers and told everyone to shut their mouths. He knew this was bound to happen and could only wish that damn angel had kept her mouth shut. Ryumin stepped out from the crowd, bowed politely, and shouted, "Hello, sir." He knew this man was Dung Shish, the boss of the Dung Shish gang, and a true gangster. Dung Shish was surprised and asked the kid if he was one of his underlings. The boy could only reply, "Not yet." He explained that he just dreamed of being a gangster. Hearing this, Dung Shish thought, "Are you crazy?" Ryumin said he was his role model and that he desperately wanted to join the Dung Shish gang. Then he knelt, saying he would dedicate his life to following him, and begged to be accepted. Dung Shish let out a scornful laugh. He'd met countless psychos in his life, but this was the first time he'd met a kid with this much nerve. At that moment, he really liked this kid's spirit. He told him to get up, asking, "Are you blind? Don't you know my crew has fallen on hard times, and you still want to follow me?" Ryumin knew how to answer, ignoring the crowd's murmurs. "You are the man I respect. As long as you accept me, I don't care what others think." Dung Shish was delighted and laughed loudly, saying he would take responsibility and teach him. Seeing this, people started whispering back and forth, thinking Ryumin was crazy, while Ryuman, who saw the whole thing from the side, was overjoyed because this was truly a good thing. Suddenly, that angel appeared in a blinding holy light and announced, "We are short 90 people today." The status window clearly stated the main mission of this third round: protect the holy artifact for 3 hours. The total number of participants in the entire region was 856,302,000. Currently, no one in the region had completed it. The current number of participants is 4,900, with 0 completions. Everyone was shocked that this area was short on people, but the angel was lost in thought. Impossible for people to die when nothing was happening. It seemed that back in the real world, people had already started killing each other. She worried about how much more competitive things would get. Down below, the players were panicking when they saw the number of possible survivors had dropped to just 1,225. Everyone thought there must be a mistake. The angel just smiled and said, "It seems you're all worried because the number of people who can complete the mission has decreased. But you've all forgotten that in each round, only half of you are supposed to survive. However, since all of you survived the last round, it's only logical that this time, only 1/4 of the players will survive. In this third round, every 30 minutes, monsters from the army will appear before the castle gate and target the holy artifact. In the center of the village, there will be a total of 4 attack waves, and everyone must work together to protect the holy relic. Everyone will receive an additional reward if they can protect the relic for 3 hours, and of course, failure will result in a penalty. Rankings will be determined by the number of monsters killed. A guy named Dung Shish, hearing that all he had to do was kill monsters, looked incredibly pleased. Since he held the position of command, this round seemed like a piece of cake to him. The angel announced that Dung Shish had the right to command, but if he were killed by monsters, the position would become vacant. However, if he were killed by another player, that player would immediately become the new representative. She then announced that monsters would appear in 10 minutes, before vanishing. Dung Shish was furious when he heard this, realizing that everyone behind him was now targeting him, wanting to kill him to seize the representative position. Ryuman approached him, wanting to talk. He had an incredibly good deal to offer. "I will protect you from the other players," meaning, "I will be your personal bodyguard." Everyone was completely stunned to hear that the great Hack Cow would protect that bastard. That meant they would have to go up against the Great One himself. They didn't know what to do, as Hack Cow's influence was immense. Looking at everyone's reaction, the offer seemed incredibly tempting. but nothing free comes without a price. Dongshich asked what he wanted in return. Ryuman said that he would have to obey his every command. That was the condition. Hearing this, he knew Ryuman was ordering him to become his subordinate. He wondered aloud, asking Hak Kao what would make him offer such a deal. He pressed on. Obey your commands. But what kind of commands are we talking about? Ryuman said he couldn't say, and that Dongshich just had to obey him unconditionally. Dongshich gritted his teeth in anger. So you want me to follow you for the rest of my life? You think I'm some back-alley fool you can easily trick? But what happens if I refuse him? He worried. Hak Kao wouldn't just attack me for no reason, right? Ryuman urged him to make a decision quickly. Just as Ryuman predicted, he was certain to refuse. There was no way he would lower his pride like that. Everyone was shocked, not understanding why he'd do that. If he had agreed, he could have hunted at his leisure. It seemed this guy valued his honor more than his own life. Everything was unfolding exactly as it had in Ryuman's past life. What Ryuman needed to do now was draw a line. Since he refused, there was nothing more he could do. He then turned and left. Dongshich was furious. He was a top player, for crying out loud. Was he really supposed to accept that offer? Suddenly, an announcement declared that the first wave would begin soon. Everyone, prepare for the monsters that will appear intermittently, and protect your holy relic for the next 30 minutes. Regardless of how many monsters are dealt with, the second wave will begin. The time for Wave 1 officially starts now. Dongshich knew he couldn't fight alongside those who held a grudge against him. As for Ryuman, seeing him walk off somewhere, Dongshich followed to see what was happening. The status window displayed 9,800 monsters. Dongshich hastily fled. He had no idea why Hak Kao wasn't moving. Is he planning to fight alone? Is he confident he can kill hundreds all by himself? Looking down from above, he assumed Hak Kao would fight for a bit, then turn tail and run. Down below, a horde of goblins began their charge. Hak Kao used his abilities to wipe out wave after wave of goblins. Dongshich couldn't believe Hak Kao was this strong. He wondered if he could be that strong by level 16, but now wasn't the time to think about that. He needed to level up and get stronger, fast. The battle between players and monsters grew more intense. Everyone took turns holding back the monsters, preventing them from getting near the crystal. Dongshich went down and began to attack the monsters. Thanks to his ability, he could predict the monsters' movements. But suddenly, an arrow grazed past his face, injuring him. He swore he would tear that person to 100 pieces. A player started attacking him. He quickly lunged with his knife in that direction, then grabbed the arrow from before and threw it, hitting the person who had been sneak attacking him. For a moment, he thought that maybe he should have accepted Hak Kao's help. But a man's gotta be a man. Surely there had to be another solution to hunt in peace without being harassed by other players. Noticing the black dragon coiled on the right arm of the region's third-ranked player, he approached him and told him to protect him from now on. After dealing with the mob, the number of monsters Hak Kao had killed was 502. With the triple experience buff from the previous round and the Slayer effect boosting his stats upon killing monsters, all of Hak Kao's stats had reached 100%. Along with that, his gold had increased to nearly 20,000. After pondering the future for a moment, Hak Kao spun around and wiped out a mob of monsters that had been stalking him with a single swipe. The remaining mobs saw this and got spooked. The hunter had just become the hunted. The first attack wave was over. The players were given a short break, but nearly 1,000 people had already lost their lives. At this moment, Dongshich was still alive, just as Hak Kao had anticipated, and he was struggling while surrounded by other players. Their goal was to take him down and claim the title of representative. Someone lunged at him from behind with a knife, but Dongmin came to his aid. This left him utterly confused. But more importantly, he was growing weaker after the battle. In his condition, there was no way he would make it. The second wave of the attack had begun, and more monsters were being added to the fray. With his masterful skills, he easily sliced them in half, one by one. After grinding enough, he leveled up to 20, promoting from trainee to regular. Along with that, he unlocked the crafting function, allowing him to create unique items that other players couldn't buy from the shop. But it didn't stop there. The damage of his scythe, Tu Huai, was also boosted by up to 120%, and he learned the unique skill, Death Knight. Its effect creates dark energy within a 500-meter radius, forming an illusory night. The caster can deactivate the skill at will. Death Knight, combined with the ancient language of death, made Hak Kao even more unstoppable. When the horde of monsters approached, he immediately put his new move to the test. Activating Death Knight, the space around them was plunged into pitch-black darkness. Seizing this golden opportunity, he only needed a few swings of his scythe to claim a mountain of lives. The second wave was complete, He took the chance to buy the detection skill to find targets within a 30-meter radius. The third wave began immediately after, then the fourth and the fifth. With only 1 hour left, they just had to survive. The players all tried their best to get through, but the number of goblins was steadily increasing to 10,000. Just as he was preparing to eliminate them, Deng Shich was ambushed by a group of players aiming to steal his title of representative. He used his puppets to defend himself, but they couldn't hold out for long, so he had no choice but to run for his life. While fleeing, he ran into Hakko. Now backed into a corner, he desperately begged our hero to protect him, promising to obey Hakko's every word. But just as Ryuman had said before, life isn't that simple. An opportunity only comes once, and after refusing it, whether he lived or died had nothing to do with Hakko anymore. A man with no command authority wasn't worth keeping around. Deng Shich regretted not agreeing sooner, but now it was too late. He had to turn around and face the other players. Even if he died, he was determined to take a few of them down with him. Suddenly, Dongmin appeared, reigniting his hope. But before he could even celebrate, that bastard lunged forward and landed a direct blow on his representative icon. He collapsed onto the ground, and before he could even lift his head, Dongmin started mercilessly pounding his face. He punched him so many times that his face was beaten beyond recognition. He never expected that a seasoned gang leader like himself would one day be betrayed by this scumbag, Dongmin. It was fitting, though. This was the karma he was bound to face eventually, putting a final end to Deng Shich. The bastard Dongmin raised his foot and brought it down with immense force. And then, there was no after that. The system immediately announced that the regional representative, nicknamed Life is a Documentary, had been eliminated. His power would be transferred to the person who dealt the final blow. Dongmin just smirked smugly. Now, he had 10 uses of the command authority, and his primary target was Sei Aaron. After witnessing the new representative, this guy, Dongmin, betray the very person he was supposed to follow, the nearby players couldn't accept it. They rose up, intending to eliminate him, but at that exact moment, he ran to find Hakko and demand his protection. He also promised to obey any command our hero gave him. Easy enough, but on one condition. He had to get on his knees and beg for Hakko to accept. He hesitated, but having no other choice, he did as Hakko said. No one has ever been as humiliated as Dongmin. Hakko was already tired of this scene, but because the guy now held the command authority, he agreed. He stepped forward, pointed at the players chasing Dongmin, and gave them two choices. 1. Give up on the representative title and go hunt some small fry monsters. Or 2. Die by his scythe of death. They were stunned, but out of respect for Hakko's overwhelming power, they chose the first option to save their own skins. Dongmin, on the other hand, was astonished that Hakko could completely sway public opinion with just a few words. To him now, Hakko was the only person he could rely on. Our hero ordered Dongmin to use his command authority 10 times to destroy the artifact. The guy was clearly displeased, because if he used up all 10 commands, he wouldn't be able to make Sei Aaron his slave. He would lose his main objective. When he questioned it, Ryuman told him, "Shut your mouth and follow orders." So, he helplessly and obediently complied. He ordered 10 people to destroy the artifact, including one of his own friends, forcing him into an awkward explanation. But since the command authority had taken effect, all the commanded players rushed forward in unison to shatter the artifact. After the system announced that the artifact was broken, the main quest officially failed. As punishment for letting the quest fail, an incarnation of an angel would appear and wreak havoc on them for 30 minutes. The game wouldn't stop until time ran out, and this was the hidden side quest they now had to overcome. Every player there was completely bewildered. He was thrilled with how good this new deal was. Protecting the relic only got you 2,000 gold, and yet, destroying it got you a whopping 3,000. The reward for this quest was even higher than the 5th round of Monster Annihilation, but there was a good reason why Hakko didn't want to destroy it with his own hands. The system then displayed a notification. The 10 players who destroyed the relic would be penalized. All of their stats would be permanently reduced by 50%. Dongmin's so-called best friends started getting furious, pointing their fingers at this bastard. They thought that was it. But he couldn't escape punishment either, having to share the penalty with them as their representative. He got so angry, he kicked a hole through the wall. Having your power stats affected like this was basically a death sentence. He started by opening the shop with the gold he'd earned, buying some necessary items, an assassin's hood and a pair of boots of sagacity. Next, he opened the combination system, then combined the necklace he bought earlier with a mana stone. Instantly, a +1 to all stats was added to the necklace. Hack Cow did the same for his remaining items, embedding mana stones into them to increase his stats. Even though these stones were low grade and didn't add much, it was still better than nothing, right? The air around them began to grow dark and colder than a winter draft. The other players' faces started showing their fear. In his past life, out of 2,700 people, only a mere 500 survived. Just trying to survive seemed like an incredibly difficult task. Originally, the incarnation of a god was a boss that required 5 level 40 players to defeat, but this was his final regression, so he wanted to claim the entire reward for himself, and sooner rather than later, a crack began to appear in the sky, spilling a divine light from all directions. The reason he dared to make such a risky decision was because he had a title equipped from when he killed that female angel. The first Godslayer title doubled all of Hack Cow's stats when facing divine beings, and the incarnation of a god was, of course, a divine being. The other players were chattering amongst themselves, thinking that as long as this boss was here, they would all be safe. The incarnation of a god immediately created a restricted area, trapping the players within its range so they couldn't leave this zone. The 300 people trapped inside had their stats reduced by 50%. Then, the divine creature summoned countless spears of light that pierced right through them. Being trapped in that area made dodging completely impossible. While it was focused on the other players, Hack Cow saw his chance. He knew very well that this boss had no ears, so it wouldn't turn around and notice him. He leaped 5 meters into the air, used Death Seal, and then put all his strength into a single scythe strike to take this boss's life. By the time it realized what was happening, it was too late. Hack Cow had struck its eye. That skill made it lose 60% of its health, thanks to the Death Seal's effect. With only 40% remaining, Hack Cow booked it, because he knew it would create a new restricted area to hunt him down. While it was distracted, Hack Cow snuck around to its other side, leaped up, raised his scythe, and slashed straight into its remaining eye. It had now captured Hack Cow within its restricted area, but, now that it had lost both its eyes, to him, it was nothing more than a punching bag. As it was channeling its power to summon the spears of light, Hack Cow immediately used Midnight to erase its vision. Light cannot defeat darkness. That's just how the system was designed. Now was the time for Hack Cow to raise his scythe and deliver the finishing blow. Hack Cow sliced off one of its wings, then reappeared in mid-air to deliver another strike, severing the remaining wing. It now only had 10% of its health left, but he didn't rush to finish it off. Instead, he backed away. The incarnation of a god had met the conditions to activate its final, brilliant halo, transforming into the incarnation of a punishing god with an immortal state. If he had chopped its head off earlier, he wouldn't be able to kill it now. It summoned countless void holes that shot purple lightning bolts, seeking Hack Cow. But of course, none of them hit. It was all just for show. After 60 seconds, its immortal state wore off. He charged forward, raised his scythe, and directly cut off the head of the divine incarnation. The system immediately displayed a notification, rewarding Hack Cow with countless items and confirming he was the first person to take down the incarnation of a god. Along with that came a new title, Challenger of the Punishing God, with an effect that reduces damage from divine beings by 80%. In addition, there was Atinium and the Ancient Language of Light, rewards for being the first to defeat the incarnation of a punishing god. This time, his main goal was the Atinium. He needed it to craft god-tier items. Additionally, the effect of the Ancient Language of Light increased his intelligence by 1 and boosted the effectiveness of Holy System skills by 1% per level. Right now, he was level 30, which meant a 30-point increase in intelligence and a 30% boost to skill effectiveness. Hidden quest complete. All surviving players were rewarded with 3,000 gold. Everyone was in awe of Hack Cow's strength, that he could take on such a massive boss all by himself. Even the female angel couldn't believe it, and it was the first time that she, Oliver, had ever acknowledged the power of a human. The angel landed near Hack Cow and tried to interview him, but she just asked a bunch of nonsensical questions, so he only gave some half-hearted answers. The other players, however, admired his heroic nature. Hack Cow thought of them all and saved everyone here. That angel just stood there, pondering why humans could still be so united at a time like this. Even though so many conflicts had occurred, to Hack Cow, these angels were just selfish beings. So how could they possibly understand the ways of humanity? The ranking board then appeared, showing that 3,631 was the total number of monsters Hack Cow had wiped out. And of course, he proudly stood at the top of the entire server for this round. The person in second place didn't even have 1,000 kills, so Hack Cow truly outclassed the rest. The lavish rewards for being at the top began to be distributed to Hack Cow, He didn't think much of it. Opening the chest, it contained a swift wind ring, a blue magic ring, and he immediately chose the resistance ring. Its name wasn't badass, but its effect was. It helped him resist all negative status effects. Because in this godforsaken place, sometimes getting hit with just one disadvantageous effect is enough to get you killed. Moving on to the next reward. Since he didn't choose the triple experience points, he opted to receive 4,000 gold. That angel then announced the terrible news that those ranked from 1,225th and below would be executed. Then, with a snap of her fingers, she sent those who didn't make the cut to the afterlife. And just like that, the third round came to an end. Erin woke up, completely surprised that she had managed to obtain the summoner class. She could now summon a spirit, and thanks to it, she was able to complete the third round safely because the cute little spirit created a shield for her. And it was also thanks to her reliable bodyguard, who was always by her side. She also managed to place third in this round. She held the magic stone she had just received in her hand and wondered if Hak Kao would like it. Dongmin also woke up, filled with resentment and rage. He smashed his bedside lamp because now all his stats had been permanently reduced by 50%. While he was fuming, he received a call from his so-called sworn brothers. His friend yelled at him non-stop for daring to use his command authority to force him to destroy the crystal. Dongmin replied that at that moment, he was completely powerless. His friend then cursed him out, saying he should have just died a hero instead of wasting space. Instead of hurting your friends, you should have just kicked the bucket. Dongmin tried his best to argue about his own suffering, but in the end, his friend disowned him and called him a backstabber. He also told him to never call again, because from now on, whether in reality or in that other world, he would treat this Dongmin guy as a complete stranger. Furious, he called one person after another, but the result was always, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. He felt that now, everyone had their own path and their own life, and he didn't need friends anymore. So what if they threatened to beat him up? From now on, he'd take on anyone who showed up. He'd fight anyone who crossed him. Any bastard who dared to come at him. He wanted to wipe them all out. Under a clear blue sky, Sang Chun arrived to report the completion of his third round to Chairman Magunlok. When asked about his class, he replied that he had reached level 11, and his class was Knight. He also mentioned that Erin had reached the same level as him, and her class was Summoner. Thanks to her spirit creating a shield, Sang Chun was able to hunt monsters safely. Chairman Magunlok was very pleased to hear this, and he wanted him to maintain a good relationship with actress Erin, and if he was really into her, he could even date her. Hearing this, Sang Chun was utterly bewildered, but what Magunlok meant was for him to act like a bad boy, making it easier to discover each other's weaknesses. Despite hearing that, Sang Chun still asked again, with a very confused look on his face, if he should really date her. Magunlok just smiled. It had been a long time. It had been a while since he'd seen that expression on the kid's face. Sang Chun let out a sigh of relief when he heard it wasn't necessary. Because Erin didn't like him anyway, she always just called him Mr. Bodyguard. Putting aside all this nonsense, Magunlok got to the main point, the urgent matter Sang Chun wanted to report today. He bowed his head cautiously, apologizing for failing to carry out the chairman's order to assist Hak Kao and for not relaying his message to him. Then, he sat down and recounted the entire process of the third round, having been in the same area as Hak Kao for Magunlok to hear. After listening, he was also very impressed that an extremely powerful creature, an incarnation of a god, was single-handedly taken down by Hak Kao. Sang Chun felt like Hak Kao was someone who didn't need anyone's help at all. This also made Magunlok question his own existence, as Hak Kao was so strong that he felt embarrassed for thinking he himself was powerful with his ancient Dark Knight class. He hoped to meet Hak Kao one day. Since there was a valid reason for the failure, he didn't dwell on it. Then he asked about the thugs he had told Sang Chun to investigate the other day. Magunlok took a chill sip of his wine. He listened to Sang Chun report that the detectives had narrowed the search to Seoul and were certain they would find the guy within a month. This meant that after the fourth round, they could find out the bastard's whereabouts. There was no rush, so they could take their time and find him. Magunlok then asked about the amount of gold Sang Chun had earned, and he replied that he had found 10,000 gold. He immediately told him to learn the tracking skill available in the shop once he had saved up 20,000 gold. After rambling on about things in that other world, they returned to the real world, where Sang Chun reported that a shareholder had bought a large quantity of shares last month. The chairman's stock. Huh? I keep hearing Chairman Ma, but I still don't know which company's stock it is. A man with your wealth can't be expected to remember everything. Song-chun added that it was Cheonma Consulting, the company Jian Lok is currently focusing all his resources on. When asked what percentage that person owned, Song-chun casually revealed it was a cool 31%. His company has a total value of 900 billion won, and for a single person to hold 31% means they've invested 240 billion won into his company. Some rich guy he's never even heard of, but he knew full well this person wanted a direct seat on the management board. So he immediately picked up his phone and called a subordinate to dig up information on the person who had invested such a massive sum into his company. Meanwhile, Ryuman had been waiting by his phone since the afternoon for Chairman Ma's call, knowing he was now a major shareholder in the man's company. Just as he was concentrating, Rogan burst into the room shouting, asking what level his brother was, which startled him so much he dropped his phone right on his face. An arrogant neighborhood kid had bragged to Rio that his brother had reached level 11 and just gotten a class. So, his little brother wanted to ask so he could go flex back on that kid. Fearing trouble from his loud-mouthed brother, Ryuman humbly said he'd only reached level 12. Hearing that, Rio beamed and eagerly asked about his brother's class. But Ryuman just pulled the blanket over himself, said it was a secret, and kicked his talkative little brother out. Just as he lay down, a call came in from the CEO of Cheonma Consulting, Ma Gyeon-lok. Though he was a cunning old fox, Ryuman decided to play the innocent lamb to make the man lower his guard. Gyeon-lok greeted him and then invited Ryuman to a meal to talk. He suggested Friday, but that day was extremely important. Because he needed to acquire the ancient language of inner contemplation, Ryuman rescheduled the meal with him for Saturday. He was absolutely certain the man would call him because Gyeon-lok founded Cheonma Company mainly to gain recognition from his father. So there was no way he would ever treat a major shareholder poorly. But before meeting him, Ryuman needed to get the ancient language he required. There are many ways to obtain an ancient language. They can be found in specific places during certain rounds, or they can be special rewards. They can also drop from boss monsters after they're defeated by players, or, in extremely rare cases, they can even drop from regular mobs, though it's still a possibility. And there's one more method that many people still don't know about, which is the one Ryuman was using, finding an ancient language in the real world. He entered a warehouse and lay in wait for a player named Gang Sok-yoon because he knew the man would appear here shortly. He could never forget that name because he was the criminal who had kidnapped his younger brother. He remembered every detail of that bastard's voice. He possessed the ancient language of inner thought and had used it to scan Rio's mind. From that, he learned that he was a regressor. And of course, after running his mouth and messing with the wrong person, that bastard ended up in a pool of his own blood. Ryuman had been doing this ever since his 11th regression, so now, he no longer held any personal grudge. And now, he was going to take the ancient language of inner thought before any of that could happen. Today, that bastard had brought a girl here. After being untied, the girl kept apologizing and begging him to spare her life. To understand how this happened, we have to go back a few days, when he was strolling down the street and saw a girl who was just his type. He immediately started following her and used his ancient language, suddenly appearing in a brilliant flash, like the Flash, right in front of her. He found scaring girls like this to be a lot of fun, because his life up until now had been utterly bland. And with the luminescent ancient language he possessed, which gave him the ability to glow and blind his opponents, he felt like it wouldn't matter even if he died in a cool way. And so, in his real life, he became extremely confident and went looking for new thrills. He stopped by a coffee shop and saw that the female employee there was very pretty, so he immediately ordered a large iced Americano and started chatting her up. After some bragging, he learned that she was the owner of the place and that all her part-time employees had quit. The reason was that the world had become a strange place. They could die at any moment, so who would want to do such a time-consuming job? When he asked her age, he found out the girl in front of him was 32, so he cheerfully confessed that he liked her and asked for her number. Upon hearing this, her face filled with fear, which infuriated him, making him think it was because he wasn't handsome enough. He slammed the table, said he didn't want the coffee anymore, and demanded his money back because she dared to look down on him. He took the money and left, grumbling that she was just judging a book by its cover and looking down on people. So that night, he decided to attack her from behind as she was closing up the shop to go home, all because of the way she had looked at him. Back in the present, despite the girl's desperate pleas, the man, with a perverted look on his face, was about to do something despicable right then and there. Ryuman emerged from behind him wearing a white mask and carrying a scythe, making the man think he was just a cosplayer wandering around the area. But wait a minute. That scythe looks real. Playing rough, are we? Ryuman swung his scythe, and the man immediately realized he was a player, just like him. After that, he also told the girl to get away from this dangerous place. The guy started shouting threats. Ryuman walked right up and delivered a crushing blow to his family jewels, making him collapse to the ground in agony. Once the guy stopped screaming nonsense, Ryuman told the girl to hurry up and leave. When only the two of them were left, a sinister expression appeared on Ryuman's face as he said it was time for the real game to begin. Hearing Ryuman mock him, the guy flew into a rage and started cursing. "You son of a bitch! I'll kill you! I'll kill you, you dog!" Ryuman saw this guy was putting on quite a show, but where's the fun in giving up so early? The taunts made the guy lose all control and charged directly at him. His lightning-fast attacks were all easily dodged, something he never expected. Ryuman glanced at the weapon he was being attacked with, then just clicked his tongue before spinning around and slicing off the man's flailing arm with his scythe. One hand in his pocket, the other holding the scythe, looking cool as hell, he asked the bastard in front of him, "Does it hurt?" The guy tried to staunch the bloody wound, his face pale with horror and his body trembling. Seeing the guy showed no remorse, Ryuman mercifully charged forward and gave him another slash across the stomach. The man tried to escape using his light-emitting skill, but unfortunately for him, that skill was completely useless in front of Ryuman, because his midnight skill doesn't allow any source of light to exist. Ryuman knew full well this guy would try to use that skill, so he had already activated midnight beforehand. With that thought, he rushed forward and severed the man's other wrist and ankle. The guy, furious and with tears streaming down his face, screamed, "Hey, you demon! Why are you doing this to me? Why?" Ryuman immediately slammed his scythe into the man's thigh. Well, why do people exterminate pests? Because their very existence causes harm. As he spoke, he relentlessly attacked the body of the vermin at his feet. Despite being covered in wounds, the man maintained a defiant attitude, glaring at Ryuman. Seeing this, Ryuman continued to swing his scythe at the pest. By now, he was lying face down on the cold ground. In his mind, he cursed Ryuman. "Damn it all. Why is this guy doing this to me? What grudge does he have? This is so unfair. Unfair my ass." With snot and tears covering his face, he gritted his teeth and thought about killing himself to end the torture. He stuck his tongue out, intending to bite it off and commit suicide, but Ryuman realized in time and stopped him. Then, he continued to swing his scythe down on the man's wound-riddled body. "You're not allowed to die until you're on your knees begging me to set you free." By now, his body was overwhelmed with excruciating pain. He just wanted it to end. He moaned and then whispered, "Kill me, please. I'm begging you. Kill me." Hearing his helpless pleas, Ryuman finally revealed the truth. "Kangxio. Here's the thing. We've met before." Hearing Ryuman say his name snapped him out of his daze. He thought Ryuman was connected to that woman. But no. Ryuman had nothing to do with her. He went on to tell him about how he would kidnap his younger brother, then threaten him into revealing hidden information. He had no idea when he'd ever done that. And of course, he couldn't remember, because it was a future event that hadn't happened yet. Ryuman came here to eliminate him because of the inner thought script, and to prevent a repeat of the past. This place contains that ancient script, and the condition to activate it is to hear someone's true voice, a voice from the heart, sincere and without deceit. If he hadn't come here today, this bastard would have assaulted that woman. Afterwards, she would have used her true voice to beg for her life. At that moment, this guy would have acquired the inner thought script and gone on to commit even more atrocities. This had been proven many times over through Ryuman's regressions. And even if it weren't for that, his 12 prior convictions already confirmed that this guy was nothing but human trash, the scum of society. Hearing this, the guy begged Ryuman to just get it over with and kill him. But no, Ryuman had no intention of doing that. He shoved an iron bar into his mouth. What he wanted was to watch him slowly suffocate in this agonizing pain. The guy began to struggle, mentally cursing Ryuman for gagging him and stopping him from speaking. But little did he know, Ryuman had already met the conditions to obtain the inner thought script, and he had heard every single curse the man had been thinking. The inner thought script allows you to read the thoughts of a target in front of you. If you observe the target, you can even get a glimpse of their inner intentions. And the range for reading minds is within 30 meters. Ryuman now began to toy with the bastard lying before him. After a while of writhing from his fatal wounds, he finally stopped breathing and died. Even though there were no witnesses, Ryuman wanted everything to be perfectly clean. He then used his erase traces skill to eliminate all evidence at the scene. He cheerfully took off his mask and left with the fruits of his labor for the day. "Now, Ryuman, you need to go home and get ready to meet Mahjong Lok tomorrow." At the crack of dawn, Ryuman dressed himself up in a stunning outfit. His hair was sleek and perfectly styled. His perceptive little brother immediately thought his older brother was going on a date, seeing how well dressed he was. After all, his brother never dressed this formally on a regular day. Ryuman then revealed that he was going to meet a business partner. His little brother, startled, came closer and asked if he was planning to venture into the business world. Ryuman didn't answer, casually tapping on his smartphone. Meanwhile, his brother's mind was filled with doubts about his big bro's all-in style investment plans. He worried that if it failed, his big brother would be devastated. Ryuman perceived all of these inner thoughts thanks to the ancient language. He let out a fond sigh, happy that instead of worrying about their finances, his brother was worried about him. Then, he smiled brightly and told his little brother not to worry so much. If the meeting today goes well, he'll come home and tell him all the details. Ryuman put his phone in his pocket and left, not forgetting to remind his little brother to stay home because it was very dangerous outside. Ju sighed and obediently agreed. The boy watched the news at home and learned that players were using their abilities to commit crimes. In other countries, they were even having problems with criminals using their powers to escape. Ryuman acknowledged that this information was all accurate, because if they were of the right age, even criminals were given the chance to become players. Players were getting stronger and stronger while the population was decreasing every month, so it would be strange if nothing changed. Ryuman thought to himself. Plus, there will be a time in the future when players hunt down ordinary people like animals and treat them like slaves. That's when those players reach the peak of their power. And to prevent such a chaotic world from coming to pass, what Ryuman needed to do was build his reputation while also reaching peak power, to overwhelm everyone with the title of the Black Hook. As he walked out the door, he turned back one last time to remind his brother to be careful if he went out. His little brother just naively wanted to know about the business plan his big bro was about to discuss. Ryuman pinched his brother's cheek, telling him to just wait here and he'd be back soon. He didn't forget to tell his brother to buy something to eat that was more expensive than black bean noodles, because right now, your big brother has nothing but money. After that, he quickly made his way to a private, heavily guarded location. The place Magion Locke had chosen for lunch. On paper, it was a hotel belonging to the Asun Group, but in reality, this was one of Magion Locke's hotels. This was top-secret information that only a regressor like Ryuman could possibly know. Well, besides him, maybe his relatives knew too. Ryuman wanted to use this information to make himself more valuable in his eyes. And now, he needed to play the part of a naive little lamb to fit his role with this guy. He walked up and acted all flustered at the reception desk, saying he had an appointment here. The receptionist immediately recognized him as the person the chairman was expecting. She then pointed to a nearby chair for Ryuman to wait. Ryuman nodded his thanks and walked over to the chair, fidgeting to perfectly act like a country bumpkin who had just arrived in the big city. While he was staring up at the chandelier with a look of innocent wonder, someone approached and greeted him. Both were surprised when they saw each other. The other man immediately asked Ryuman, "Haven't we met before?" At the Galleria Forest Long-Term Residence Hotel. Ryuman immediately recognized him as the bodyguard, who was with the actress S. Aaron, because he and his nosy little brother had gone around giving rice cakes to their neighbors before. The bodyguard bowed his head and apologized for his rudeness that day, but couldn't help thinking to himself that Ryuman was just a kid, not even 20 years old. And yet, he was a shareholder who had invested 280 billion. Ryuman picked up on these words through the ancient language, but he felt the man's suspicion was justified, because how the hell could a 20-year-old punk possibly possess hundreds of billions? Ryuman smiled brightly, rubbing his neck and cheerfully introducing himself. He put on an innocent act and said he never expected the chairman of the Heavenly Demon consulting firm to be living right above him. The bodyguard raised his hand, saying he wasn't the chairman, and introduced himself as An Sang-chun, the unit chief. After that, Sang-chun invited Ryuman into a luxurious room to wait, since his chairman was running a little late. The moment Ryuman sat down, Sang-chun quickly turned his back to go outside, pulling out his phone to text his chairman. "Chairman, I've met him in person. There's no way he could have invested that amount of money on his own. Someone must have sent him as a front, so please be careful." But Ryuman knew everything he was thinking. He had guessed it perfectly. The guy had indeed sent Sang-chun ahead to scout out the situation, because for a meeting this important, there was no way a meticulous person like Magion would coincidentally be late. Just as Ryuman glanced over, Magion arrived, smiling as he greeted him. "Hello, I'm Magion Locke, the chairman of the Heavenly Demon consulting firm." Ryuman immediately extended his hand to shake his. The three of them then sat down at the table. Ryuman wondered why he let Sang-chun join this meeting without even asking for his opinion. It seemed he was trying to take the upper hand. Magion Locke invited Ryuman to have lunch before they discussed business. Soon after, countless 5-star quality dishes were laid out in front of Ryuman. Ryuman helped himself to a bowl. He took a huge bite, then praised how delicious it was. Watching Ryuman's every move, Ma Gyeon-lok started to think that perhaps Unit Chief An was right. The kid was too young to have invested 280 billion on his own. And even if he had that kind of money, he wouldn't have the guts to do it. He was certain that Ryuman had someone powerful backing him up. He couldn't stop thinking about it, even as he ate. He figured the ones pulling the strings were his own brothers and other family members. Then, he put down his chopsticks and started questioning Ryuman. First, about his age. When asked how old he was, Ryuman answered frankly that he had just turned 20. Hearing this, Ma Gyeon-lok was so startled, he broke out in a sweat, quickly adjusting his tie and saying he was 29. It's great to meet someone my age. Then, he asked Ryuman seriously, for someone so young. A young man in his prime, how did he get so much money? Are you the son of a tycoon? Since he was being so direct, Ryuman decided to play innocent and lean into his role. I'm just an ordinary student. That is, until a few months ago. Ryuman revealed that he was the person who had won the lottery 4 times in a row. Hearing this, both Sang-chun and Ma Gyeon-lok couldn't hide their astonishment. According to the prize value, it was only about 66 billion won, but he had invested the rest in Bitcoin. Sang-chun suddenly remembered reading an article about someone who saw the winning numbers in a dream. Ryuman cut him off, saying he didn't see them in a dream. He thought to himself that this was the only way he could gain Gyeon-lok's acceptance and get him on his side. He started bluffing about having an ancient language that let him see the future. This ancient language allows me to see things a few years from now. Ryuman arrogantly declared himself a prophet who could see the future, all with a face full of confidence. Ma Gyeon-lok heard this and thought Ryuman was talking nonsense. He asked again, "Are you being serious?" Ryuman immediately moved to prove his lie was true by showing off the fact that he'd won the lottery and then dumped all of it into Bitcoin. Because I can see the future, I could safely invest everything. Ma Gyeon-lok wanted to be absolutely sure he wasn't lying, so he told him to prove it by guessing what he was about to do in the next moment. This wasn't difficult for Ryuman since he could read his mind. But to avoid bringing trouble upon himself, he had already prepared a limitation for the power he just made up. I'm sorry, but I can't use this ability freely. It activates automatically and unexpectedly. I have no control over it. Hearing this, Ma Gyeon-lok was delighted. For such an overpowered ancient language, having a restriction like that made perfect sense. It was then that he was struck by the realization of why the kid invested 280 billion into his company. Yes, I know that Cheonma Consulting will grow explosively in the future, which is why I invested in it. Ma Gyeon-lok immediately wanted to ask just how explosive that growth would be. Ryuman raised his hand and continued, "Within 6 months, you'll be able to get listed on the Kospi without any issues." Ma Gyeon-lok beamed when he heard this, his heart already blooming with joy. If that's true, it would be incredible. Not only would I get my father's recognition, but I could also take the chairman's seat. Then he paused for about 5 seconds, reining in his excitement. After all, there was no guarantee this information was accurate. Ryuman then said that if he wanted to succeed, he had to completely change his business model. Sang-chun slammed the table in outrage. This demand was completely unreasonable. Chairman Ma Gyeon-lok immediately told him to fix his rude attitude. Ryuman, however, just calmly continued eating and added that since the business type is changing, of course, the name has to change too. Sang-chun shot up from his seat, making it clear he did not agree with the way Ryuman was speaking. Ryuman gave Sang-chun a stern glare. "You still think I'm joking at this point? You're both players. You, of all people, should understand." He had revealed his ancient language, which put him at a great disadvantage. Ryuman then began to persuade them with poetic words, saying he wanted to work together in the future and help the company grow. And since he had already invested 280 billion, if he wanted to succeed, he had to cooperate with him. Sang-chun started to panic. He was afraid his chairman would believe. Ryuman's sweet talk. Ryuman sighed when Ma Gyeon-lok didn't say anything. "I see. You don't believe in my ability." Sang-chun immediately confirmed it. "That's right. He doesn't believe a word you're saying." Ryuman then asked him, "Have you ever wondered why I moved into the apartment directly below the penthouse? Don't tell me you think that was a coincidence." At that moment, Ma Gyeon-lok suddenly realized how strange that was. He turned his head and asked Sang-chun about it. Sang-chun hurriedly explained to him that about 2 months ago, Ryuman had moved into the apartment on the floor directly below the actress Saren's penthouse. Ryuman continued for him. "That's right. It was a few days after I obtained the ancient language that sees the future." Ma Gyeon-lok was furious that his subordinate hadn't reported this information to him. He thought to himself, if Ryuman couldn't see the future. There's no way he could have orchestrated something so impossibly elaborate, but that thought was quickly extinguished. Off immediately. Realizing that Ryuman knew he was supporting S. Aaron, Maganlok smiled as he read the man's thoughts. It seemed that this still wasn't enough. He realized the man didn't fully trust him yet. He then revealed that this very hotel was the man's property. And as for his identity, he was the eldest son of the O Corporation. The Cheonma consulting firm is a company secretly established to seek your father's recognition. Am I right? Sang Chun shot to his feet, utterly shocked that the boy could know information that only Maganlok's inner circle was privy to. Maganlok told his subordinate to calm down. With a stern, cold expression, he said that all the information was perfectly correct. However, these things still weren't enough to convince him that this Ryuman possessed an ancient language that allowed him to see the future. After all, anyone in his family knew these top-secret details, and he suspected Ryuman was sent by a third party to lure him into a trap. And everything Ryuman knew was just so absurd that he couldn't possibly believe it. Maganlok thanked him for investing in his company, but to change business strategies according to his wishes, he would need to hold a shareholders' meeting. With that, he apologized and made to leave. Hearing these dismissive words, Ryuman had no choice but to play his trump card. He hadn't expected this to be the only way to secure this vital relationship, to prove to him that he truly possessed an ancient language of foresight. So, Ryuman revealed information about the fourth round to Maganlok, certain that this would make him trust him a little more. After telling Maganlok the secret information, Ryuman also left. Sang Chun bowed his head and apologized to his chairman for his earlier over-the-top reaction. Maganlok happily waved it off, saying it was fine since he was just worried about him. Sang Chun then expressed his own opinion of Ryuman. He was suspicious of the boy's ability to see the future, because if he really had such a power, he could just keep quiet and enjoy a life of luxury by himself. Why on earth would he help their company? But Chairman Ma had a different idea. He thought that the boy wanted to cooperate because he wanted to make even more money. Sang Chun stroked his chin, still not understanding his motive. If you have 280 billion, that's a colossal sum of money. You could live in luxury for the rest of your life without ever working. Chairman Ma agreed that what Sang Chun said made a lot of sense, but human greed is bottomless. And if that boy was a real prophet, they needed to make Ryuman their ally. Getting information for the next round would be a huge advantage for them. Plus, if it helped the company grow, it would be killing two birds with one stone. As for whether he was a real prophet, only time would tell. Outside, Ryuman walked down the street with a confident stride. He was certain that once the fourth round was over, Chairman Ma would be convinced that he was a prophet. But he hadn't revealed all the important information to him, like side quests or how to climb the rankings. Earlier, he had revealed to him and his subordinate that the mission for the fourth round wasn't to kill monsters. Instead, there would be a massacre among the players, and they needed to be especially vigilant. As he walked, Ryuman imagined a beautiful scenario for himself and his younger brother, where they would protect his family once they knew he was truly a prophet. Because, at the end of the day, it's always better to have a prophet on your side than on someone else's. He then took out his smartphone and prepared to call someone. Juri, dressed in a beautiful outfit, was rushing to meet someone. While waiting for the light to cross the street, she saw a supercar parked in front of her store. She thought this person was so inconsiderate for blocking the front of her shop. As she was silently grumbling, Ryuman opened the door and apologized for his thoughtlessness. He invited Juri into the car so they could go for a spin and talk. In the red supercar, Ryuman turned into a street racer ready to steal her heart. Juri was thrilled, as this was her first time sitting in such a sleek, luxurious car. Juri asked how much the car cost, and Ryuman answered honestly, "Oh, not that much. Just a cool 900 million. Juri was stunned that her friend could say that so casually, because with that kind of money, she could open many more convenience stores. But to Ryuman, a man drowning in so much money he was stressed about how to spend it, it truly wasn't that much. Juri thought to herself that what he said was right, since he did win 60 billion in the lottery after all. It was as if the two of them were on completely different clouds. She felt shy and bashful, thinking that this felt like they were on a date. Suddenly, Ryuman's voice startled Juri. He had something he wanted to tell her, something he wanted to confess, and it wasn't anything weird, so he hoped she wouldn't misunderstand. Juri's face was already beet red, and despite her shyness, she tried to act like she was fine. Misunderstand? No way. So what do you want to confess? He reminded her about how he won the lottery because of a dream. But today, he told her that he knew about it through an ancient language that lets him see the future, and that language could help him know about future events. Then he added that his class was prophet. Hearing this, Juri was overjoyed and happy for him because it was such a special class. She thanked Ryuman for telling her the truth. It's really difficult to tell other people about this. Hearing Ryuman be so honest with her, Juri also told him about the ancient language she possessed. It's the ancient language of protection. Within a 10-meter radius, she gains a thin layer of protection for every person around her. Telling Ryuman the truth made her feel a sense of relief. She asked him why he decided to tell her the secret of his ancient language. Ryuman was already acting, so he decided to go all the way. Keeping secrets was weighing on my mind. Besides, I figured, if I didn't tell you the truth, you wouldn't believe what I'm about to say. Juri was curious about what Ryuman was going to tell her. The car continued to glide along the quiet road. Inside the car, however, Juri was stunned when Ryuman revealed information about the fourth round. Ryuman warned his friend to be extremely careful, because there was no telling what tricks the other players would pull. Juri felt very grateful, certain that he must care about her a lot to tell her this. She shyly glanced at Ryuman, thinking he must have some feelings for her, and she truly hoped that was the case. That evening, Ryuman walked home, still in disbelief that Juri had liked him all this time. She hid it so well, he had no idea. Although he felt a bit awkward about it, this was actually a good thing, because at least she would believe his BS prophecies, and that would make it easier to turn her into an ally. After a long day of hard work, Ryuman finally lay down on the new designer bed he'd just bought. He treated himself to a deep, satisfying sleep. Just like that, time passed, and the last day of the month arrived. 5 minutes before the new day, Ryuman bought an epic item, a pair of dark gauntlets that could only be used at night. Its stats were very high, and the option to turn his weapon semi-transparent was also extremely useful. And if he combined this item with Midnight, it would be insanely overpowered. JW knocked on his brother's door and asked if he was confident about conquering this round. His younger brother was worried and told him to make sure he survived and came back to the family. Ryuman was annoyed that his little brother was already jinxing him like that. After that, he fell asleep and entered the fourth round. A guy named Dongmin appeared, clutching his head, still not understanding what had happened, that he had been brought here. The status window immediately appeared with a punishment order. All stats would be permanently reduced by 50%. Now that he no longer had more than 10 uses of his command authority, passing the fourth round would be a truly difficult problem for him. On top of that, there were others who wanted to steal his representative position, eyeing his spot, and his so-called every man for himself friends would also come for revenge. At that moment, he snapped out of it and looked around. A pristine white space that looked incredibly sinister. This white void made him feel like he was about to become a lab rat. Turning around, he spotted Black Sphere, the person who had caused him to end up in this miserable state, someone who pulled all the strings from a distance, and who didn't even hesitate to kill the incarnation of the god of punishment. From behind, he thought to himself that, if he were strong enough, he would have already beaten Black Sphere's face to a pulp. Despite his frustration, he was completely powerless. After all, how can a blade of grass on the roadside ever hope to reach the clouds? In order to survive this round, Dongmin walked over to get on Black Sphere's good side. He immediately brought up their deal from the previous round, the one where he'd become Black Sphere's subordinate, and in return, he would be protected. I don't need a subordinate like you anymore. Those cold and heartless words from Black Sphere were like a splash of cold water to his face. You don't have any uses of your command authority left. What's the point of keeping a regional representative who has no authority? Besides, most players have already chosen their classes, so even if you had command authority now, it wouldn't be very useful. Black Sphere crossed his arms, smiled brightly, and said, "You have no value left. You're just mobile target practice." Dongmin was stunned when he heard Black Sphere's words, and he began to dart his eyes around, observing the other players. Black Sphere quickly snapped him out of it, telling him he was only a target practice in name. Not many people would actually want to kill him, because the fate of these players is very short, and everyone probably already understands. Being a regional representative is now a title with no real power. The more people leveled up, the fewer people Dongmin could control with his command authority. Compared to the risk, it's not worth it at all. Hearing Black Sphere's words, Dongmin found them quite soothing and perfectly logical. Just then, Sarin and Sangchun also arrived to join the group. Dongmin froze and gritted his teeth when he saw them gathering there. The two of them cheerfully greeted Black Sphere and asked if he remembered them. Sangchun even glanced over and took a jab at Dongmin. "You see, you once saved us from that thug, standing right there. We wanted to thank you again." Dongmin's face soured when he was called a thug. Black Sphere raised a hand to stop him, telling him to calm his unnecessary emotions. He said, "Thanking me once was enough. You don't need to come find me again." Besides thanking him, Sang-chun also tried to pass on a message of gratitude from his company's chairman to Black Sphere for saving them. He wanted to add something else from the chairman, but Black Sphere closed his eyes and shook his head, telling him to stop there because he simply didn't care. After that, Eren took out a sphere. She held out a sparkling purple magic stone, sincerely thanking Ryuman with both hands. He recognized it at a glance. It was the lowest grade purple magic stone. What an unexpected windfall. Eren felt that just saying thank you wasn't enough, so she wanted to give him this. Before she could even finish her sentence, Ryuman's hand had already deftly taken the item. Since this was an unrivaled item, there was no need to refuse. Holding the stone in his hand, he told himself that he had to try making a low-grade magic stone when he got back. Eren was sweating bullets, wondering if Ryuman would even like the gift. She was afraid he would get angry for being given a seemingly useless stone. Ryuman could read her thoughts perfectly, and just as he thought, she had no idea of the magic stone's true value. If she did, she never would have given it to him. Dongmin, standing nearby with his arms crossed, silently thought that he had something similar. This thought of his caught Ryuman's attention. Dongmin raised a hand to scratch his face, recalling that his stone was called a Black Gold Force Stone. As far as Ryuman knew, the Black Gold Force Stone was an item that dropped from monsters at an extremely low rate. It was an item even harder to find than a magic stone. At this point in time, actively trying to get one was simply impossible. Ryuman smirked, knowing Dongmin had such a precious item on him. He wondered if this was good luck or a misfortune. Then, Eren asked him if he needed a protective shield, revealing that she had class changed into a summoner. She could summon a spirit to create a shield for him if he needed one. Ryuman thanked her for the offer of help, but he declined, feeling it was unnecessary. Hearing his refusal, Eren looked a bit embarrassed. She bowed her head to him and wished him well in this round. Dongmin also hurried to leave, but Ryuman called him back. At this rate, you're going to regret it. I already told you. You're a walking target. Dongmin still didn't understand what he meant. He thought Ryuman had previously said that no one would target him. Ryuman quickly corrected his own statement. I said not times many times people would, not that times no one times would. The benefits of being a regional representative haven't completely disappeared, you know. Even though most people have reached level 10 and have a class, there are still some who haven't reached that point. That means there are still targets for the commander's authority. Do you really think that out of thousands of players, not a single one will come after you? Dongmin stared blankly at him and asked what he was supposed to do now. Ryuman then flashed a smile as bright as the morning sun. I'll help you, so you won't become an easy target. Hearing this, Dongmin was overjoyed and was about to thank him, but Ryuman cut him off with a subtle reminder. I never said I'd do it for free. As payment for my help. You saw that stone Eren just gave me, right? If you have any item that looks like that, just give it to me. Hearing this, Dongmin quickly opened his status window. He then took the stone from his inventory and handed it to Ryuman. After taking it, Ryuman added, anything else? Dongmin immediately hugged himself, afraid that Ryuman would rob him of his equipment. He had already given everything he could, but he had nothing to worry about, because even if he wanted to give them, Ryuman here wouldn't want to take them. Ryuman put his hands in his pockets, turned his back to leave, and kept his promise to protect him. At that moment, a divine light from all directions illuminated the area. That angel then manifested from within the light. Oh, humans, you have all gathered here once more, but your numbers have certainly dwindled. Hearing this, the players were surprised, wondering, does that mean people fought in the real world? Only Ryuman, who had regressed 99 times, found this completely normal. In the past month, it would have been more unusual times, not times to get into trouble. The angel, seeing the players' reactions, excitedly announced the rules for the 4th round. The main mission is to slaughter each other for 3 hours. The players were bewildered upon hearing the words slaughter and kill each other. The angel, floating above, explained it again in detail. You just have to stab, slash, and kill the players next to you. Simple, isn't it? The goal of this round is to reduce the number of players by making you kill each other. Unlike previous rounds, there won't be any monsters this time. The players grew anxious hearing this. A young man raised his hand and asked her, if half of us are supposed to survive, does that mean each of us just has to kill one other person? The angel smiled, raising a pretty finger to her lips as she said, that's a secret. And if I told you all the secrets, where would the fun be? But Ryuman, standing below, scoffed openly. He realized it wasn't about fun, it was because she was following orders from a superior, and she simply wasn't allowed to reveal anything from her higher-ups. The angels were just messengers for them. In this damn survival game, there was another game master. The fact that she was hiding a specific rule meant she had received a direct order from that game master. The angel crossed her arms and added, and just killing a player isn't enough to complete the mission. Only the top 521 ranks will survive. As for what criteria that ranking is based on, that's a secret. And one more thing, even if you're the first one to get a kill, you won't necessarily be ranked first. Nope, the TV broadcast ends here. Now, start killing each other. The moment she finished speaking, a system window appeared with a 3-hour countdown. The other players were bewildered and didn't dare to make a move, as they had no conflicts with each other. Dongmin watched them from a distance, feeling thrilled about this round because he had a few people he wanted to get rid of. Ryuman glanced at him and saw that his guess was spot on. The guy was already thinking about killing his friends. Dongmin beamed with a radiant smile. If the other players didn't dare to kill, then he was invincible. As he was thinking about his friends and planning his move, Ryumin walked up beside him, startling him. "Black Dog, what's up?" Ryuman replied, "I said I'd help you avoid becoming a target, right? Well, I'm here to keep that promise." As he spoke, a crimson scythe materialized in his hand. Before Dongmin could even realize what was happening, Ryuman swung it right at his neck. The man immediately collapsed. Just then, the system displayed a side quest. Eliminate the area representative within a certain time frame. The reward for completion was a lowest grade monostone lottery ticket. The lowest grade monostone lottery ticket randomly provides from 1 to 5 lowest grade monostones. And that was exactly the item Ryuman wanted. He killed Dongmin to get the side quest reward. Although that wasn't the only reason. The surrounding players, witnessing this scene, immediately started to slander Ryuman. Ryuman just glanced at them and saw nothing but a bunch of fake moralists. They were all just pretending to be decent, when not long ago, they were the ones aiming for the area representative position and wanting to kill Dongmin. A few of them even came to confront Ryuman directly. "Black Dog, you can't just go around killing people like that. Don't you have any humanity? Murderer, you're a murderer." And they weren't wrong to call him that, since he had already killed Kang Seon before. Not only that, he would continue to kill countless more people until the 20th round. But one thing worthy of respect was that he never killed without a reason. Especially in this round, he had no choice but to kill to survive it, whether he liked it or not. And despite knowing the angel's rules that were stated earlier, these fake moralists still criticized him. Countless people wanted to use this opportunity to eliminate Black Dog because, to them, he was a major threat. But what they didn't know was that Ryuman had already read all their thoughts. Ryuman thought to himself with a look full of confidence and smugness. They think they've found a golden opportunity. What a joke. They continued their useless gossip and slander until the system made an announcement. Player Black Dog has become the new representative of this area. At that, they all shut their mouths, because now he was like a tiger with wings. Ryuman crossed his arms and taunted the hypocrites in front of him. "What's wrong? Why aren't you all shouting anymore? Or are you scared now that I'm the area representative?" He realized these terrified people probably hadn't changed their classes yet. Some of them, whose nerves he'd clearly struck, immediately started arguing back fiercely. Black Dog's name then changed from yellow to red. In rounds like this, once you've killed someone, your nickname turns red. The more you kill, the deeper the red becomes. The color-changing nickname was to distinguish who had killed others. Instead of killing innocent players, people would choose to kill the murderers. After all, that would make their consciences bother them a lot less. But those who killed the murderers also became murderers themselves, and as a result, they ended up encouraging each other to kill those around them. Right now, this crowd might still be hesitant to kill anyone, but this would be the reason behind the deaths of many. Ryuman continued his taunts to provoke them. A few of them squirmed and argued back, calling him a murderer. Ryuman then explained the dilemma to them, since they had been calling him a murderer this whole time. This game is simple. Kill or be killed. Don't tell me you've survived this long without knowing this simple principle. Stop with the fake morality. Face reality. If your own life is in danger, there's no way you wouldn't point your knife at the one threatening you. Ryuman spoke sternly as the light shone directly on his handsome face. This is not the time to be sitting around doing nothing. If you're so worried, then argue about it, just like how we voted last time. Ryuman knew full well that even if he didn't say these pointless words, they would eventually start tearing each other apart anyway. But by then, it would be too late. At least by saying this, he could help them waste less time. And according to his memory, if that were to happen, the number of people who passed this round might not be 521. He spoke these bitter words that hit them psychologically because it could help more people survive. The players began to waver upon hearing what Black Dog had just told them. Two players expressed their own views, and just like that, the arguments began. Harsh words and malicious intentions started flying back and forth, throwing the place into chaos. Things started heating up more than ever. Aaron was worried, as they would have to kill people to survive. But for Sang-chun, if they didn't kill, they would be the ones to die. He expressed his view. Why should we care about the lives of complete strangers we don't even know? He completely agreed with what Black Sphere said and reminded Aaron to make up her mind, because killing is not a pleasant experience. Aaron looked at him with an expression of disbelief, saying, "You talk as if you've killed someone before." Sang-chun walked away silently and replied, "Of course not. I'm just guessing. For now, the two of them would just go with the flow and kill to survive." A debate then began to unfold. Someone even suggested that they should kill Black Sphere. But that was an insane idea, because how could they possibly kill a player who was already level 30? Another guy immediately refuted the suggestion. "I bet that even if we all ganged up on him at once, we still wouldn't be able to kill him." Another guy signaled for silence, afraid that Black Sphere would hear them. Over here, Ryuman could only click his tongue, because he could hear everything. The guy who spoke panicked when he saw Ryuman looking at him, and a righteous-looking young man stepped forward to argue with the hypocrites. "What the hell are you all talking about? Life is precious. Even if that person is a murderer, we shouldn't kill anyone." The person next to him thought this guy had a point. If they killed someone, they would become murderers just like him. Someone else shouted, "Who can afford to be righteous? Someone has to die for us to live." The person next to him proposed a unified plan. They would kill the criminals. "But my friend, how are you supposed to tell who the criminals are? Are you going to ask everyone with a criminal record to raise their hand?" The young man's face twisted in anger when he heard a girl from afar taunting him. The two exchanged words, while an outsider egged them on to fight. Spurred on by the instigator, the young man changed his target to this degenerate. Both activated their skills and prepared to square off. Black Sphere could only shake his head in weary frustration, because they were all talk and no action. But he didn't need to worry, because it wouldn't be long before they all started throwing down. In the midst of the chaos, Dong Min suddenly reappeared. This was the hidden rule of this round. 10 minutes after being killed, a player will respawn. Dong Min sat up, completely bewildered as to why so many people were staring at him. He rubbed his neck, having no idea what was going on, since he'd just been talking to Black Sphere a moment ago. The players who saw this screamed out in surprise. The other players also began to get their own ideas upon seeing Dong Min be resurrected by the system. Weapons started being drawn. A girl tried her best to stop everyone, arguing that there was no guarantee they would respawn too. Before she could finish her sentence, she was suddenly attacked from behind. She was impaled from behind by a strange young man using his claws. After stabbing her, the man, now covered in blood, couldn't help but look horrified himself. The people who witnessed this could only stare in terror at the brutal scene. Someone realized that Dong Min had respawned after 10 minutes and had the idea to wait for the girl to respawn before doing anything else. All the players there unanimously agreed to wait. 10 minutes passed, the wounds on her body healed, and sure enough, she was resurrected. Just as she turned around, confusedly wondering who had just murdered her, the bastard appeared from behind her once more. But this time, he was struck in the back by someone else with a large axe, killing him instantly. After killing the man, the attacker laughed cheerfully with an arrogant look on his face. "So, they just come back to life after 10 minutes, huh?" His nonchalant remark left countless people disgusted and horrified. Ryuman stood and watched with a smug look. He figured that even with proof of resurrection, the other players still wouldn't be comfortable with killing. But that's just how people are. They will be influenced by their circumstances and reveal their own inner madness. Just as he predicted, all the players then rushed into a chaotic melee, with no holds barred. Everyone was killing each other, telling themselves that the other players would just respawn anyway. And so, about 1,000 players began to slaughter each other, brutally. It had basically turned into a battlefield. Jin then summoned his scythe and went out to join the fight. The players who saw him became wary, but they were wiped out by a single swing of his scythe. 3 guys behind him wanted to team up and use this opportunity for a sneak attack, but they were no match for him, because he basically has a detection skill, making sneak attacks completely useless. Besides Ryumin, there was another guy in this 4th round nicknamed the Black Fire Dragon, who was also on a continuous rampage. Because he possessed the devouring ancient script, this situation was a feast for him. Seeing how dark his name color was, Ryuman figured he must have killed about 10 people already, and would need to respawn a few times to repent for his sins. This guy was ecstatic because every time he killed someone, his stats increased. His devouring ancient script worked by increasing a progress bar every time he killed an enemy. Once the progress bar was full, he would receive a random stat point. Riding this high, the guy went on a crazed rampage, slaughtering other players. to raise his own stats to a whole new level. He was ecstatic seeing his progress bar fill up so quickly. He wondered how much the progress bar would jump if he killed Hakko, but he quickly shut down that insane thought. After all, who knows what kind of disaster would strike if he provoked a big shot like that. He glanced over at the other players and happily savored the moment. This way, he could safely level up even more. With that momentum, he swung his axe, slaughtering one player after another. It was as if this playground belonged to him. His prey kept respawning, only to offer up their lives to him again. He had no idea how many people he'd killed by now. His only goal was to reach the #1 spot on the rankings. Suddenly, he froze in his tracks when, standing before him was none other than Hakko. Jin activated death form, and the entire sky of this mystical space instantly went dark. His scythe then turned semi-transparent. The guy tried to react cautiously, but before he could even process what was happening, his head suddenly flew from his neck. As expected of Hakko, I really should have avoided him. The clang of sword against sword echoed endlessly as countless players fell to the cold ground. Dongmin stood watching and noticed a girl, who had respawned after 10 minutes. Seeing that the information was correct, he let out a smug grin, thinking this was his chance to get revenge on all the bastards who had stabbed him in the back. He rushed off to find his so-called dear friends. Dongmin hurried over to greet him, then gave his buddy a punch to remember, right in the face. Dongmin's face twisted into a demonic expression as he unleashed a barrage of blows on his friend. After beating him to his heart's content, the friend finally died. He turned away with a look of utter disgust, wanting to find more traitors to punish. If hell really exists, would it look like this? A place filled with violence, where people only know how to hate one another. Erin held her weapon, timidly, her body covered in countless bloodstains. Samchu watched her, thinking to himself that while he could handle it, Erin was probably struggling. If this affected her psychologically and hindered her work, he wouldn't be able to face the chairman. As he was lost in thought, someone grabbed Erin's hair from behind and attacked her by surprise. Sangchun immediately lunged forward to counter, running his sword straight through the attacker. Following Sangchun's command, Arin rushed in to finish the man off so she could successfully pass this round. Even though he was just a bodyguard, she would still obey his orders. Erin's body trembled, having just killed someone. She then stood up, collecting herself, and asked her bodyguard how much longer they had to fight. Sangchun replied that there was at least another hour to go. Erin trembled as she spoke. I can't even stand to watch them die. I don't understand how everyone can just kill each other like this. Sangchun felt a surge of irritation, thinking she was too weak. It seemed she had been overly sheltered. Even so, the words that came out of his mouth contradicted his cold demeanor. If you're tired, please, take a rest. Haven't you already killed about 50 people? That should be enough to get you into the rankings. Please, leave the rest to me. Arin shyly thanked him, but this was exactly what he was waiting for, because now he could fight to his heart's content without having to set her up for the kill, steals, and could finally focus on his own score. The time remaining until the end of the round was now a mere 10 minutes. Ryuman focused intensely on slaying the other players, as he didn't want to lose the reward for being first place in all regions. He moved like a blur, at an insane speed, with his powerful scythe. With every swing, he moved with a deadly grace. Although he was slaughtering many people to climb the ranks, Ryuman had a personal code. He wouldn't kill someone he had already killed. The ranking for this 4th round wasn't just about killing as many people as possible. You needed to kill as many different people as you could. Even if you killed the same person twice, it would only count as 1 kill. And so, Ryuman simply passed by the guy named Dongmin, ignoring him as he gleefully pummeled someone to death. That guy had already killed his 3 friends over and over, and Ryuman was sure they wouldn't make it through this round. Because if you die the moment you respawn, you have no chance to earn points for yourself. The time remaining in the round was now just 1 minute. With little time left, Ryuman strode forward to get as many points as he could. He scanned the other players and saw they were all people he'd already killed. But that blonde-haired guy was new, so he gifted him a slash across the back. Just as he finished the guy off, the round ended. The she-angel appeared with a beaming smile. Killing each other. Wasn't that fun? The players glared at her with resentful expressions. After all, who would find joy in slaughtering one another? She glanced down at the filthy bloodstains below, twirling a lock of her shiny golden hair as she continued. In any case, you all did a very good job completing the mission of killing each other. Before we look at the results, let's resurrect the dead right before your very eyes. Ryuman, however, saw that this woman was just putting on a show, because in reality, the resurrection was a system function. The players were then resurrected back into the game. Dongmin's friends immediately started taunting the bastard. The angel, hearing their racket, put on a terrifying expression. From now on, if any of you humans dare to speak, I'll snap my fingers and blast you to bits. These words, spoken as gently as a breeze, instantly silenced the crowd below. Even Dongmin was terrified. Seeing that everyone was quiet, the angel put on a delicate act. Now then, if everyone has been revived, shall we take a look at the results? Then, she revealed the side quest for this round, stunning everyone. With a snap of her fingers, a system window appeared before all the players. The side quest was to eliminate the regional representative within a certain time limit, and only one player had completed the side quest this round. It was none other than the fan favorite, Hakkao. The other players were furious when they found out, but it was too late. They regretted not taking out Huang Dongmin. Dongmin was furious at being so bitterly deceived by Hakkao. The angel then revealed more about how the results were calculated. The rankings are based on the number of different people you've killed. Even if you kill the same person multiple times, it only counts as one kill. By the time the players realized this, it was too late for regrets. The angel just laughed, calling them a bunch of simple-minded fools with strong bodies. You didn't think it would be that easy, did you? She snapped her fingers again, and the final results board for the round appeared. Across all regions, Hakkao was still the one with the most kills, with 722. Next to him was the fool with the mage class at 521 kills, and Chionma, the Dark Knight, with 433 kills. Hakkao, taking first place again, couldn't help but surprise the angel, who stared at him. The other players were full of praise, realizing that Hakkao alone had wiped out 70% of the people here. The angel clapped her hands, praising him profusely and wanting to reward this outstanding student's performance. The system window began to display countless reward notifications, including a mid-grade armor selection ticket. After looking through the options, he decided to choose the blood-soaked assassin's tunic. This armor provided some very powerful stats with high defense. Along with that was a special reward that included a buff increasing stat limits by 50% for round 5 and 5,000 gold. Information about round 5. Having regressed countless times, he knew how difficult round 5 would be, so without much thought, he chose the 50% stat increase buff. The angel above announced another shocking piece of information. In their region, 30 people were tied for rank 521. Everyone ranked lower will be eliminated. She showed an excited expression, as it was now time for the elimination process. Despite their pleas, the eliminated players were quickly turned to dust. Dongmin survived, but it was a close call. Aaron and Songchun also easily passed this round. And so, round 4 ended with nearly 90,000 survivors across all regions. In Jumin's region, a mere 521 people survived. After a moment, their souls would be transferred to their bodies in the present dimension. Round 5 would begin at midnight on a day in May 2024. At the Imperial Hotel, Songchun rushed to find Chairman Ma. The chairman was resting in his bed after the grueling round. Sangchun had rushed over because he couldn't get in contact with Chairman Ma. He thought something terrible had happened to him. Ma Gunrock quickly sat up and explained, "Did you think I'd die in round 4? Didn't you see the results?" Sangchun rubbed his neck, embarrassed. "I saw your name on the leaderboard, sir, but I was still worried. In any case, that last round was insane, wasn't it?" Ma Gunrock held his face. "That's why I passed out on the bed as soon as I got back. My mind is completely exhausted. I killed 433 people in that round. And if you count the repeated deaths, the number is probably much higher." At that moment, Ma Gunrock was thinking he had gotten so strong. And yet, what kind of monster is Hakkao? Is he even human? Sangchun, on the other hand, suspected he was an active duty soldier, possibly from the special forces. He couldn't think of anyone in Korea with that level of skill and courage. Meanwhile, Ma Gunrock was lost in thought. The more he thought about it, the more he admired Hakkao. No matter what his true identity is, if we could partner with him, I would feel much more at ease. Chairman Ma then thought of Ryuman and wanted to ask the prophet about Hakko's background. Sangchun added that Ryuman's prophecy had been completely accurate, just as he had predicted for them. Beforehand, Ryuman had told them that this would be a massacre, a disaster, and that the players would have to kill each other. Sangchun then asked Chairman Ma about the prophet Ryuman, and if he really wanted to make him a business partner. Ma Gonrock replied that, of course he did, since the kid already held 31% of the company's shares anyway. In reality, the company was as good as Juman's already. Besides having to run the business according to Juman's wishes, what they needed to do now was to pull him over to their side. He instructed his subordinate not to look down on him or get arrogant just because he was young. Even if you don't like his attitude, you must flatter him and do everything he says. Only then can we reap all the sweet benefits from him. Chairman Ma laid out his honeypot scheme, which was named Chi. After listening to the chairman's persuasive pitch, Song Chun nodded in agreement with the plan. He then told his subordinate to call the guy right away, saying they needed to celebrate their survival. So tonight, they should throw a killer party, and he also told him to bring any family members he had along. Ma then came up with the idea to invite a top-tier idol, Sel Arin, to the party to show off a little. Changing scenes. Early the next morning, Juman arrived in his supercar to pick up Juri for a meal. To make sure she wouldn't feel awkward, he told her he would be treating her to everything today. Having a rich friend really does have its perks. Once in the car, Juri thanked Juman for revealing the details about the 4th round to her. Thanks to that, she was able to pass easily. Juman thanked her for trusting him and not thinking he was just lying to her. As far as Juri was concerned, lying to her wouldn't have brought him any benefits anyway, and she didn't think Juman would ever do something like that. She felt incredibly grateful, because if Juman hadn't told her to kill at least 30 people, she would have been turned to dust by now. But Juman thought that she didn't really need to thank him at all, because whether he told her or not, she would have passed easily, thanks to her ridiculously overpowered ancient protection spell. Compared to Sel Arin, who was like a flower protected in a greenhouse, Juri was more like a weed growing in the wild. The two of them then headed to the restaurant to celebrate. Juri kept thanking Juman. He could only sigh, having lost count of how many times she'd thanked him already. As she ate, Juri was overthinking like crazy about the things she'd done in the 4th round. Juman sensed this. It seemed she was still feeling guilty. He advised her not to overthink it and not to blame herself, because she needed to survive too. And besides, it wasn't just her. He, she, and all the other players couldn't avoid it either. Juri trembled and cried, horrified that she had killed people. This made Juman angry, and he raised his voice at her. So what? If something similar happens in the future, are we just going to let it happen? If I don't wake up, what's going to happen to my family back home? We have families waiting for us. It was only then that Juri suddenly thought about her father back home. If she didn't wake up, her father would be devastated. Juri realized she had forgotten the most important thing, her family. That was the reason she had managed to hold on for so long. After that, she happily enjoyed the food with Juman, eating heartily to soothe the exhaustion from the 4th round. After they finished eating, Juri thanked him again, but this time she called him Min. He was surprised, as this was the first time she had called him by just his first name without his surname. Hearing this, Juri said that if he didn't mind, she would call him that from now on. By now, Juri's mood had probably stabilized. Juman decided it was time to get to the main point. Juman told her about the information for the 5th round. This would be the most difficult round so far. Also, the zones would be merging. Basically, the separated zones would combine into one. Juri was surprised, realizing she might be able to meet Juman in the 5th round. He immediately lied, saying they could meet, but not in the 5th round. The truth was, they would meet in the 5th round, but if he told her they were in the same zone, she would definitely want to meet up with him. Juman wanted to meet Juri while keeping his identity hidden. He then told Juri another way she could get through the 5th round smoothly. He mentioned HCK and told her to go meet him and ask for his help. Juri was even more shocked when the person Juman mentioned was Black Hook, the #1 ranked player in all zones. She was puzzled why Juman would tell her to ask that guy for help, so Juman quickly clarified to avoid any misunderstanding. Instead of asking for help, it would be more accurate to say, cooperate with him. She needed to form a temporary alliance with him in order to survive. Juri was worried because he was level 30. An unrivaled being who stood alone at the top. How could a roadside weed like her ever hope to reach the clouds? Juman reassured her, telling her she had her buff. Black Hook probably needed her too. It would be a symbiotic relationship between the two of them. Outwardly, she was worried, but deep down, Juri was thinking something else. If she could safely pass this round with his help, that would be great, but her buff was actually incredibly overpowered, a fact only Juman knew. And it wasn't just some minor buff like she thought. Juman told her not to worry, because Black Hook would cooperate with her, not just for this round, but for the next one as well. Because he had already seen it happen in the future, she didn't need to worry. Hearing this, Juri's expression brightened up again. She thanked Juman for giving her such important information. Then, she told him to hold out his cute little hand, and she granted him one of her buffs. Juman had expected this to happen, as he knew she didn't like being indebted to others. Now he could go home confidently and use it. Thanks to the blessing effect from Jury and the bonus stats from the Ancient Slayer language after killing 100 worms, Ryuman's stats had now skyrocketed. He opened his status window to admire it and was stunned to see his luck had increased by a whopping 84 points. With such a high luck stat, he confidently decided to use the Magic Stone lottery ticket he received as a reward from the previous round. If he were a normal person, he would probably be praying to the gods for a decent item, but he was far from normal. On top of that, he had broken the game in such a wicked way that he could just forget about all that praying nonsense. That damn god's name. He remembered the first day he met that angel. He didn't know who it was, but this was definitely the work of a god. Who else could just grab 1.8 billion people and throw them into a death game? The one behind all of this had to be a god who was toying with human lives. If he could make it through the final round and get one wish granted, he would wish for the bastard god who created this disgusting game to be torn to pieces. With his sky-high luck stat, it was no surprise that after using the magic scroll, he received 5 magic stones. He felt like this great result was thanks to his cursing, not praying to any god, and thought to himself how truly lucky he was. After that, Ryuman began to combine the stones. First, he would put 2 of the lowest grade red magic stones together and press combine. By combining magic stones of the same color and grade like this, you could obtain a higher grade magic stone. Along with the magic stone he got from Cell Aaron and the one he drew from the scroll, he successfully created one more low-grade purple magic stone. Then, he combined the magic stones with items to gain additional stats. After a few more operations, he had used up all the magic stones he had. And now, what he needed to do was go meet Mag. He dressed in his finest clothes to go out, and his younger brother could only stare at his big bro in awe. When his brother found out that the president of the company his brother invested in was the heir to the Ma Corporation, Ryuman didn't hide it and confirmed it was true. And today, he was invited to a party as a business partner, and in the future, he would be working with them for a long time. His younger brother was so startled, his hands and feet trembled, wondering if he was even qualified to join his brother. Ryuman adjusted Juan's tie and told his little brother not to worry, since Mag had said he could bring family. As the two of them stepped out the door, they were warmly greeted by a subordinate named Sang-hoon. Juan politely greeted him and accepted his business card to get acquainted. The man also apologized for having treated him rudely before. He added that they should consider this party as an apology, so he hoped Juan wouldn't mind. The two were chauffeured in a sleek, luxurious limousine to the Imperial Hotel. Stepping into the Grand Hall, his younger brother was startled to hear Chairman Ma call his brother shareholder. He walked over to greet Ryuman's younger brother warmly and made small talk. The two were then led to a lavish dining table filled with expensive and luxurious dishes. Juan's eyes sparkled like stars when he saw the heaps of food on the table, all prepared by a 5-star chef. Seeing his reaction, Chairman Ma immediately invited him to join their small banquet. Even though they hadn't prepared much, it would surely be enough for him to eat his fill. While they were preparing to dine, the top idol Cell Aaron suddenly appeared, dressed in an ethereal black outfit. Cell Aaron bowed and apologized to the chairman, explaining she was late because she had to attend the funeral of a fellow actor. Mag replied with a warm smile, "Don't worry about it, we understand." Then he pointed and introduced her to their company's major shareholder. Seeing his idol in the flesh right in front of him, Juan couldn't contain his emotions. On the surface, Cell Aaron acted pleased that the shareholder was her neighbor, but inwardly, she thought the chairman was teasing her, since the guy looked even younger than she was and was already a major shareholder. Ryuman's little brother couldn't hide his admiration for Cell Aaron's beauty. But then again, anyone who saw her appearance would naturally have that reaction. Seeing his brother like this, Ryuman also tried to feign some interest to perfectly play his Hollywood-level act. Mag saw Ryuman's expression and revealed a smug look. He really is just a young man. Turns out prophets are just like everyone else, huh? After that, he invited everyone present to join the party and celebrate. Chairman Ma asked if the food he served was to the major shareholders and his brother's liking. Both of them enthusiastically praised how delicious it was, which made him visibly happy. That was because he had already tasted every single dish beforehand and had the chefs remake them to treat his esteemed guests. Mag inquired further about Ryuman's family, as he didn't see him bring any other relatives. Ryuman didn't hide anything and said that his younger brother was his only family and that his parents had passed away. Mag was taken aback by this unexpected situation. He quickly apologized, thinking to himself that he'd lost points by asking that question. When Juan heard the question, his face also filled with sorrow. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Mag wished someone would liven things up. He shot a glance over at Cell Aaron. After finishing his cup of tea, he called her outside to speak privately. Out in the hall, he asked her if the food today was good. When he received the answer, it was delicious. Mag's face turned cold and menacing. Do you think I called you here to let you eat and drink to your heart's content? I called you here to help liven up the atmosphere a bit. Why are you so slow on the uptake? At that moment, Mag revealed another important piece of information to Arin. Besides being a major shareholder, Ryuman was also a prophet. His class allowed him to see the future, just as the name implies, and what they needed to do now was to make him happy. Just imagine how huge of an advantage it would be if they knew information about the next round in advance. Therefore, the plan he gave to sell Arin was, using her flawless 10 out of 10 face to play along with his words, laughing and talking with him. He clenched his fists, making it clear to Arin she was to use any means necessary to capture the prophet's heart. Arin tried to explain something, but Ma Gyeon-lok immediately cut her off. He had given her a chance to become famous as an actress, and now it was time for her to repay that debt. Her job was to make Ryuman happy, no matter what tricks she had to pull. Though she seemed reluctant, Arin had no choice but to follow his instructions. Back at the dinner table, the atmosphere was more somber than ever. After their conversation outside, Chairman Ma and Arin returned. He invited everyone to move to another entertainment spot he had prepared. He glanced at Arin, who was hesitating to try and win over Ryuman as instructed. Ryuman paid her no mind, but June, a boy who had just turned 14, was a different story. The young boy blushed before the beautiful woman in front of him and asked if she could spare some time to take a picture with him later. Seeing that his younger brother was more interested in Arin, Ma Gyeon-lok quickly sent a text to Arin, telling her they needed to change the plan. Change your target. Get close to the younger brother first. Arin felt sad because the boy was a genuine fan, yet she had to deceive him for the chairman's own purposes. Up ahead, Ryuman had already read these thoughts of hers. Ma Gyeon-lok was happily imagining a beautiful scenario in his head, completely unaware that Ryuman had read all of his thoughts. Everyone was led to a VIP room to experience the lavish space and delicious alcoholic beverages from the hotel. Hearing this, June quickly refused, as he was still a student. Sam-chun was instructed by the chairman to bring a different drink for the boy, so he quickly left. With only 4 people remaining, Ryuman also said that he couldn't drink alcohol. Ma Gyeon-lok immediately invited him, wanting him to just try it. Ryuman ignored his words. He cut him off, telling Arin to go outside and take a picture with his younger brother, causing the two of them to leave, confused. Once only the two of them were left, Ryuman looked at Ma Gyeon-lok with a murderous glint in his eyes. Chairman, do you think I'm that easy? His attitude made the chairman even more terrified. Ryuman subtly reminded him of his prophetic profession and pointed out that he already knew all about the plan he had discussed outside with Arin. Ryuman spoke sternly to Chairman Ma. You shouldn't hide anything from me. At this moment, Ma Gyeon-lok was horrified that his private conversation with Arin had been discovered. He never expected Ryuman could see even the near future so clearly. You told her to win me over, but you also wanted to use my little brother. That's crossing the line. With all his underhanded schemes exposed, Ma Gyeon-lok could only offer a sincere apology. I made a foolish decision. Prophet, I will fix everything that has displeased you. Seeing his sincerity, Ryuman didn't press the issue. Ma Gyeon-lok hurriedly thanked him for giving him another chance. His subordinate, Sam-chun, returned at that moment. Ma Gyeon-lok quickly straightened his clothes and told him to go back outside, instructing him to guide the other two to the room next door. The situation was getting worse, as the honey trap was completely useless against Ryuman. Ryuman then asked if he wanted to know more information about the next round. Hearing this made his eyes light up. The reason he had accepted the invitation to the party was because he wanted to reveal information about the 5th round to him. But with this disrespectful attitude, it would be very difficult to give him information or even cooperate. Ma Gyeon-lok quickly apologized and begged him to let this matter slide. Ryuman only hoped that he wouldn't hide anything from him in the future, and that in the future, he should also trust him unconditionally. He hoped the chairman would stop questioning how the company was run and told him to convince the other shareholders during the shareholder meeting. Without hesitation, Ma Gyeon-lok agreed to his conditions. Ryuman then revealed to him the detailed information about the 5th round they were about to face. This time, the mission was to kill 500 orcs. But it wouldn't be that easy, as the zones would link up. Because the number of players had decreased significantly, the separated areas would begin to merge into one. Hearing this made Ma Gyeon-lok eagerly ask about the name Black Ball. Ryuman shook his head, revealing that he wouldn't be in the same zone as the player named Black Ball. The chairman immediately wanted to ask for more detailed information about the person named Black Ball. Ryuman just smiled lightly and replied, I don't know who he is either, but you'll meet him soon enough. In reality, that person was standing right in front of him. Ryuman thought to himself and added one more thing, reminding him of the name he had been pursuing, Huang Dongmin. Hearing Ryumin mention the name sent him from one surprise to another. Just as I thought. Your ability to see the future is beyond imagination. Ryuman simply advised him not to investigate that man, because messing with him would result in a huge loss, and that was all he could reveal, as the secrets of the heavens cannot be told. In reality, he was keeping that guy alive, because he was still very useful. Ma Gyeonlok fell into silent thought, then decided he would no longer investigate Dongmin, just as Ryuman had advised. Afterwards, he called Ryuman to return to the party together. He was already planning to go blow off some steam tonight. As rain began to fall, in a deserted alley, a man went missing. A man is on the run, hunted by an unknown pursuer. He's forced into a dead-end alley. Then, the sound of slow, deliberate footsteps approaches. A sword is raised and brought down, slicing straight through the man's legs. Through his drenched shirt, a powerful six-pack is revealed. It's none other than Chairman Magon. He's serving his own brand of justice, because this old geezer is a child molester. He'd already served his time in prison and was released. He lies on the cold ground, begging for his life. But Magon turns a deaf ear to his pleas. He stabs the man with his sword. If you don't want to die a slow and painful death, then stop talking and shut your mouth. If you attract any witnesses, the body count is only going to go up. Seeing the old man obey, he uses a skill and gives him the most peaceful death possible with his dark mana. He thinks to himself that if he didn't need to replenish his dark mana, he would have killed scum like him in an instant. In order to use his dark aura, he needs dark mana, and to replenish that dark mana, he needs to take the lives of others. On top of that, killing people yields far more dark mana than killing monsters. He sweeps back his disheveled hair. He feels a surge of exhilaration. He's always enjoyed killing criminals, and the Dark Knight class is an absolutely perfect fit for him. Once the deed is done, he moves closer and absorbs the mana into his weapon. His dark aura can only devour the life force of a living target. It cannot consume a corpse. Suddenly, a noise from behind makes him spin around, his guard up. Luckily, it's just a cat. Otherwise, there would have been another body. Dawn is already breaking. He thinks about Ryuman and his ancient rune of the future. He probably already knows that he's a serial killer, yet still chose to approach him. Magon gives a mysterious smile, finding the whole thing quite amusing. Before leaving, he calls his subordinate, Sang Chun, to come and handle the trash. 2 weeks after the party with Megan, Ryuman has been cooped up at home, with nothing specific to do. His mind is constantly on the future, so he spent these days listening to some chill music. But today, his break is officially over. On his phone, he reads the news about how players are going to change the world, and realizes it's time for him to make his move. It's now time for him to retrieve one of the 5 ancient runes that can be found in the real world. The ancient rune he's about to hunt for is the Rune of Replication. A flood of news stories appears in magazines and on official websites. 1.8 billion people were dragged into another world, their numbers plummeting to just 90 million within 3 months. The economy is on the brink of collapse due to the loss of the younger generation, and schools across the nation have even shut down. The unending sorrow of parents and siblings across the globe has plunged the world into despair. Tich sits arrogantly in the middle of a classroom, his body still reeking of blood. We're only on the 4th round, and a whole bunch of people have already died. What a bunch of useless weaklings. The news he cares about is all centered on the criminal psychology of humans. They were enabled by the game to reveal their absolute worst natures, all in an effort to wipe each other out. But Tich is ecstatic. What a beautiful mess. If they were players, they would have done the exact same thing. What's so wrong with wanting to do whatever the hell I want before I die? Damn senile old fools. This is why they shouldn't always be forcing people into boxes. Don't do this, don't do that. It's all because of these restrictions and rules. The more he rants, the angrier he gets, swinging an iron pipe. A single strike smashes a wooden chair to splinters. Tich gets himself all worked up. This is exactly why we're all about to explode. His eyes turn vacant and bloodthirsty. It doesn't matter anymore. Who the hell is qualified to stop me? After all, I'm a player. My recklessness is the only thing I've got over all of them. Tich stands before the bloody battlefield of his own making. Now, who should I kill next? Things have spiraled out of control as he craves to commit another massacre. I just killed people in real life, but I don't feel a thing. Is it because I went through hell back in the 4th round? Tich scratches his head, cursing the system. But just 1 point per person? That's so stingy. Is it because they're civilians? He fondly remembers his last battle. The 4th round was awesome, even better than killing monsters. A system window appears. Rune of Devouring. This item will grant you a random stat. Hi, Tich's bloodlust grows stronger by the second. I want to kill players instead of civilians, cause I'll get more points from them. He stares at the article for a long time. Oh, is this an online community forum for players? Could I join the forum to meet other players? To kill them? That way, I'll get way more points. He wonders. To join the forum, you have to fill out the necessary information. Full name, age, level, and username. Hi, Tich scoffs contemptuously. What? They want all my personal info and an interview too? What a pain in the ass. But I have to get in if I want to meet other players. And those other players would never in a million years think that there's a player out there killing other players. In the blink of an eye, the day of the interview arrives. Hi, Tich stands in front of some cafe. Is this really the place? They gave me a specific address. Please come to the Welcome Cafe in Wabu, Nam Y, before noon. You can wear whatever you want. Hi, Tich paused for a moment. This was it. But damn it, why'd they call me out to the middle of nowhere like this? The bus doesn't even run out here. He grumbled under his breath as he pushed the door open. I swear I'll kill that damn interviewer if he pisses me off. What? The interior is more modern than I expected. His attention focused on the two customers sitting at a table. Are they the only ones here? One of them spoke up first. Are you here for the interview? Hi, Tich replied. Yes, I am. The man approached him. What's your username? Black Dragon's fiery hand. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm the interviewer, and my username is age 30. Hi, Tich stared at the man in disbelief. Huh? You're a player? Age 30 just let out a laugh. Haha. Yeah, I know. I don't really look the part, but I am turning 30 this year. This way, please. The man introduced the other person at the table. This is little Coco. He's also here for an interview. Coco, this is Black Dragon's fiery hand. The two of you might end up as teammates, so you should probably say hello. Hi, Tich immediately had a bad feeling. This scrawny, anchovy-looking bastard is a player too? He looks so weak. But he still sat down, and they exchanged greetings. Hello. Hey. As soon as Hi Tich sat down, he looked all around, scanning the cafe. I guess business isn't exactly booming. No customers and not even any part-timers. The older man wasn't surprised by his comment at all. It's pretty far from the city, so it's understandable. That's why we rented this place for the interviews. Hi, Tich was still curious. Oh, so you rented this place. But shouldn't the owner still be here? I don't see anyone, age 30 slowly explained. The owner's in the kitchen preparing some food. It's a cafe, but they serve meals too. Hi, Tich glanced around and replied nonchalantly, I see. With just a quick scan of the room, he'd already made a silent judgment. There aren't even any cameras in here? Hi, Tich quickly pushed the thought out of his head. No, I can't throw away this opportunity just to kill two people. He then spoke up impatiently. So, are we going to do this interview or what? Minjin calmly replied, oh, we're waiting for one more person. We'll start when he arrives. His mind immediately jumped to the question. One more person? But out loud, he tried to confirm. Are there 3 of us? The man explained as he looked outside. Yes, he's running a little late. So let's just wait a bit longer. Oh, there he is. The door slid open with a pleasant jingle. Minjin eagerly stood up to greet him. Are you here for the interview? The man gave a short, yes. The interviewer eagerly pressed on. What's your username? And when he heard the man confirm the name Black Hook, Minjin instinctively covered his mouth, overcome with emotion. A few days earlier, Tune had held an online meeting with the executive staff. Welcome, Jamie, the woman, addressed by the chairman, replied enthusiastically, it's a pleasure to meet you. He continued calling out names. Welcome. Boring. Once the roll call was finished, Tune got straight to business. Everyone is here except for Jam made of honey. Now, let's begin the meeting for the 3rd week of April. Loschiak, you go first. He said, yes, chairman. And Tune immediately asked with curiosity, how many people joined the forum this week? Loschiak reported briefly. About 2,000. Tayun noted softly, that's more than last week. The man acknowledged it matter-of-factly. Yes, the number of players is decreasing month by month, but the number of forum participants is increasing every week. Loschiak paused for a moment before offering his theory. I think the article written about us attracted them. Tayun's interest was suddenly piqued. Who hired the journalist? Yai raised her hand and admitted, that was me, chairman. Tune was a little stunned. I see. I didn't realize you had connections in that field. She smiled humbly. It's a new connection. Having such capable staff made him noticeably more enthusiastic. Fantastic. I'd expect nothing less from a longtime member. So then, Loschiak, out of those 2,000 people, how many are actually skilled. He gave a conservative estimate. If we exclude players without a class and those below level 10, we have about 1,200 people. Tiyun rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. So, how many of them are actually useful? Boring pushed up his glasses and took over. I'll speak on that. He looked at his tablet and began sharing what he knew. One noteworthy player is Black Dragon's Fiery Hand from the SX-45 region. He's an ordinary level 10 warrior, but he took 3rd place. Tiyun sounded doubtful. 3rd place. He must either have a good ancient language for his level, or he's lying. Boring didn't hesitate to make a recommendation, but I think he's good enough to be considered a candidate for an executive position. Tiyun gave a brief reply and urged him on. Right. Anyone else? He continued to report the information. One more is Little Coco. He's from the SX region. Model 1,227, always ranking between 4th and 10th. Boring finally gave a rough statistic. Besides those two, there are 50 players in the top 100 of their respective regions. Satisfied, Tiyun planned his next move. Oh, that's quite a lot. Looks like I'm going to be busy interviewing everyone. But as the chairman, of course he would just assign someone else to do the task. Is that right? Me? In my 30s? The man who was suddenly called out opened his weary eyes and shouted, "My apologies." Tiyun questioned him irritably. Are you dozing off? What did you do last night to be this sleepy already? Min Jin stammered in response. Well, But before he could finish his sentence, the other cut him off. I'm not listening to excuses. Handle all 50 of those interviews before the next meeting. If you can't get it done in time, another senior candidate might just replace you. Terrified, the man bowed low and accepted the job. I understand. Please, leave it to me. Tiyun impatiently changed the subject. Anyway, has Los made contact yet? He glanced at his phone and blurted out a denial. If he had, I would have reported it immediately. Tiyun's eyes fell. His face filled with disappointment. I suppose that's true. I'd give him an executive position on the spot if he joined. What a shame. Tiyun turned his attention to his media contact. Yami, can you get that journalist to write a few more articles? We'll probably need a better promotional strategy to attract Black Hook to join us. She playfully rubbed her thumb and index finger together, signaling for money. Of course, as long as there's money. He made a generous promise. Don't worry about that. I'll reward you for your dedication. Her eyes curved into a smile as she shot finger hearts at him. Hehe, thank you, Chairman, reassured. Tiyun continued the meeting. Now then, let's move on to the next topic. Just then, a panicked Los interrupted. Wait, Chairman, a big name just requested to join the forum. Unable to contain his curiosity, he immediately asked, who is it? The hand holding his phone was trembling, and he struggled to force out the 2 words. Black Hook. Everyone present fell silent in unison. Min recalled that shocking moment, which made him even more enthusiastic now. It's a pleasure to meet you. It wasn't too hard to get here, was it? The other bluntly denied. Actually, it was difficult. The man scratched his head, flustered. My apologies for that. This was the best place we could find to ensure our privacy. After a moment of awkward smiling, Min Jin extended a hand in invitation. Anyway, you're really handsome. You must be popular with the ladies. This way, please. He enthusiastically pulled out a chair and offered, please, have a seat. These two are also here for an interview, just like you. Hi, Ungtich, never expected to meet his enemy in this situation, and he gritted his teeth in fury. As for Ryuman, he lowered his head to avoid attention and spoke timidly. Oh, hello. In Hong arrogantly crossed his legs and replied with confidence. I am Black Hook. He lifted his head and casually gave his alternate IGN. I'm Little Coco. But inside, he wanted to curse 100 times. That bastard sure is amusing. Hai Ungtich gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his anger and the bit of confusion in his heart. Black Hook, the one who killed me 5 times? I really want to ask him if we've ever met in real life. Why does he enjoy killing me so much? Min Jin sat opposite them, and seeing him remain silent, he decided to ask. Black Fire Dragon, what's wrong? Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Startled, he stammered a reply. Hello, I'm Black Fire Dragon. Without saying a word, In Hong's eyes simply swept over them. The atmosphere suddenly thickened with tension. An unnamed pressure made him bite his lip, his mind lost in a tangled mess with no way out. What? He didn't react at all? I thought for sure he'd recognize me the moment I said my name. Or maybe he can't even remember my name, despite killing me 5 times. Ryuman sat quietly in a corner, slowly sipping a strawberry drink. His eyes discreetly followed the other man's every move. Have I been acting that arrogant? I'm also an imposter. But this guy, he's a true fraud. The man's familiar, elegant appearance helped him quickly piece together some private information in his mind. His player name is Kukuru Bing Bong. He's a professional scammer who has pulled all sorts of tricks and schemes just to make money. All the data he had was negative, giving him a slight headache. He isn't a threat right now, but later, with the cloning ancient language, he'll become famous, or rather, infamous, for the crimes he commits. Ryuman's eyes were suddenly shrouded by a dark cloud, and he didn't bother to hide the killing intent coming from his body. How bitter it is that criminals also gain power from another world. But this is good. I've met him as planned. I will use him to obtain the cloning ancient language. Only Min Jin, completely oblivious to the silent tension at the table, pulled a thick file from his bag. Has everyone finished their introductions? Then I'll start by confirming your personal information. Let's begin with little Coco. Called on so suddenly, he froze for a moment before quickly regaining his composure to answer. Fine. My name is Kim Zung. Hi, I'm 20 years old. I graduated from high school, so I'm currently unemployed. The man began to scribble down notes, relentlessly pressing him for quick answers. It says here you're a level 13 assassin. Is that correct? Correct. And you're also ranked 4th in your region? Yes. On the outside, Ryuman feigned confusion, but inside, he was silently seething and mocking himself. It's all an act, except for the player's name, of course. Recalling the memory of a brief encounter with an unknown player, his mind was suddenly in turmoil. Little Coco was a real person. In other words, I'm also impersonating someone else, but I have to do this to get the duplication rune. His breathing grew heavier, his mind becoming more chaotic with each passing second. The duplication rune required its recipient to kill someone at the location where the rune was hidden, all while impersonating someone else. Faced with that cold, artificial attitude, Ryuman took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to lash out. In the past, this bastard killed someone while pretending to be me and obtained the duplication rune. After noting down all his information, Minin looked towards Sim Hong Chol to continue his work. All right, you're next, Black Fire Dragon. With someone having gone before him, he spoke up seriously. My name is Sim Hong Chol. I'm 11 years old and currently in middle school. The man's face lit up as he replied, Oh, so you're the youngest one here. But the hollow way he spoke was utterly repulsive. This fat pig is a middle schooler? He's absolutely foul. As that thought crossed Ryuman's mind, he had the interviewer's disgusted expression pegged. He scoffed inwardly. I wonder if he'd still look down on him if he knew Sim Hong Chol had killed his own classmate? That's not something an ordinary middle school student could do. Because of his chubby figure, Minin had to ask awkwardly, Is it true that you're a level 10 warrior and were ranked 3rd in your region? Being so openly doubted, an enraged Sim Hong Chol slammed his hand on the table. Yeah, so what? You think I'm lying? Minin hastily changed his tone, trying to diffuse the tense atmosphere. Ahem, it's just part of the process. My apologies if you were offended. The man quickly flipped through his file to a fresh, blank page for the next interview. It's your turn, Black Dog. What's your name? He didn't hesitate to state everything, his face scowling like someone who just missed the lottery jackpot. Kim In Hong, 28 years old, fund manager. I've never dropped from the top rank in the level 30 region. You must know my class is Reaper, right? Is there anything else you need me to confirm? Being suddenly confronted made Minin flustered, his voice trembling. No, that's all. Thank you. On the surface, Ryuman was calm and relaxed, but inside, he was cursing up a storm. Fund manager my ass. More like a scam manager. He's gonna use that Black Dog name to borrow money from other people. Minin placed the thick file gently on the table, and his calm words stung like alcohol in a wound. I was just confirming your identities. Let's begin the interview. Just tell me why you want to join PCW. You first, little Coco. The moment he was called upon, Ryuman activated his masterclass acting skills and spoke with a tremble in his voice. Well, the world is really dangerous right now. It's scary being out there alone, so I thought it would be better to be with other players. The man barely paused before abruptly changing the subject. Okay, next, Black Fire Dragon. This left Sim Hong Chol frozen, caught before he could come up with a new reason. I can't just say I came here to kill other players. He hurriedly spat out a few disjointed words, sounding like he was cramming for a pop quiz. I'm similar to little Coco. I can't go to school anymore, and I'm worried about the next round. Hearing that, the man looked over at In Hong with a hint of anticipation. Is that so? Then what about you, Black Dog? Too lazy to react properly, he just tossed out a perfunctory answer. I just signed up because I saw the forum. It piqued my interest. The response left Minin speechless, able to do nothing but laugh it off awkwardly. Ha ha, I see. But inside, he sighed in relief, as if to soothe his wounded pride. He'll pass no matter what he says. Anyway, he's Black Dog, after all. In the blink of an eye, his expression shifted completely, his soft voice now laced with a hint of danger. All right, your answers were all satisfactory. Now, for the final part of the interview. A crazed smile spread across his face, and the words he hissed through his teeth sent a chill down their spines. Murder. You have to kill someone to pass this final part of the interview. Still sitting motionless, Ryuman swallowed hard and slowly turned, his mouth moving without a sound. Murder? But why aren't I getting the reaction I wanted? Minen's expression was one of clear disappointment. I guess you don't understand. Fine, let me enlighten you. A silent pressure spread with his every word, stripping the room of its normal atmosphere. You must have seen the articles. The government has started to crack down, turning its back on us. They're afraid of us becoming stronger than them. His sinewy hand clenched into a fist, as if to show his unwavering resolve. However, we players will soon rule the world, and that world will become a reality much sooner if we all work together. His eyes were lifeless, but he was smiling. That crazed, unhinged look made Minen seem no different from a sociopath. So there's no reason for us to be held back by the law. We need to show the government that the players are the law, and we'll start by defying it. He didn't dare break character, so he covered his mouth in shock, looking just like a helpless bottom from a comic book. Is that why we have to kill someone? Savoring the other's reaction, Minen added arrogantly. Exactly. That's how we show the government our will. Everyone at the table held their breath, trying to catch every word that escaped his mouth to show them that we are not controlled by the law. After that horrifying info dump, Minen looked at him and flashed a plastic smile. Do you understand now, little Coco? Ryuman nodded shyly, feigning fear as he avoided the man's gaze. Ah, yes. Seeing the dead, silent atmosphere, the man was convinced everyone had gotten the message and continued without waiting. Anyone who doesn't want to continue the interview can leave, but in return, you will no longer receive our help. He didn't bother trying to fit in, retreating to a corner to let his mind wander and scheme. It's clearly a threat. Anyone who leaves gets blacklisted, forcing us to kill people, making it nearly impossible to leave later on. Without exchanging a word, the other two were shrouded in a heavy silence, their eyes fixed on some distant point. Minen immediately took that as an invitation, his face instantly lighting up with an unstoppable, triumphant energy. It seems like you're all ready. Good. Then I'll take that as everyone agrees. We will begin the final part right now. Hai Ung-tich was the first to speak after that blood-soaked declaration. What? Start killing? But there's no one here to kill. Contrary to his concern, the man was strangely calm and composed. You don't need to worry about that. A timely clap of thunder distorted Minen's expression. His wide eyes no longer looked human. I've already prepared everything. The rain began to pour, right on cue, bringing with it a heavy feeling no one wanted to acknowledge in that cramped house. Realizing it was getting late, the man pushed himself up with one hand. Shall we get going? And with that, 3 other figures rose to their feet. Seeing the guests getting ready to leave, Boehm couldn't help but ask, "Oh, are you all leaving? You can stay longer if you want, since you've rented out the whole place." Minjin replied on their behalf in a gentle tone. "No, we're in a hurry. By the way, is there a restroom here?" Hearing this, she casually pointed a hand towards a hidden corner over there. He glanced in that direction, then spoke evasively. "Thanks. In the meantime, could I ask you for a favor?" Hearing the unexpected question, her expression faltered for a moment. "What is it?" He gently pressed a key into Boehm's hand, smiling as he asked for help. "Could you get the car from the parking lot for me? I'm in a bit of a rush right now." Although his vague way of speaking was incredibly annoying, he was a big spending customer, so she calmly accepted the task. "Of course, I'll go get it right away." Using a red umbrella to shield herself, she stepped outside, leaving the 4 men behind in her territory. The car door was quickly unlocked, thanks to the key from earlier. Without a word, Boehm deftly folded the umbrella, shaking off the lingering raindrops before getting into the car. Just as her hand touched the car's door frame, a pair of grotesque hands silently reached out like a horrifying, venomous snake. Minen's voice rang out through clenched teeth as his hands tightened around her neck. "Don't worry." Boehm struggled frantically but couldn't move an inch, only managing to let out a few meaningless, muffled sounds. Her windpipe was squeezed so tightly it couldn't supply enough oxygen to her brain, making her movements increasingly shaky and sluggish. A moment later, Boehm passed out, yet he held her tight without letting go, effortlessly. Except for In-hong, the other 2 cried out in disbelief. "What did you just do?" "Why her?" Minjin glanced at the cowards behind him, opening his mouth as casually as if they were discussing afternoon tea. "What are you still doing? Get in the car." As soon as he finished speaking, Boehm's limp hand suddenly twitched. That made Ryuman's group break out in a cold sweat. He meant the coffee shop owner. Yes. The white car sped along the winding trail, hidden in the mountain forest. The mud-caked wheels suddenly came to a stop, doubling the grim tension in the car. Minnan slung her over his shoulder and led the group slowly toward a desolate warehouse. We're here. This is where we'll conduct the final part of the interview. Inside the dark, damp room, the sound of their shuffling footsteps echoed. He threw Boehm onto the dirt floor without a shred of hesitation. His dry voice echoed, sending a chill through the air. Let's begin. Who's going to kill her? Without giving anyone a moment to think, Minnan appointed someone himself. How about you do it, In Hong? Caught off guard, the man froze for a second. All right. The other man laughed mockingly at his stunned reaction. Just what I expected from you. Ryuman, lost in thought, suddenly interrupted just as the situation was about to reach its climax. Wait. Done. His excitement instantly snuffed out, the man asked with a hint of annoyance. What is it, little Coco? He hesitated for a moment before mumbling. Can I do it? A dark glint flickered in the man's eyes, as if he just caught the scent of some new fun. You want to do it? Interesting. I won't expect much, seeing as you're so shy. His two-faced tone probed In Hong, only to see him nod without hesitation. Well, it's fine by me. Hey, Black Scythe, you'll let him do it, right? Without another word, the two men began to switch places. The moment he walked past him, his sharp tongue was unleashed. You'd better do a good job. I just did you a favor. Ryuman's dark gaze swept over the phony's back beside him. Thanks. I'll be sure to make good use of the ancient language replica. Hearing those familiar words, the man froze. Ancient language. What are you talking about? But before he could finish his sentence, Ryuman lunged forward, grabbed In Hong by the head, and with one swift motion, snapped his neck to the side. Ryuman watched impassively as the man's neck contorted. Minjin was stunned, watching everything unfold so quickly in the chilling air. It was suffocating. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his once cold eyes were now clouded with fear. What the? He slapped his own head and screamed as if his brain was being ripped out. What did you just do? You dared to kill Black Scythe? Are you insane? Ryuman tilted his head, his gaze shooting a warning that made the man freeze in place. Hey, you! Get over here. The aura radiating from him was so intense that even Minjin, who seemed to know no fear, had to take a step back. His eyes were like those of a predator staring at its prey. Something had changed. What on earth just happened? In Hong's death immediately triggered a series of system notifications. You have killed a target while under a false identity, fulfilling a hidden condition, and discovering the ancient language replica. This ancient language has been automatically imprinted upon your body. Seeing him slowly walk towards him, the man was so terrified he started backing away. False identity? How could you? After a moment of processing, Minjin's brain finally rebooted. You were supposed to kill that woman. Why did you kill Black Scythe? Answer me. Under the gaze of that inhuman man, Ryuman slowly knelt in front of Boehm, because he was trash, and you're trash too. He carefully placed a black plastic bag over her head, leaving enough room for her to breathe so she wouldn't be in danger. Hearing those words, the man's blood boiled with rage as he growled. Huh? Say that again, if you dare. Without warning, Minjin whipped out his pirate sword, his expression as sour as if he'd been docked 2 months' pay for no reason. What did you just say? Seeing an interesting scene unfold, Ryuman wasn't about to back down, waving his hand to summon his own weapon. A death scythe materialized amidst a dark red aura. The horrifying sight stirred the cowardice in the hearts of those who witnessed it. I said you're trash. What about it? Am I wrong? The man was speechless, his mind so blank he couldn't even form a coherent thought. That scythe. What is that? Don't tell me that's Black Scythe's main weapon? I've never seen a player with a scythe that big. No, wait. His face gradually turned deathly pale, his breathing becoming ragged in the thick, suffocating air. A player who uses a giant scythe. While his mind was still in turmoil, Minjin heard a deep voice coming from him. Because he was a pathetic bastard who tried to impersonate me. It's been bugging me for a while now. Impersonate? Wait. Reading Minjin's thoughts, he subtly shifted his stance, preparing for a confrontation. Do you understand who Black Scythe is now? But his opponent simply pointed the tip of his sword to the ground, his voice strangely hesitant. You're Black Scythe? Hearing that feeble question, he felt a pang of regret, but answered nonetheless. Sorry for lying. The man's hand trembled so violently that he unknowingly dropped his sword to the ground. So it's true. This person isn't the Black Scythe I knew. He's the real Black Scythe. Sensing the unfavorable situation, the man immediately dropped to his knees, casting aside all his pride. Lord Black Scythe, I am so sorry for mistaking you. It's just, your acting was too good. Please, spare me. Suddenly, a sound echoed in the dead silence. It made the man look up by instinct, just before feeling something slice across his neck. Huh? It was a single, powerful swing of the scythe. Minjin's head flew right off, thudding onto the ground and rolling, until it stopped right in front of Hung Tich. The head landed right at the tip of his shoes, its eyes wide open in a dead stare. He couldn't even process it, stumbling backward as his face turned deathly pale, his mouth stammering incoherently. Asterisk. Gasp. Asterisk. Facing the masked man, Hung Tich was frozen solid, not daring to utter a single word. This is the real Black Scythe. He's on a completely different level. I couldn't even see the scythe move. Ryuman raised his weapon. His voice was steady, neither high nor low, but it was enough to freeze the air. Now it's just you and me. What do you think my next move will be? His eyes were lifelessly cold, carrying only a final warning. If you have any last words, say them now. Though his heart was in turmoil, Hung Tich managed to speak calmly. I'm not going to say something pointless like begging for my life. I've always had one question I wanted to ask if I ever met you. Recalling the memory of sitting in the cafe, he cautiously tried to gauge the other's thoughts. You're wondering why I killed you 5 times in the 4th round, aren't you? Before he could hide his shock, the man answered unconsciously, yes. Ryumin stood silently for a moment before summing up the reason in a few simple words. The reason is simple. I wanted to keep you under my control. This left the man both confused and terrified of this genius. Keep me under control? Why me? Having already decided to share, the boy didn't hesitate to bluntly state his thoughts from back then. You seem to be the most skilled person among those I had met at the time. I just needed to eliminate the competition. The moment he finished speaking, Hyung-sok jolted backward as if he couldn't control himself. Seeing him stammer, Ryuman gently prodded. Anything else? You can rest in peace now. Hearing that, his entire body froze as if it had been sealed. Can I ask one last question? The boy maintained his posture and answered slowly. What is it? Hyung-sok's mouth stuttered, barely managing to force out a few words. Why do you want to kill me? Like a seasoned judge, Ryuman slowly uttered the words. Because you're trash. A new crime was suddenly pinned on him. Panic was written all over his face. Me? What did I do? Only to receive a response that couldn't be more logical. Didn't you come all this way to kill this girl? Fearing for his own life, he hastily tried to defend himself. But I haven't done anything yet. His weak reasoning was easily brushed aside by the boy. Haven't done anything? You've been standing and watching this whole time. Ryuman's eyes wavered for a moment before he decisively lowered the hand holding his weapon. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but it carried a strange authority. Fine, you're not like those other scumbags. Your only sin was standing by and watching indifferently. I'll give you a chance. How about it? Suddenly being spared, his face brightened considerably. Really? The boy gently tapped his scythe on the floor, but his hesitant attitude made the atmosphere unpredictably silent. Every second that passed brought with it a crushing pressure. Now, you must give up everything you have. Looking at the items neatly arranged in front of him, Ryuman silently marveled. Whoa, this guy has some pretty useful stuff. The genius's brain began to glance over each item, calculating their prices as if it were second nature. If I sell all the items he bought from the shop, I'll make about 2,000 gold coins. Seeing him staring intently at the things on the ground, Hyung-sok scratched his head in embarrassment. I even gave you the axe and equipment I use. This is really my entire fortune. I have nothing else. The boy calmly picked up 2 magic stones and replied nonchalantly. I didn't say anything. Seeing that Ryuman had no intention of choosing anything else, he meekly probed, You're not taking anything else? Hyung-sok quickly received his confirmation. I don't need them. You can use them. He hastily replied as if he had just received a grand pardon. Why, yes, sir. Watching that hurried retreat, the boy silently voiced his regret to himself. I can't sell that stuff back to the shop anyway. After putting all the items into his spatial storage, he asked again, hesitantly, So you'll spare my life as you promised? Seeing that somewhat pathetic demeanor, Ryuman suppressed a laugh and nodded. Of course, I'll let you live. A promise is a promise. The heart that had been caught in his throat could finally be put to rest. He hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Thank you so much. It was incredibly grating to the boy. Stop it. That's so cringy to listen to. He gave the lifeless body a light kick, a faint smirk playing on his lips, and then spoke words as light as the wind. From now on, live a decent life. You can dispose of these bodies if you want. Terrified by the boy's presence, he quickly bowed his head and accepted the order. Ah, yes. Ryuman bent down to look at Boehm, who was passed out in a corner of the warehouse. He didn't forget to mumble, I'll be taking this girl. Remembering the mercy he was just shown, Hyung-sok timidly stepped forward. Let me help. The boy slung her arm over his shoulder, his voice laced with exhaustion. I don't need it. Why would I trust you? Just get lost. The man silently watched him struggle to carry the person away, not daring to utter another word. It was only after a long moment that he let out a pained sigh. Phew, I'm alive. I thought I was going to die just like that, but he spared me. Even though I lost a few valuable items, nothing is more precious than life itself. Suddenly, an expression of resentment crossed Hyung-sok's face. The problem is, what is this empty feeling in my chest right now? Did I really do something wrong? He took my items just because I stood and watched. His mind was thrown into turmoil by a formless frustration that grew thicker with each passing moment. This is so unfair. For a fleeting moment, as he looked at the skinny figure ahead, a competitive urge began to swell up, overwhelming his reason. Isn't he completely off guard right now? Could the Black Scythe really survive an axe blow to the back? What should I do? If I kill a high-ranked person like the Black Scythe, my stats will increase several-fold. His breathing became ragged, with every thought that raced through his head. That's right, this is a rare opportunity, a chance I'll never get again. His veiny hand had already summoned his steel axe. If I don't take this chance, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Hyung-tich crept closer, each step aimed directly at his designated target. Don't notice me. Please don't notice me. The dream about to be fulfilled only made his heart beat faster than ever, just a little more. Hyung-tich's eyes were fixed on Ryuman's exposed head. Tensing his entire body, he gritted his teeth and swung down with all his might. His head was completely unprotected. Die, you monstrous bastard. The exquisitely carved axe was immediately stained with blood, all because of one stupid move by its master. Hyung-tich let out a satisfied sigh as he looked at his own handiwork. It collapsed onto the cold ground. The inhuman fatty smirked, his eyes revealing undisguised pleasure. Ha ha ha. I killed the Black Hound, just like that. Ha ha ha. Seriously? The Black Hound was actually killed by a level 10, like me. But he didn't stop there. Hyung-tich quickly stomped hard on Ryuman's body to vent his earlier humiliation. You son of a bitch. You shouldn't have turned your back on me. Who cares how high your level is? You're dumb as hell. He cackled with glee, his eyes lifeless, unaware of how grotesque he looked. Thanks for all these stats, you idiot. But as he waited in silence, the system message he dreamed of never appeared. It was then that Hyung-tich froze, bewildered. Huh? Why hasn't the stat increase notification popped up? It should have appeared instantly. His lips kept moving, but his brain had been frozen from the start. What on earth is going on? The twist he hadn't accounted for had arrived. Ryuman, who had appeared behind Hyung-tich at some point, spoke in a bone-chilling voice. What do you think? Hearing those words, he whipped around in absolute panic. Seeing him standing there calmly, as if nothing had happened, left Hyung-tich so stunned he could only stammer. You? Ryuman emanated killing intent, yet spoke gently. Why so scared? Did you see a ghost? His body quickly began to tremble uncontrollably. He stumbled backward nonstop. How? I'm sure I just killed him. Does he have a resurrection skill or something? His foot accidentally bumped into Boehm's shoe behind him. Hyung-tich hesitantly glanced back to see what was going on. There was no body next to her anymore, only a floating layer of spiritual energy that made him jump. Huh, there's no blood either. He quickly answered the question, written all over his opponent's face. The thing you killed was a clone of me. It startled him so much he started praying in his head. A clone? He recalled the action scene, starring himself just moments ago. Ryuman mercifully bestowed an explanation. The ability of the ancient language of duplication allows me to create a clone that looks exactly like me. His brain quickly scanned through the information of the new skill. Ancient language of duplication creates a clone. Along with a lock, it turns the user into a spirit for 10 seconds. The clone cannot fight, use skills, or access the inventory. 10-minute cooldown. His voice held a hint of regret. The only thing is, it can't fight. He removed his mask. He revealed a deadly smile, reserved just for that two-faced traitor. But you were completely fooled by it. I guess even if it can't fight, it's still useful. A very good experiment. At this point, he no longer felt any shame and tore away his own fake facade. You tricked me! But Ryuman paid no mind to his fury. He even had the leisure to tease him. Why are you acting like the victim now? I'm the real victim here. You almost killed me. No longer afraid, Hyung-tich retorted. You're the victim? You're the one who threatened me first. Tired of the atmosphere of betrayal and inhumanity hanging in the air, he quickly summoned his beloved scythe. All right, whatever. Without another word, a deadly swing of his hand flashed past his head in just an instant. Hyung-tich's face was filled with disbelief and confusion as his perspective suddenly shifted to the ground. Huh? What the? My body. Can't move? His body collapsed to the ground, leaving his head to roll away somewhere. He spoke with disgust. Listening to you is just a waste of time. His cold voice rang out, summoning a skill that enveloped the entire warehouse. Erase traces. The bloody scene slowly vanished into nothingness with the pale blue stream of energy. Seeing everything resolved so cleanly, Ryuman retracted his weapon and walked straight ahead. No one would ever be able to tell this was a crime scene. Except for one person, of course. Stopping in front of Boam, he examined her coldly. Hey. When she didn't answer, he was forced to cut her award-winning performance short. You can get up now. How long are you going to pretend to be unconscious? You know, you can't fool a player. He didn't forget to add silently in his head, I can hear your thoughts. Realizing her trick had been exposed, she quickly sat up. I'm sorry. The plastic bag on her head felt a little cumbersome. Boam tentatively tested the waters. Can I take this off? The reply was a steely command from him. No, keep it on until I leave. It made her shrink back in fear. Yes, seeing the clear light outside, his mood gradually softened. I'm going to ask a few questions. Will you cooperate with me? She realized he was throwing her a lifeline. She quickly caught on. Yes. Yes. Looking at the woman on the ground who'd been unintentionally caught up in this, Ryuman spoke softly, but his words were still quite sharp. How many customers were there? Can you remember each of their faces? His mixed tone naturally made Boam nervous. There were 4 people. One was in his mid-40s. I remember his face because we spoke, but the others used a skill to appraise things. Behind the white mask, his eyes showed a hint of satisfaction. She was telling the truth, so he let out a sigh of relief and replied, all right, that's all. The after effects of the earlier scan were still lingering, and she couldn't help but ask for confirmation again, worried. So am I safe now? Is it all over? She herself was exhausted by today's unexpected situation. Ryuman quickly nodded. Yes, you can go home now. Don't report what happened to the police. It could backfire. After hesitating for a few seconds, Boam sullenly agreed. I understand. He glanced at the warehouse door, calculated the time, and then gave an order. You can take the bag off after 1 minute. Towards her strange benefactor, she naturally listened obediently, even though she couldn't see a thing. Yes, Boam's polite counting echoed off the dust-covered walls. 1, 2, 3, 58, 59, 60. The final numbers were spoken under the bright sunlight, as she quickly removed the covering from her face. Her bewildered face turned from side to side as if searching for something. What just happened? The empty warehouse made the traumatized woman feel trapped, sending her into a daze. There's nothing here. This can't be a dream, can it? The sun began to set, making way for the moon to shine high in the sky. As soon as Ryuman opened the door, he greeted his brother softly. Gani, I'm home, which made Ryuman rush out to greet him. Welcome back. Seeing his manly pink jacket, the little boy looked up. Hey, that's my jacket. Where did you go? The unexpected question left him unsure how to answer properly. Well. He started to play it off, walking past as if he hadn't heard anything. Phew, I'm so tired. So tired. Seeing his older brother drenched in sweat, the boy was so concerned that he fired off questions. Where did you come from? Have you had dinner yet? Ryuman took off the jacket and sighed. I haven't eaten yet. Hearing the weariness in his voice, Ryuman didn't even let him catch his breath before asking again. Should we order something? This made him swallow his sigh and reply reluctantly. Yeah. Order whatever you want to eat. Staring at the fabric of the jacket, he pensively recalled the bloody moment from earlier. It's spotless, but I can't give it back to him. While waiting for Ryuman to order, the boy was stunned to see his beloved jacket being thrown into the trash. Huh? Ryuman, what are you doing? Why are you throwing it away? Looking at his anxious little brother, he casually placed a hand on his hip and spoke nonchalantly. It's old. I'll buy you a new one. You've been wearing it for too long. Yet, the boy was so sad he started to cry, which made Ryuman frantically console him. I'll buy you a better one, okay? Ryuman's handsome face fell, his sad eyes clearly revealing all his emotions. No, you don't have to. School is closed, and I can't go outside anyway. The lethargy that was already weighing on Ryuman's heart sank even deeper. It must be so boring being stuck at home, unable to go to school because of things like monster outbreaks. Coming up with a good idea, he immediately said something that made the gloomy boy's face light up. Gani, want to go out and play with me tomorrow? Are we going to Everland? Thinking he misheard, the boy quickly asked for confirmation again. Everland? Really? Are you serious? Seeing his little brother's expression change in an instant, he chuckled and affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. Yeah, let's eat dinner quickly and go to bed early. As the amusement park came into view, the noisy, bustling sounds rushed to greet the two brothers. Ryuman was so happy that he grinned innocently, looking like he was about to float off the ground. It's been so long since I've been here. Silently watching his excited little brother look around, Ryuman mentally scolded himself for not being able to take him out because of how difficult life had been lately. Before diving into the bustling complex, the two exchanged a few words. This place is still open? Lately, it seems like more places are closing down than opening up. In times like these, hope is an important thing to believe in. Suddenly, a family of 3 wearing bunny ear headbands walked happily out of the souvenir shop. They happened to catch Ryuwan's eye. Oh! A sly look appeared on his face as he secretly schemed against his clueless older brother, paired with the most mischievous smile imaginable. The boy quickly dragged his brother straight ahead, giving him no time to think. Min, let's go over there first. Hurry, hurry. The stall was vibrant, filled with all sorts of panda plushies, from tiny ones that fit in your palm to huge ones you couldn't even wrap your arms around. Ryuman's embarrassed face as he wore the panda headband shone brighter than anything. What do you think? Ryuman looked at the star-like aura radiating from his brother, dangling a few headbands in his hand. You look super cool. So cute. Pick that one. Wow, there are so many cute things here. Seeing his little brother so happy made him happy too. Yeah, just grab whatever you like. After their little shopping spree, Ryuman turned to the boy. What do you want to do now? As if he had been waiting for this question, Ryuman immediately answered. We have to do everything there is to do here. True to his word, the two went on an adventure, hitting up rare attractions like roller coasters and a water rapids ride that left them soaked to the bone. After the dangerous rides were over, the two went to heal their souls by watching the baby pandas. He silently savored the happy moment with his younger brother. Wow, twin pandas are so cute. He silently thanked his quick thinking. He was so down yesterday, so taking him out like this was the right call. They had been playing for half the day. The younger brother suddenly remembered his brother's work, his heart growing so anxious he had to ask immediately. But Min, tomorrow is May 1st. Are you sure it's okay for you to be out playing with me like this? Of course I'm happy, but... Understanding his little brother's concern, Ryuman didn't hesitate to reassure him. Don't worry about it. I'll be fine. This time it'll be over 10 hours. So even if I sleep for a bit long, don't be scared. Hearing those words, the little boy grew even more alarmed. 10 hours? That's not dangerous, right? You have to come back safely, you hear me? The boy's worry was like a cool stream washing over Ryuman's own uneasy heart. Sigh, you worry too much. Stroking that soft hair, he silently promised himself, I swore I wouldn't leave you alone. He quickly changed the subject, so they wouldn't get stuck in a loop of worrisome thoughts. That's enough worrying. What should we do now? Let's go see the zoo then. Okay, April 30th, 11:50 p.m. Skyscrapers dotted the landscape, their warm lights glowing out into the night. Ryuman was sprawled out on his bed, fast asleep, when he was startled awake. His phone was vibrating non-stop, forcing him to check it immediately. Min Jury. A flood of queued messages popped up. Min, it's almost midnight. Sob sob, I believe you'll be fine this time. 2. Just do your best, okay? Fighting, fighting. See you later. He couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the emoji she ended with. She must be really nervous. Ryuman's eyes softened, and a smile crept onto his face, refusing to leave. Don't worry, I'll protect you from now on. After checking everything, he slowly placed his phone back on the table. It's time to go. The clock had just struck 12 midnight, but its owner had already closed his eyes, paying it no mind. A large group of players was summoned to a vast, unfamiliar land. With no announcement yet, a few people started talking to ease the tension. Huh? Is everyone here already? No way. I think they just haven't arrived yet. No. The number of survivors from the last round was around 500, but unexpectedly, that remark quickly backfired. Oh, that does sound right. Even Gan Yu, who had started the conversation, had to reassess the atmosphere around them. It felt a bit empty. Ryuman stood silently, listening to them, and thought to himself, of course it feels empty. The first round had nearly 10,000 people, but this feeling of emptiness will pass soon enough. Suddenly, from the sky, Oliver descended on wings, looking just like a celestial being from ancient tales. It's a pleasure to see you all. Congratulations on reaching the 5th round. Her greeting was met with complete silence, leaving her in a heavy atmosphere. Ignoring the awkwardness, she let out a sarcastic laugh. Humph, what's with all the long faces? Smile a little, won't you? The last round was so much fun, wasn't it? After all, you all worked so hard to kill your own kind, didn't you? But the hateful glares were all too clear. Oliver clicked her tongue in frustration. All right, I'll stop. Teesk, your reactions are so boring. In total, 442 survivors have been summoned. There should have been 521 of you, but we've lost nearly 80. It seems there have been some real-world conflicts. Hearing that announcement, the crowd immediately broke into a flurry of whispers. We've lost more people again. It's the same every time, but she paid no mind to such mortal emotions, cutting them off quickly. Well, no matter. What you do in the real world is none of my business. However, with so few people, we can't play the game properly. A chilling smile appeared on the beautiful face hidden behind her veil. And so, I've prepared something for all of you. Oliver rested her chin on her hand, a sinister smile playing on her lips, before slowly dropping the shocking news. A zone merge. One player couldn't hold back and raised his hand to ask, "Excuse me, could you explain that in more detail?" She frowned and clicked her tongue, annoyed by their slow uptake. You still don't get it? You're just making more work for me. It is exactly what it sounds like, a zone merge. But she still had to do her job, so she tried to use her last bit of patience to explain. I don't know if you're aware of this, but there are hundreds of zones in your country. To be precise, 875. The crowd below erupted into a commotion. What? 875? There are that many in our country? This reaction made Oliver burst out in contemptuous laughter. Haha, no need to be so shocked. Compared to other countries, that number is actually quite small. The first person who had asked the question seemed to be catching on. That makes sense. If there are 10,000 people in each zone, then that means other countries have even more zones. Naji, who was beside him, also chimed in. That's right. And if there's an angel for every zone, as if imagining something, he blurted it out. Doesn't that mean there are at least 10,000 angels? Hearing this key phrase, the surrounding people were immediately thrown into chaos. You're right. Are there really that many angels? She grinned maliciously and continued to mock them. That's just your speculation. There's an angel for each area, and you're only just realizing that now? How foolish. Naji was quick on the uptake. He tilted his head back and questioned her. Then, doesn't that mean there's a single person behind all of you who created this survival game? This sharp deduction made Oliver freeze solid. Her mouth moved, but she couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal. Yet she recovered in an instant. As soon as she could speak again, she frantically denied it. What makes you think that? Believing he was close to the truth, he stuck firmly to his point. I refuse to believe that 10,000 angels would join forces just to create a survival game without any real purpose. Oliver suddenly flew towards him with a challenging question. And what if we really did join forces? Would you praise us for it? She poked Naji's forehead with a sharp finger and let out a warning. Stop asking pointless questions, or you will be killed. He was so terrified that his entire body trembled, and his face went pale as he wisely managed to choke out 2 words. I'm sorry. She returned to her usual spot in midair, but this little interlude had clearly soured her mood. Humans. Ryumin, who had been observing silently the whole time, felt a seed of doubt forming in his mind. He must have hit a nerve, and I'm certain there's a rule that forbids the angels from talking about the creator of this game. The more he speculated, the more he felt he was on the right track. Besides, there's no way an angel who could be so easily defeated by a player could create a survival game on this scale. Oliver suddenly spoke up with arrogance, unintentionally cutting off his train of thought. I will not be answering any more of your stupid questions. Just focus on your own survival. She didn't give anyone a chance to choose, hastily ending the matter right then and there. We can't waste any more time. In any case, I will now begin the area merge. Remember, this is happening because there are too few of you left. To prevent any more fools like Naji from chasing the truth, she didn't hesitate to add another threat. Don't make up any more foolish stories. As soon as she finished speaking, the ground began to tremble and form cracks. Deep, uniform grooves appeared, glowing with a brilliant golden energy, making everyone wonder the same thing. What is this? An earthquake. A mysterious power divided the space into neat squares, all lying side by side, looking just like parceled out plots of land. The area closest to them began to move violently, and the flames surrounding it burned even more intensely than elsewhere. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the shocking spectacle, a sight more world-altering than moving mountains. Whether standing or sitting, every player wore the same expression of utter shock. A scorching wave of pressure from the newly emerged neighboring area began to spread to the area that held nearly 500 residents. The ground there was lifted up like the lid of Pandora's box. No one knew what would leap out from the depths within. After releasing enough energy, the entire area was bathed in a shimmering golden hue. The bare plots of land simultaneously radiated an invisible pressure. By the time the light gradually faded, only flickering embers remained in that place. But brand new faces, wreathed in heat and flames, gradually came into view. As the cracks in the ground healed, someone's questioning voice echoed through the space. Is it over? The first player to regain their senses looked around for a long moment before speaking hesitantly. Who are those people? Understanding their shared question, Oliver graciously provided an answer. I have completed the area merge. She clasped her hands leisurely, but her words were laced with impatience. What's wrong? Go on and introduce yourselves. The group that had just arrived via the merge chimed in. How long are you all going to just stare at each other? Everyone's eyes widened and their jaws dropped, their faces filled with utter disbelief. Another angel? As if to confirm their suspicions, 10 angels gathered together in the crimson sky. Oliver, representing her sisters, gave a brief introduction. Greetings, humans. I'm sure you already know, but we have merged the areas with low populations. She stroked a lush curl of her hair before slowly announcing the results. We have combined 10 areas into one. The total number of people here is now 484. This number plunged all the players into a state of confusion. 10 areas. 10 areas. And we barely make 500 people? Oh my God. That's so crowded. But what she wanted to convey was more than just that. The other areas are the same, which means the area name must also change. Oliver looked straight down below, emphasizing every single word. From now on, this area will be called CS001, and it contains only players from South Korea. The next piece of news was even more shocking than the last. The crowd once again erupted into a commotion. Everyone here is Korean? At least we can all communicate. But later on, we might have to merge with other countries. Ryumin silently agreed, but his thoughts already went further than theirs. That much was obvious. But the area merges will continue every time the population in an area falls below 5,000. He envisioned a brutal future. For the next time there were fewer than 5,000 people left. Players from all over South Korea. We would then have to compete with players from other countries. For the time being, he was satisfied with the current situation. Well, it's just a matter of whether it happens in room 11 or some other room. It's better to focus on the present. Ryuman looked up at the white, winged figures above him, his mind boldly making a prediction. The angels will start the subgame soon. And just as he thought, after some discussion, Oliver stepped forward again as the spokesperson. Before we announce the main mission, we will hold a simple subgame to celebrate the merging of the regions. She expertly controlled the pace, successfully instilling a competitive mindset in every single player. There was one representative for each region, correct? But now that we've merged, what should we do? Obviously, we need a new representative, right? The female player next to Ryuman dared to repeat her words. A new representative. She raised her index finger to announce the one and only rule. The rule is simple. The former representatives will step forward and fight. The cruelty in her words was palpable, and Oliver savored it with great satisfaction until only one person is left alive. That person will be chosen as the new representative. Murmurs filled with all sorts of emotions reached her ears. We have to slaughter each other to become the representative? My God, that's so cruel. Hee. Sounds good to me. It'll be interesting to see who becomes the representative. I wish I had some popcorn right now. Among those unwillingly thrust into this chaotic situation, some were genuinely unhappy. They're laughing because they're not the ones who have to fight. Ijira's mind was also racing frantically. We have to kill each other to choose a representative? Meanwhile, Jemin was gritting his teeth, cursing his past self. I never should have become a representative. Besides those burdened with anxiety, there were also those who were part of the optimistic camp. Maybe if we're killed, we'll just be revived? But no matter what they were feeling, they all spontaneously had the same thought. Can I give up my right to be the representative? The only one with his own secret plan was probably Ryuman. Until now, there were no benefits to being a representative. But from this round on, things will be different. I have to win this deathmatch and become the representative, no matter what. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Oliver offered a timely dose of reassurance. There's no need for you all to be so scared. You won't die in the real world. You will be resurrected after the game. As expected, with a safety net in place, their courage grew a little. Jemin's mood brightened in an instant. Oh, so we won't die this time. But another representative still quietly expressed her disbelief. Sensing the reaction wasn't quite what she wanted, she had no choice but to throw out an even more delicious piece of bait. You all must be thinking that becoming the representative doesn't come with any real benefits. The new representative will receive the title Position of Dominance instead of Position of Authority. The crowd below listened with blank faces as she painted them this pretty picture. It will grant you the power to control players of a lower level. It's an upgraded version of the Position of Authority. It allows you to control players, as long as they are a lower level than you. However, you can still only use it 10 times, and the position will be granted to the person who kills the current representative. A knowing smile spread across Oliver's face Her psychological manipulation was like honey being poured into their ears. It's quite tempting, isn't it, to have the ability to dominate the others. And, as expected, some naive fish began to lunge at this sugar-coated bullet. If their level is lower, we can control them. We can control what? Jin, for one, had already clenched his fists, brimming with fighting spirit. Even their profession. This reaction pleased her greatly, and she immediately gave the signal to begin. It seems you're all motivated now. In that case, get ready. The players' side was dealt with, but now the angels faced their own difficult problem, as Harry spoke up. Now that the regions are merged, we must choose a representative. She asked the question, but was met with a dead silence. Is anyone willing to volunteer for this position? Seemingly realizing her mistake, she let out a long sigh. Of course, I shouldn't have asked. Priscilla took the opportunity to take a jab. An angel volunteering to work would just be an anomaly. Men spoke up just in time to break the awkward atmosphere. We all know that no one is going to volunteer. What should we do? Does anyone have any ideas? Harry snapped his fingers, announcing his idea. How about rolling dice? Nova shot it down immediately without a second thought. Rely on luck? It's not terrible, but it's a bit boring. Annette also joined the discussion. How about we take turns? Laden pointed out the inherent problem with that. That wouldn't be fair. The ones at the end of the line would never get a turn to be the representative. Natalia jumped in to agree. That's right. The regions are just going to keep merging anyway. Alice held her head in her hands and sighed. Is there a way to do this that's both fun and fair? Priscilla suddenly had a bold idea. How about this? The representatives are about to fight anyway. Ah, she shot Oliver a meaningful look. The angel whose representative dies first will become the new representative. The other girls immediately cheered with excitement, seemingly certain their own champions couldn't possibly lose. Our team won't finish in last place. That sounds fun. A great idea. I like it. Does anyone agree? They all raised their hands in unison to vote, so quickly that no one had a chance to back out. I agree. Me too. Same here. Amidst the sounds of agreement, Oliver suddenly jumped in to disrupt the proceedings. Wait, what about this? She stood under a blazing red orb of light, slowly making a suggestion that went against the majority. Instead of the first one to die, let's have the angel whose human is the last one standing become the queen among us. She stared intently at Priscilla. Oliver crossed her arms and confidently presented her point. The angel responsible for the last human standing will become the king. Priscilla couldn't help but repeat, a king? Oliver took the opportunity to enlighten her competitor. Just as it implies, the other angels will have to completely obey the king's commands. For example, if they're just an angel who acts as a guide, that angel must carry out the mission, because it's the king's command. Harry suddenly joined the discussion with excitement. So, if our human wins, we win too? And if we win, can we also play the king, just like our human? The others chimed in with agreement. Oh, that sounds interesting. A king, you say? Now I'm getting excited. What a clever idea. Seeing the tide had turned, Priscilla took a convenient jab. Humph, daring to suggest that the winner becomes king. You seem awfully confident. Oliver didn't hesitate to admit it. Of course I'm confident. She pulled the corner of her mouth into a provocative smirk. Who knows? My regional representative isn't easy to beat. My human has never once lost the #1 spot in our region. Outwardly, she acted indifferent. Oh, really? But inwardly, she was scoffing in contempt. What a simple-minded fool. #1 in the region? And you dare to be so arrogant over just that? The image of Ryuman appeared in Oliver's mind, making her belief even stronger. If she knew who my representative was, she'd probably be so shocked she'd fall right out of the sky. She turned to her direct competitor for confirmation. So, what's it gonna be? Are we doing this or not? Priscilla angrily whipped her head away, but still spoke boldly. I have no reason to refuse. At this point, everyone was pinning all their hopes on their own player. Only shouts of support remained in the air. I agree too. This sounds more interesting. Me too. I'm sure my regional representative won't fall so easily either. Since there were no objections, someone urged them on. Well then, since it's decided, shall we begin? Oliver, you go and inform them. She shouted, all right, consider it done. She floated in midair and announced the rules for the upcoming battle. We will now begin the special match to decide the regional representative. The death match will begin now. You will kill or be killed until only one person remains in this arena. The representative players below tightened their lips and clenched their fists with determination. Although they came from different regions, they all happened to share the same goal at this moment. Of course, Ryuman was no exception among those with great ambitions. 10 representatives gathered in one place, each looking up at the angel standing above them. Satisfied, Oliver raised her hand to signal the start. The ground beneath everyone's feet suddenly began to shake violently. They were all trapped on a flaming battlefield, completely separated from the other players. The surrounding walls gradually rose from the ground, making the combat zone look just like an ancient Roman Colosseum. The construction process took only a moment. When the dust and smoke cleared, the massive structure was revealed in its entirety. The 10 representatives looked around in panic, expressions of shock still frozen on their faces. Oliver looked at her creation with excitement, then smiled brightly and reminded them once more, "If you die outside the arena, you will not be resurrected, so do not leave here, even if you have to trade your own life for it." Even at this moment, this strange group of mortal enemies managed to remain calm and listen to her command. "Well then, let's begin." As if waiting for that cue, everyone instinctively drew their signature weapons, simultaneously activating their combat stances and heightening their alertness. Some pairs had even already identified their targets. Both sides stared at each other with fire in their eyes. Ryuman optimistically calculated in his head, "So, if I just kill the other 9 here, I'll become the king?" He scanned the area and silently came to a conclusion. Seeing as no one is making the first move, it seems they're all being cautious, which makes sense. If they're all regional representatives, they must at least have some skill. He held on to a blind faith, his eyes darting around before smirking and mocking them in his head. "Even so, there's no way there's any bastard here stronger than me." Of course, this confidence had a basis, because he was Geminang of the North. Ever since this all started, I've never once lost my #1 spot in the region. Besides, my disintegration talisman is a total cheat. It's like an enchanted sword. It knows exactly where to strike. He reminisced about his glorious past while, "I don't get it. Thanks to that thing, I've already killed 312 people in the 4th room. What are they doing? Why aren't they fighting yet?" Harry shared his confusion, gritting his teeth and urging them on. "Come on, just fight already." Meanwhile, Nova cursed under her breath, about to explode from impatience. "You humans." Daiei looked at the pair of angels fuming in midair and sank into thought. What is this? Did they place a bet or something? Why are they so eager? I was about to make my move anyway. He decided to be the one to lead the charge and kick off this battle. After all, there was no one here stronger than him. Let's take this chance to make a strong impression and strike fear into their hearts. And to do that, he moved to the middle of the arena with a cunning plan in mind, then stopped. After confirming the perfect distance, he slowly drew his sword. Gemin stared intently at the representatives before him, as his smooth brain began to cook up its own little drama. "I need a prop, a sacrificial lamb to raise the curtain on my performance." He lowered his center of gravity into a defensive stance, mentally sending out a frantic invitation. "Anyone will do, just step forward. I'll send you to your grave right here and now." A fat lamb had offered itself up on a silver platter, so there was no reason to refuse. Ryuman stepped forward, to the astonishment of everyone present. He carried a scythe on his shoulder, calmly sizing up this moron from head to toe. Gemin's mind expressed its satisfaction, and the sword in his hand shifted from a vertical to a horizontal stance, preparing to strike. "So, you finally arrived? My first sacrifice. If there were a competition for inner monologues, he'd be solidly in first place, still thinking to himself, even at a time like this. But honestly, that scythe is ridiculously oversized, and it's not exactly a common weapon." Gemin didn't rate his opponent very highly, confidently giving the man a contemptuous smirk. "I've seen plenty of guys with the nickname Black Scythe before, but it's rare to see someone who actually uses one." Seeing his opponent just staring and grinning foolishly, Ryuman quietly displayed his username above his head. Gemin's mind immediately plunged into chaos. "Huh? Black Scythe? His nickname is Black Scythe?" Gemin gripped his sword with both hands, trying to calm himself down and maintain a composed exterior. "It's probably just a coincidence, right? No way. I'm pretty sure no one can have the same nickname as another player." His self-hypnosis wasn't as effective as he'd hoped. His hands went weak, and he lowered his sword. The closer the man with the scythe got, the more the suspicion in his head was confirmed. The #1 player in the entire region. Black Scythe. "Have you reached level 30? His unusual reaction caught the eyes of the observing angels, successfully sparking a debate among them. What's wrong with that human? He looked so confident. Why is he just standing there, stunned? Leiden questioned bluntly on the spot. "Priscilla, isn't he your region's representative?" She could only bite her hand in silence, her frustration causing her to curse him internally. What the hell is he doing? That stupid human. Priscilla's mind screamed at Gemin. Why are you still just standing there? While she was about to die from anxiety, the person next to her couldn't help but burst out laughing. Kihehe. Priscilla, ignoring her image, yelled, "What's so funny, Oliver?" She tried to stifle her laughter and spoke without a hint of sincerity. "Pfft, sorry, but this is just too hilarious." What can I do? Oliver pointed towards the arena, explaining to her dear sister, "Look at that human. He's staring at my representative, trembling like a leaf in the wind." Priscilla mechanically followed her finger, confirming it in a daze. Your representative? Her heart and mind still couldn't accept reality. That giant scythe is indeed impressive, but I don't sense an aura powerful enough to make him tremble like that. She turned her head back to Oliver and repeated her assessment. So you're saying my representative is frozen in fear just because of your representative? She admitted it with relish. Doesn't it look that way? Priscilla had one script she always stuck to, and now that she was eating her words, she just rehashed it. Stop talking nonsense, Oliver. Do you think being number one in the region is just for show? My representative has never lost his number one spot since the first round. The other sisters bowed their heads, listening to the two of them argue loudly. What? Number one in the entire region? You dare lie to me? But you still don't get it, do you? I think any angel who has glanced at the rankings would know that name. And sure enough, among the unwilling audience, one angel recognized Ryuman. Huh, Black Scythe. I remember that name. He's the human who always appears whenever the results are announced. Priscilla's whole body trembled. It was unclear if it was from fear or anger, but that name truly sent her mind into a frenzy. Black Scythe is Oliver's representative? If that person really is the Black Scythe, then my representative is no match for him. Just then, a gasp from nearby made her jump. It turned out that down in the arena, Ryuman had been met with a clean slice of the scythe across his neck, successfully becoming the first one to bite the dust. Just as Ryuman withdrew his weapon, the man's head rolled to a stop at his feet. Oliver didn't miss the chance to fan the flames. Looks like Priscilla is out. The remaining representatives were sent into a panic by this decisive execution. The Black Scythe? Why is the Black Scythe here? The 8 people on the stage were like ants on a hot griddle, all sharing the same unspoken thought. Even if they all teamed up, they couldn't possibly defeat him. I'd probably die before I could even react. Just like that guy. How can I possibly defeat someone who's level 30? I'm only level 13. Ijira looked down at the bow in her hands, her mind reeling from a fierce internal struggle. The second unlucky soul, seeing he was being targeted, instinctively kept backing away. Black Scythe, it's so good to see you. Haha, I'm so happy to be in the same region as the famous Black Scythe. I could just cry with joy. Ha. Ha. The closer Ryuman got, the more frantic the man became. Wait, let's just talk about this. Fearing she'd be caught in the crossfire, Ira, who was standing nearby, immediately threw up her hands in surrender. Look, I'm even putting my weapon down. I have no intention of fighting you. With one person leading the way, the entire group found a new, unified purpose. All eyes turned to the group of winged women as they declared their positions. Hey, you angels, I surrender. I forfeit. Me too. I surrender. Count me in. I admit defeat. Alice cried out, aggrieved. Huh, what a shameful display. Forfeit? Did you really just say you forfeit? You humans? Alice sighed wearily. They're spoiling all the fun. Men, swallowing her pride, stepped forward to deliver an ultimatum on behalf of her sisters. I'm warning you now. The next person to mention the word surrender will have their head explode instantly. And if that happens, don't even dream about being revived. Got it? Those who were eager to take the easy way out were suddenly doused with cold water, their faces turning pale as sheets. Ijira looked down at the bow in her hands, her mind reeling from a fierce internal struggle. Another representative dared to make a suggestion. There are 8 of us. Maybe we can still win. On the surface, Ryuman remained calm, but his mind was racing. So, the angels are even scarier than I am? Looks like they're planning to attack me all at once. A barely perceptible smirk cracked his emotionless face, born from the pure contempt he felt inside. But no matter how hard they try, ants will always be just ants. This attitude inadvertently provoked the competitive instincts of the remaining 8. Is that bastard laughing at us? Is he only this confident because his level is higher? We're all well known as the #1 rankers in our own regions, you know. After venting their frustrations, someone took the lead and yelled for everyone to charge. Get him! Ryuman said nothing, simply channeling power into his legs and blinking out of his original position. His blood-red eyes locked onto the position of each and every one of his prey. The scythe in his hand was ready to end anyone who charged at him. He moved in a deceptively fluid, wave-like pattern. A few obstacles were cleanly dispatched along the way. Before the other 4 representatives could even twitch, they all froze in place. Everyone's eyes widened, and their jaws dropped at his lightning-fast speed. Of course, they didn't have to wait long. In the blink of an eye, Ryuman was there to send the entire group logging out. The 1 versus 8 match, which seemed like a complete mismatch, ended in a way no one could have ever predicted. The angels, observing from mid-air, fell into a collective, unspoken silence. Harry was the first to recover, stammering as he spoke. I didn't think it would end so easily. Nova and Leiden chimed in at the same time. So, is that it? He won? As hard as it was to accept, they had to face reality. Does this mean that, as the angel in charge of the Black Scythe, Oliver gets to be treated like a king for the rest of this unification period? Losing her patience, Priscilla shrieked the winner's name. Oliver! Unable to swallow her anger, she rushed forward to confront her. You knew this was going to happen. Oliver calmly crossed her arms and admitted it freely. Of course, I knew. This nonchalant attitude made Priscilla see red. I knew it. Turning her shame into fury, Priscilla tried to rile up the other sisters. Listen, everyone, this bitch tricked us. She only made that offer because she knew she was guaranteed to win. Oliver suddenly spoke up, mocking the simple-minded angel. Why would you state something so obvious? Priscilla blurted out. What? Oliver calmly began to lecture her, as if to enlighten a child. It's only natural that I would propose a game where I had the advantage. Why else do you think I would have made that offer in the first place? Oliver looked down on her with contempt before turning the question back on her. Besides, did I force you to accept the bet? Everyone thought it would be fun, which is why you agreed to participate. And now you're trying to change your tune? Priscilla was choked with rage, sputtering for a moment before managing to get a word out. Oliver seized the opportunity to provoke her. What is it? Are you going to hit me? Go on, hit me. Standing her ground with a clear conscience, Oliver casually reminded her. But you shouldn't do anything foolish. Angels, fighting in front of mortals? You'd be disgracing all of us. And if the Archangel finds out, you'll be thrown into the insect bag. At the thought of that horrific punishment, I had to swallow all my grievances. The bag of insects. Anything was better than that. Knowing her opponent's Achilles heel all too well, she grew even bolder. So, what now? You don't want to fight me anymore? Anyway, it looks like I won, so I'm the king now. Priscilla, you'll be the leader of this unified region for the time being. I stammered. For how long? Oliver replied nonchalantly, not forgetting to press the matter. Until I feel better. What are you doing? Get to your work. I had no other choice but to fly away in shame. To think I'd have to bet on something like this. Priscilla stood before the remaining players and solemnly declared, As you humans can see, the representative for the unified region has been decided. The system then chimed in with a congratulatory message. Player Black Hook has become the new representative for Area CS S007. Temporary skill. Dominant authority. Forcibly control a player of the same or lower level. They cannot resist commands under any circumstances. Maximum of 10 uses. Controls only one person. Ineffective against higher level players. Looking at the other representatives lying scattered about, her mind was already calculating. I knew Black Hook would become the regional representative. He's at level 30. He can order anyone around. If he wants something, I'd better get on his good side. After clearly laying out her plan, Priscilla turned to the urgent matter at hand. Now that her decision was made, the other players would be revived. All it took was a gentle flutter of her wings, and divine power instantly flooded the entire space. The 9 bodies lying in pools of blood suddenly began to glow, each one completely enveloped in a brilliant golden aura. Jemin shot up in a panic, the look of sheer terror from before he died still etched on his face. Ijira clutched his head, voicing his confusion. What just happened? Naji, meanwhile, frantically patted himself down in disbelief. I clearly remember my body being hacked to pieces. Priscilla, unable to watch any longer, stated the truth. You all lost the battle. The new representative for the unified region is Black Hook. Only then did the group realize what had happened. Everyone started talking at once, and the whole arena erupted into chaos. What in the world happened? She, the angel of the arena, continued to explain the new rules. Since a new regional representative has been chosen, the authority you imposed on others as former representatives will be revoked. Seeing their dejected, downcast faces, she cleverly offered a glimmer of hope. But don't be too disappointed. You will always have a chance to reclaim the position of representative. Having rambled on long enough, Priscilla moved on to more important matters. And so, the bonus game has ended. Now, I will lead you to the official mission. A notification board immediately appeared in front of everyone. Round 5. Main mission, kill 300 orcs within 10 hours. Side mission, collect 4 balance stones, reward to be granted upon success. Number of completions in the current area and all temporary areas is currently 0. After reading the requirements, Gemin grimaced as if someone had stomped on his tail. What? Kill 300 orcs? And why is the completion number so low? The guy beside him had the same question. Only a quarter of us again? Priscilla's patience was wearing thin from all the complaining. Why must you complain so much? Are you whining because the final number is too low? Perhaps I should lower it even further? The two loudmouths immediately fell silent, wishing they could become invisible. Having made her threat, Priscilla delivered her official reminder. Until now, you've only gone through easy rounds, so this time, a more difficult mission has been prepared. With a lower completion rate, don't be too discouraged. Everyone turned to look at each other and snickered. Killing 300 orcs is a difficult mission? Aren't orcs just low-level trash mobs? She shook her head, clearly fed up. When you face them directly, you'll understand just how difficult it is. I will not explain any further. However, some who remained level-headed spoke up to learn more. Miss Angel, what is the side mission? Why is the reward marked with a question mark? She really knew how to toy with the players' minds. Her answer was just as ambiguous. Unlike previous rounds, the side mission this time has been clearly disclosed. But as you can see, the reward remains. A mystery. Ryuman, scythe in hand, silently repeated in his head. A great mystery. In truth, his mind already had the answer. The reward for the 5th round's side mission is the Jewel of Balance. It's one of the 18 jewels I have to collect. And the reward for this side mission is only given to one person per area. The core problem here is how to secure victory for myself. Of course, since it's region-based, players from other areas also have a chance to get it. However, its difficulty is higher than the main mission. He couldn't help but feel a huge sense of unease. Even if they can complete the side mission, just how many people out there can actually meet the conditions to receive the Jewel of Balance? Sure enough, Priscilla voiced exactly what Ryuman had just been thinking. The side mission for this round is to collect the balance stones. When you collect all 4, you will immediately receive the mystery reward. However, only one could win it. She even provided more details, as there were only 4 balance stones in this area. Ryuman's curiosity flared up. So what if someone couldn't collect all 4 stones? Wouldn't that nullify the subquest? A knowing smile crept onto her lips, and then she slowly dropped a bombshell. That's a possibility, but don't worry. You can loot balance stones from other players by killing them. The players were once again thrown into an uproar, each one boldly voicing their speculations. We can loot them by killing them? Just like for the regional representative position, Priscilla finished laying out the rules, then haughtily turned and walked away, leaving nothing but her cold back. Yes, but you cannot loot their other items, only the balance stones. And unlike the previous round, you won't be revived if you die. Death is the end. As if feeling something was missing, she suddenly turned back to add a word of encouragement. With that, I've told you all you need to know. Now go out there and struggle with all your might. As soon as she finished speaking, the system began its countdown. Time until the end of the round, 9 minutes and 59 seconds. Ryuman watched the teleportation gate where Priscilla had just left, sighing internally. This quest was going to be a pain until the very end. But no matter how difficult, a clear strategy had already formed in his mind. I'll quickly kill 300 orcs first, and set a record. Then I can help Minjuli. He was the first to leave the arena, returning to the gathering spot for the regular players. But strangely, wherever Ryumin went, people would cautiously move aside. Only when they were at a safe enough distance did they secretly glance at his cold, retreating figure. The walking low-pressure system was gone. Everyone began to find their voices again. Phew, he's gone. What a relief. I was so surprised when he walked toward me. I thought I was a goner for sure. Soren naively scratched his head. But where is he going? Sami boldly made a rather daring suggestion. Should we follow him? Logan ran over and immediately shut down that ridiculous idea. Are you crazy? Follow the Black Scythe? Do you want to be controlled by him? He could turn you into his slave for the rest of your life. His analysis was perfectly logical, but isn't doing something better than just standing here? The Black Scythe is always the first to act among all of us. That's why he's always ranked number 1. The others silently lowered their heads, mulling over the information. In the end, Limong seemed the most hesitant. What if we get caught following him? Sammy immediately reassured him. We just need to follow from as far away as possible. Only Logan remained quite reluctant. Even so, he didn't want to waste too much time here, so he quickly settled the matter. If you don't want to, then just stay here. I'll go by myself. Then, regardless of what the others decided, he decisively walked straight ahead. The remaining players, still on the fence, scratched their heads in frustration, all looking as if they'd eaten something bitter. In the end, Soren led the group, following in Sami's footsteps. Screw it. We're going too. Yeah, the Black Scythe definitely knows the way. In a small orc village, Aside from one standing guard outside, the rest were busy in the courtyard. Ryuman, without a shred of hesitation, brazenly revealed himself to it. The players tailing him also spotted the target. "Oh, look, there's a village here. The black scythe is going in." Seeing him approach with a weapon, the orc roared a warning. Ryuman remained as calm as ever. He rushed forward with an overwhelming presence to engage the opponent. The familiar death scythe somehow found its way perfectly onto the orc's neck. Before it could even take another breath, it felt a cold sensation on its throat. The moment his feet touched the ground, the orc's body collapsed. Ryuman left the still warm corpse behind and strolled into the enemy's territory. It was like he was on a nature walk. The other orcs froze, forgetting what they were doing as they stared at him. Only when they smelled danger did they shout to each other, drawing their weapons, ready to fight to the death. The two sides charged at each other without hesitation, preparing to start a new great battle. With just a slight swing of his arm, the orc leading the charge literally lost its head. Hot blood flowed along the crimson scythe. The remaining pair seemed to feel no fear. Even knowing they were stepping into hell, they still charged forward. He spun the scythe in his hand, so fast that the surrounding wind itself could cut flesh. Then he gripped it tightly with both hands, intending to end the fight quickly with a single move. Indeed, Ryuman's assassin skills were always a spectacular sight. The two unfortunate orcs were sent off with clean, sweet cuts. He indifferently left his achievements behind, his rhythmic steps continuing towards the next target. Ryuman walked in a straight line to the entrance of the largest tent, then reached out and pulled back the fabric flap without any hesitation. From inside came the wet sounds of slaughter. Finally, he calmly walked out, returning a deathly silence to the entire village. The group of people who had been secretly watching saw Ryuman leave in utter shock, not a single one daring to make a sound, until they confirmed. Once he was out of sight, they started whispering amongst themselves. "Phew, looks like these orcs aren't that tough after all. They're probably no stronger than the Genons we've hunted. Or maybe it just seemed easy because we were with Black Scythe. Huh? He already tested the waters for us, so now everyone's pumped and ready to fight. Don't get too confident. Yeah, we can't get careless. It's getting late. Let's go find a village and clear it out ourselves." Exactly. They might look like a team on the surface, but Lyman was the first one with his own hidden agenda. Do I really have to stick with these guys? Unspoken. The others all had the exact same thought. Just wait. When the chance comes, I'll pick them off one by one. Still, it's not bad having a few extra meat shields around. The group, feigning unity, followed the forest's edge for a while, until finally, someone shouted, "Hey, there's a village." They copied Ryuman, casually showing themselves to the orcs. The only difference was the chaotic noise here. Whoa, this place is way bigger. It's gotta be at least 3 times the size of the other village. The orc sentry spotted the danger and immediately blew its horn to sound the alarm. A deep, rhythmic sound echoed across the land. Instantly, all the other orcs in the village were on high alert. Soren's group froze, completely caught off guard. Panicked, they turned to each other. Huh? Why is that orc blowing a horn? Is it calling for backup? Wait. It was only then that the rookies realized they had just kicked the hornet's nest. They were just beginning to register the sheer scale of the village when, before they could even process it, a furious horde came charging at them from every direction. The orcs, weapons in hand, quickly closed in, trapping them all within a tight circle. Whether in size or numbers, even an idiot could see the players were at a serious disadvantage. Even with their weapons drawn, they couldn't hide the tremor in their voices. This village is a bit too big. There are so many of them. There must be more than 50. And at this critical moment, Sami asked a dumb question. So, what do we do now? Soren snapped back in frustration. What do you think we're going to do? Survive. Just as he said that, a giant orc lunged forward, and his voice cracked with fear. Here they come. It's a mystery when he became such an optimist, but someone actually dared to shout a completely useless morale boost. They only have the numbers. Let's get 'em. Soren's sharp blade sank deep into a massive spiked club. As the orc struggled to free its weapon, he quickly sliced across its chest. The clean hit gave him a surge of hope. What the? These guys are actually pretty weak. Sami, beside him, quickly agreed. Yeah, and they move so slowly. Soren pressed his advantage, driving his sword straight through the orc's heart to finish it off. It was just the warm-up, but he was already feeling smug. Not as bad as I thought, he mused. But you know what they say about speaking too soon. His earlier excitement turned to sudden panic. Ugh, my sword. It's stuck. Seizing the opening, the orc smashed its club right into his head. Amidst the chaos, all that could be heard were the sounds of brutal impacts mixed with curses. Damn it, just die, you filthy orcs. But it was clear the players were not winning this fight. Sammy even collapsed to the ground in despair. Am I really going to die to an orc? As a sharp blade swung down toward his head, he screamed internally, "Somebody save me!" Elsewhere, Ryuman zipped through the forest, wondering to himself where his followers had gone. He had actually been aware of the 20 people trying to follow him silently. Thinking back, Ryuman chastised himself. Why was I even worried? There are 20 of them. They should be fine. Unless they picked a fight with a large-scale orc village. He already had a specific route mapped out in his mind. Those villages have some tough orcs, so staying away is the smartest move. If a sentry blows its horn, for instance, more than 50 orcs will swarm the place in no time. And if you venture deeper, you're looking at over 200. Ryuman made these calculations while clearing out the smaller villages. On top of that, orcs are much stronger physically than humans. And ironically, everything he was carefully avoiding was exactly what the other players were charging straight into. Without fail, if your sword gets stuck, it's a pain to pull out. Plus, they're ridiculously tanky. Even as he was lost in thought, Ryuman's movements never faltered. He swung his scythe, finishing off the orcs in front of him. He ran through his experiences in his head. So, the best method is to go for the neck and finish them in a single strike. Ryuman exploited its slow movements, and just to be safe, he handily diced it into pieces. He ended his internal monologue with one final thought. That is, for a normal person. He then landed softly on the ground. Black blood still stained the area around him. Ryuman gently prodded the orc's stiff back with the tip of his scythe. It instantly collapsed like a gutted building. He quietly summoned the progress window. Even with 8 hours, 59 minutes, and 22 seconds left on the clock, he was the first to complete the 300 kill count, not just in CS007, but in the entire region. Ryuman put away his scythe, looking thoughtful. It took me about an hour to finish the main quest. I still have a lot of time left. Should I go help Minch July? Since that was his original intention anyway, he decisively activated tracking mode. Meanwhile, in another orc village, Man rushed over to ask, "Guild leader, are you all right?" Young-ho was on his knees, gasping for breath. And, let's be real here. Phew, I thought I was a goner. Why are these orcs so strong? The members of the Newbie Challengers Guild complained. Yeah, even though they move slowly, we really shouldn't underestimate them. Resting for a moment, he suddenly remembered the mission and turned to ask, "Manji, how many have we killed?" He answered immediately, "About 50. Young-ho scratched his chin in disappointment. It took 5 of them an entire hour just to kill 50. At this rate, we're going to be eliminated. Noah, sitting on the ground, raised a hand to correct him. Eliminated is the wrong word. Owen, standing beside him, made a slicing motion across his neck and added, "If we don't kill enough, we're going to die." He let out a sigh, running his hands through his hair in frustration before sharing his bold plan. "Phew, I guess we have to attack the larger villages." Manji cautiously asked for confirmation. "Isn't that way too dangerous?" Roman shared the same sentiment. He's right. Fighting 3 orcs at once is already tough, so how are we supposed to take on a bigger village? Owen shyly offered his own conservative idea. "I think we should just focus on the small villages." Young-ho didn't deny it, but he wanted his teammates to face reality. "You guys are right, I admit it. But if we keep this up, we won't kill the 300 we need, and we'll die anyway. We have to take the risk." He added one more word, then paused to grab their attention. Then, Young-ho looked them straight in the eyes and stated their new philosophy for survival. "Remember, a sinking ship will never get you back to shore." The forest grew darker and more ominous at night, with only the chirping of insects echoing around them. After walking for a long time, the group finally reached the edge of the forest. A flickering light between 2 cliffs made Manji exclaim, "Ah, I see it. That's the village we saw earlier." But his tone quickly lowered into a warning. "Wait, it looks like there's a guard post there." Young-ho immediately suggested, "Let's go around." Without any argument, the group stuck to the shadows and moved closer to the village. It seemed luck was on their side, laying out a path for them. "Look, there's a gap we can slip through." Manji took the lead, crouching down to peek through the fence to observe. The quiet scene inside made him let out a small sigh of relief. Doesn't look like anyone's around. The group took this opportunity to slip inside one by one, using large crates for cover. Young-ho tilted his head and whispered, "Are they all inside the tents?" Manji looked around for a moment before replying, "I think so. About 5 in each tent." This information made Young-ho stroke his chin thoughtfully. This village is bigger than I thought." Owen, meanwhile, smacked Noah on the head when he saw him trying to rummage through something. "You idiot." Just then, Roman came up with an idea. "Should we raid the tents one by one?" Although the idea was a bit risky, Young-ho agreed. "Sounds good. We're already here anyway. Manji nodded in agreement. All right. If we raid them properly, 5 should be a piece of cake. No sooner said than done, they tightened their grip on their weapons and approached the first target. Let's start with this tent. We'll charge in on my signal. After making sure there were no unexpected developments, Young-ho gave a slight wave of his hand. The group gently pushed aside the flap to enter. It didn't take long to reach the tent's large door. Young-ho nodded for a final confirmation with everyone. Then, they all kicked the door open and stormed in. The sight before them made their faces turn pale. Huh? A whole swarm of orcs inside turned their heads toward them, their numbers stunning Young-ho. Huh? 10 of them were just casually working. Suddenly, a bunch of uninvited guests burst in. The nearest orc growled, propping itself up with its club as it stood. Owen stammered at the situation. 10 is way too many. What should we do? Young-ho was out of options. They just had to fight. Let's take them down, one by one. Then he yelled out the order, everyone. The one on the left first. The others replied in unison. Got it. The orc swung its club at Owen, but luckily, he managed to block it. Young-ho seized the opportunity, tightened his grip on his sword, and dashed to its left side, landing a swift strike on the giant orc's leg without hesitation. The precise attack injured its supporting leg, causing its massive body to falter and then come crashing down. Manji immediately charged forward, swinging his blade in a cold, sharp arc, severing its head before it could even struggle. The orc collapsed onto the floor, lying completely still. The death of its comrade enraged the braided-haired orc, which let out a roar. It then leaped towards the group's position. With fury burning in its eyes, it landed heavily in front of them like a bolt of lightning. Before he could even react, it landed a heavy blow right to his side, making him scream in pain. Young-ho froze when he saw his comrade fall. Manji, he roared in anger, gripping his sword tighter and charging straight at the monster. Die, you disgusting thing. A decisive slash cut through the air, finishing the enemy before it even had a chance to react. The braided-haired orc, just like its comrade, crashed to the ground, never to wake again. The remaining monsters could only gape at each other, communicating in incomprehensible sounds. Even though they had taken down 2 in a row, Young-ho's group didn't dare make a reckless move. Especially now that one of their members was injured. A terrifying silence filled the room. The situation was locked in a tense stalemate. With that, Young-ho broke out in a cold sweat, his mind racing. There were only 8 of them left, but could they even take them? As if reading his mind, Owen replied, "No way, we should fall back." He stood up straight and agreed, "I think so too." A second later, the whole group turned and fled at the command, "Let's go." This sudden move startled the orcs behind them, but they weren't stunned for long, immediately swarming out the door in pursuit of the humans. On instinct, Noah slashed through the tent's front flap, but they hadn't gotten far before the sight ahead made them freeze in their tracks. At some point, all the other orcs in the village had gathered right here. The situation made Noah click his tongue in frustration. Ryuman, who was supporting Manji, stammered, how many are there?" Owen gritted his teeth, facing the murderous glares of the creatures before them. At least 10. Ryuman knew exactly how much danger they were in. It's over. We're done for. Manji, pale from the pain, clenched his fist, refusing to accept this. Is this really it? Suddenly, Young-ho's calm, steady voice cut through the grim atmosphere around them. "Raise your weapons." But it still wasn't enough to raise his comrade's spirits. "Captain, it's over. It's been an honor serving with you." But Young-ho's face remained grim as he continued, "Everyone, have you considered why the orcs haven't killed us yet?" Then, Young-ho pointed out what they had missed. Look at their faces, and just as he said, they were